Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 76 I Am His Nemesis. Ever since receiving that mysterious phone call, Harry had been filled with anxiety. Although he didn't know who the caller was, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if he didn't possess Sherlock's intelligence, the fact that the caller easily identified him and claimed to be Sherlock's nemesis suggested he was no pushover. More importantly, despite Harry having stated his position, the caller seemed unconcerned. He even said he would switch his target to Ron. Harry was extremely worried. Unfortunately, neither Sherlock nor Ron, who had gone to find him, returned until the call ended. Harry waited for over an hour before the two finally arrived. Looking at the composed Sherlock and the panting Ron, Harry was initially bewildered. "Weren't you going to find someone? What happened to you?" He looked at Sherlock, then at Ron. "You guys, dude, this time I'm impressed," Ron stammered. You actually exercise with this guy every morning." Sherlock glanced at Ron. "It was just a short jog." "A jog? You call that a jog?" Ron seemed to want to complain, but in his haste, he coughed twice, choking and turning his face red. Fine, say what you want, I'm going to rest." After saying that, Ron ignored the two of them, dragged his heavy steps to his bedroom, and collapsed onto the bed. Normally, Harry would definitely follow him to check on him. But today was different. He didn't want Ron to hear what was coming next, so he pulled Sherlock aside and whispered, "Why are you only coming now? Didn't Ron tell you?" "Oh," he said, "Hermione called again and told me to come back right away. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I took him for a couple of laps." Harry, oh, suppressing the urge to curse, Harry took a deep breath. "Not Hermione. Someone who claims to be your enemy just called." "Oh, which one?" Harry was taken aback. "What, you have many enemies? He claims to be your nemesis." "Oh, did he pay you to spy on me?" Sherlock asked calmly. Harry was extremely surprised. How could he guess that? "Yes, did you agree to it?" "No, that's a pity. You should have agreed, and then we could have split it." Harry, Cyrillic lettered. After this exchange, Harry realized he couldn't keep up with Sherlock's train of thought. He had to interrupt the conversation and ask, "Wait, who is he?" "Someone who relentlessly tries to trick me, someone who's always trying to teach me how to do things, and the most dangerous person you know." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry was horrified. "More dangerous than Voldemort, in some ways." "Yes, Harry, that's terrifying." Hearing this answer, Harry didn't hesitate and recounted the entire conversation in detail, emphasizing that the other person might be looking for Ron. But to Harry's dismay, despite his earnestness, Sherlock seemed indifferent, not really caring. "Please tell Ron that if the other party finds him, he should think it over carefully. I can split the spoils with him." Harry, "Oh, Sherlock, you..." Before Harry could get angry, Sherlock interrupted him. "Let's not talk about that now. Let's discuss the arrangements after returning to school." "What?" Sherlock ignored Harry's surprised look and quickly explained what they would be doing after returning to school. 1. Explore the castle. 2. Venture into the Forbidden Forest. 3. Squirrel. The arrangements were clear. On one hand, it was to train Harry's abilities, but more importantly, it was to make Harry understand his situation. According to Dumbledore's initial intention, the Savior should face the Dark Lord directly. However, he was mercilessly scolded by Sherlock. In Sherlock's view, even if there was a real reason why Harry had to face Voldemort, Harry should be told the truth and made to choose for himself, instead of being unethical and deceiving an 11-year-old wizard. Some people have been in high positions for too long, and all they hear is support and praise. When fewer and fewer voices dare to question, it's easy to become addicted. Without Sherlock, given Dumbledore's shrewdness and Harry's personality, the two would have been a perfect match, a mutually beneficial partnership. Was that good? No. Fortunately, Dumbledore was essentially a positive character. Therefore, he didn't become angry at Sherlock's question and then punish him. After careful consideration, He ultimately agreed with Sherlock's point of view. Of course, this was because Sherlock carefully analyzed Dumbledore's behavior and deduced his reaction before resorting to verbal attacks. Otherwise, he would have definitely used other methods. After Sherlock told Harry all this, the latter remained silent for a long time. "Sherlock, do you mean Mr. Dumbledore wants me to confront Voldemort? He strongly believes in that prophecy." At this point, Sherlock frowned. "Obviously, he hasn't told me everything. He's still hiding something. He won't harm me, will he?" "Without a doubt." "Then, just tell me what to do." Sherlock smiled. "Harry, you certainly have a talent for listening and following instructions. With your help, many things have become much simpler. But let's talk about the specifics when we get back to school." It wasn't until Harry returned to his room that he suddenly realized what was happening. Wait, wasn't I supposed to be asking about a mysterious man's identity? How did the conversation turn back to me? This left Harry quite frustrated. Only now did he realize that he had unknowingly fallen into Sherlock's trap again. But he also knew that if Sherlock didn't want to tell him, nothing he tried would work. However, he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next few nights until he figured this out. The next day, after careful consideration, Harry told Ron and Hermione about it. "What? That mysterious man sent you and Ron to spy on Sherlock? If so, why didn't he call me?" "Harry, Hermione, this isn't the time to discuss this." "Why not?" "According to you, since he's targeting you and Ron, he should have thought of me too. I was the first to know Sherlock." "Harry, but his goal is surveillance, and Ron and I share a dormitory with Sherlock." After a brief silence, Hermione asked again as if nothing had happened. "What did Sherlock say?" "He wouldn't tell me, only that Ron and I could agree to his demands and split the spoils with him." "How could he do that? He's so irresponsible." "No. I have to come over." "Huh? Didn't you just come a few days ago?" Ron, who had been waiting by the phone because of the false report yesterday, suddenly blurted out this. As soon as he said this, Harry immediately knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, Hermione's shrill voice nearly pierced their eardrums. "Ron Nadal. What do you mean by that?" Hermione bombarded Harry and Ron with a high-decibel barrage for a full 15 minutes before angrily hanging up. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both looking somewhat sullen. "You shouldn't have told her. I didn't know she'd react so strongly." Harry shrugged. "But it's good she's coming. She's smarter than us. Maybe she really can get the truth out of Sherlock." "I mean, aren't you guys being too tense?" Ron said, somewhat puzzled. "Since Sherlock himself doesn't care, it means this isn't a big deal at all. But he also said that he's the most dangerous person I know, even more dangerous than Voldemort." Hey, don't mention that name again. I'm going to say it. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort." Okay, I'm sorry. You're my brother, you're my real brother." "Okay." Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. He suddenly realized that Harry and Hermione weren't so different after all. Their concern for Sherlock was excessive. Did they consider who Sherlock was? He was someone who could tell you everything you'd done in a day just by looking at you. Such a person didn't need their concern at all. Ron thought Sherlock was right. If the person was truly willing to give, then agree. Then split the payment with Sherlock. A fool's money, why not take it? Of course, given the current situation, he couldn't say that aloud. However, neither Ron, who was relieved, nor Harry and Hermione, who were overly anxious, expected the unexpected turn of events that followed. 3 days after that mysterious phone call, just before Hermione's arrival, mainly because Mr. Granger felt she was visiting the Holmes house too frequently and needed to be curbed, Harry, after returning home with Sherlock as usual after their morning exercise, was surprised to find a stranger standing at the door. It was a man who would leave a lasting impression at first glance. Tall and imposing, with thick eyebrows and large, sharply defined features, he possessed a piercing gaze. He casually leaned on a black umbrella at his side. He looked only 18 or 19, but his mature demeanor gave the impression of someone in their late 20s. Seeing Sherlock and Harry, the man smiled. "The great detective and his good friend are back? Looks like your boxing practice went well today." Mr. Potter only took one fall. Harry, who had been curious, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the man's voice. It was the voice that had haunted his dreams for the past 3 days. "Sherlock, it's him. The one I told you about. Thanks to Master Layton for the 500 Kidian coins. Your support is my motivation to update." Chapter 77. Of course it's my brother. Seeing the man and hearing Harry's words, Sherlock wasn't surprised at all. I knew it was him. Under Harry's astonished gaze, Sherlock strode up to the man. Looking at this face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Sherlock asked rather bluntly, "What are you doing here?" "Just checking in on you as always, thank you. I think I've received your concern." Despite his height disadvantage, Sherlock's presence was in no way inferior when facing this man, even though he had to look up at him to speak. "You're still as aggressive as ever. Have you never considered that we're on the same side?" Strangely enough, Sherlock tilted his head, as if thinking for a moment, then gave a negative answer. "No, we have more in common than you can imagine. Our little grudges are nothing compared to that." Hearing Sherlock's answer, the man frowned and said earnestly, "But someone will be upset because of this. You know very well that it will worry their parents." The already impolite Sherlock's eyes sharpened instantly upon hearing this. "Who is making them worry? Me? I think you need to understand, they've never worried about me, Mycroft." Harry was stunned when Sherlock said this. "Wait, stop. Stop right there." Harry quickly stepped forward and stood beside the two. He glanced at Sherlock, then at the man Sherlock called Mycroft, and cautiously asked, "You were talking about parents. Whose parents?" "Our father and mother." The two turned their heads simultaneously, their mirrored eyebrow raises causing a shocked Harry to involuntarily take a half step back. Sherlock suddenly chuckled. "Harry, this is my brother, Mycroft Holmes." After saying this, he glanced up again. You've gained weight again." Mycroft, still frowning, said, "Quite the opposite. I'm building muscle." He didn't think his brother couldn't tell. Clearly, he was saying it on purpose. Harry looked incredulous. "Brother? You mean brother? Is he really your brother?" "Of course he's my brother." Sherlock sounded impatient, his tone becoming gruff. "But he's not." "Not what?" "I don't know how to say it." Harry hesitated, tentatively saying, "The mastermind." "Huh." Sherlock couldn't help but laugh, pleased to hear Harry say that. "Well said, my friend, not much different." Mycroft also laughed, a laugh born of anger. "Oh my god, I'm just an ordinary university student." "You mean by ordinary that he's already working for the British government before graduation?" Sherlock said coldly, turning to Harry, not forgetting to explain, if he hadn't always been sneaking around doing odd jobs in his spare time, he probably would have been a member of the Queen's government right after graduation. The conversation between the two left Harry completely stunned. He never imagined that the person who claimed to be Sherlock's nemesis would actually be his own brother. Even more unexpected was that his brother sounded so powerful. The two brothers thus began their verbal battle in front of their house. Neither side was willing to give in, and Harry, caught between them, felt both weak and helpless. Just then, the door hinges creaked open, and Mrs. Holmes peeked out at the two men. "Children, are you arguing?" "No, impossible," they both exclaimed in unison, then frowned simultaneously. After taking 3 steps back to create some distance, Sherlock quickly withdrew his hand, while Mycroft casually adjusted his bow tie. "Tea's in the study." Mycroft tapped the muddy mark on Harry's heel with his umbrella. "Remember to tell Coach Moran his anti-slip wax formula needs updating, unless he wants to train all his members to be geologists. After all, not everyone can get sandstone samples from wrestling." As he turned, the hem of his coat brushed against Sherlock's trousers. "Come on, little brother, unless you want me to tell Mother you've dismantled her Victorian samovar again." Sherlock gritted his teeth and sneered. "Harry, remember never to bet with these bureaucrats. They keep track of how many raisins you eat for breakfast." Mr. and Mrs. Holmes were delighted to see their eldest son home. Through Mr. Holmes's introduction, Harry and Ron were also surprised to learn that Sherlock wasn't an only child, but had an older brother. Mycroft Holmes was 7 years older than Sherlock, and their grandfathers were hereditary country gentlemen. When Sherlock was 4, the Holmes family traveled to Montpellier, France, where they stayed for 2 years. It was during that time that Mrs. Holmes learned to cook French food. "What? So we've been eating French food all this time?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Ronald, you don't know? The best restaurants in England are French restaurants," Mycroft said with a smile, fiddling with his black umbrella. Ron, he was always focused on eating and had no idea about such things. "After leaving France, we went to Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and then settled in Cologne, Germany for a while," Mycroft continued, picking up where Mr. Holmes left off. When Sherlock was 7, he entered a boarding school for the elite, and the family hired a tutor for him. He learned boxing, fencing, and the violin during that period. "I must say, my dear brother is truly gifted in these areas," Sherlock snorted, while Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. They realized then that their good friend's experiences were indeed quite extensive. As an Englishman, he had already traveled to France, the Netherlands, and Germany by the age of 7. Think of their 7-year-old selves, one enduring his cousin's bullying in a dark cupboard, the other watching his brothers play Quidditch with envy on the grass. We're different. Just last year, Sherlock fell seriously ill. Our original plan was for him to go to Yorkshire as a day student at a preparatory school after he recovered. Unexpectedly, he received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You know the rest. After a brief silence, Ron couldn't help but ask, "So, Mr. Mycroft, are you a wizard too?" Hearing Ron's question, Mycroft smiled at him. "What do you think?" Mycroft didn't stay at the house for long. He left after just one meal, without even staying overnight. He was said to be very busy. But Harry and Ron really couldn't understand what a 19-year-old university student could be so busy with. Shouldn't this be the most relaxed stage of life? "You don't need to worry about him," Sherlock said calmly when Harry and Ron asked. "He's always been like this, Sherlock. It seems you and your brother don't get along. That guy has his own set of rules. He always wants me to live a so-called normal life, which is exactly what I don't like. You know very well that I've always sought freedom and excitement." "Is he a wizard?" "Of course not." "So, did your aunt and uncle tell him about you going to Hogwarts, and about Ron and me?" Hearing this question, a complex expression appeared on Sherlock's face. "No, never." "Then how did he?" "You might not believe it, but he is indeed better than me at observation and reasoning," Sherlock said calmly. "Half of my first year at Hogwarts has passed. That's enough time for him to make inferences. In fact, he only contacted you at Christmas, which is later than I expected. It seems the wizarding world isn't entirely without its merits, at least in some ways it has acted as an obstacle for him." "What did you say?" Hearing Sherlock's high praise for Mycroft, Harry and Ron were stunned. They knew Sherlock's abilities all too well, yet he was now saying Mycroft was superior? Was he even human? "Harry, do you remember when we met outside? The first thing he said was that we practiced boxing, and you even took a tumble." Reminded by Sherlock, Harry finally remembered this detail. He'd been so surprised by Mycroft's voice that he'd completely overlooked it. "Isn't that your mother?" Harry immediately realized his mistake. Mrs. Holmes could tell Mycroft they went for their morning exercise, but she had no way of knowing about boxing or his tumble. "Of course not," Sherlock shook his head. "First of all, we're dressed in loose sportswear and sneakers, clearly not for a leisurely stroll. Secondly, I have slight red marks on my wrists, which he could definitely tell are from the straps of my boxing gloves. I bet he even noticed the direction of the wristband buckles, something I just realized. And you, my dear Harry, you probably didn't notice that the rough edges of your rolled-up cuffs at your elbows are covered with a few grains of quartz sand. Only the boxing ring in the alley behind St. Bartholomew's Hospital in all of London uses this kind of mixed gravel, which is why he mentioned Coach Moran at the end. Your left heel is unusually worn, with clumps of mud on the outside, the kind of spiral pattern that only forms when you lose your balance and drag your foot, combined with your stiff gait, enough to prove you suffered a minor sprain when you fell. Finally, the beads of sweat on the back of your neck that you haven't had time to wipe away and your breathing rate that's 0.3 seconds faster than normal are signs of more than half an hour of regular exercise. Through these details, he could easily deduce the whole thing. Sherlock's words left Harry and Ron speechless. "It's ridiculous. When I received my acceptance letter last summer, I also thought it was a prank by that guy, but it turns out I wronged him." Sherlock laughed as he said this, but then his brow furrowed. He didn't tell his two friends that based on Mycroft's behavior today, he had a vague guess. That is, Mycroft knew about magic, possibly even earlier than him. "I thought 2 chapters would be enough for today, but the average subscription has exceeded 5 million. Cyrillic lettered W. The 3rd chapter is here. Although not many people read novels during the Spring Festival, I will still maintain a minimum of 2 chapters per day after it is released. At the same time." Chapter 78. Hermione, you've never asked me that. 1992 came later than usual. The day before school started, Sherlock and his friends reunited at platform 9 3/4 amidst the swirling snowflakes. After parting with their families, the 4 boarded the train back to school, just as they had done 2 weeks earlier. The Hogwarts Express's heater fogged the windows, and Hermione's copy of Potions and Magic was flipping through pages at an abnormally rapid pace. Ron stared intently at the chocolate frog that had rolled under the seat, crawling along Harry's sneakers in a zigzag pattern. Earlier on the train, Sherlock, Harry, and Ron had all noticed Hermione acting strangely. She seemed to have had a disagreement with her father. Moreover, she hadn't said a word since boarding, just silently flipping through her textbook. Sherlock deduced what had happened, but he didn't care. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, deciding to avoid any trouble. Unfortunately, trouble often finds you even when you don't seek it out. Hermione turned the last page of her book and suddenly slammed it shut. Sherlock, you never mentioned you had a brother. Her long brown hair trembled with her voice, as if engulfed in a spell of boiling rage. Hermione was furious about missing her meeting with Mycroft. She hadn't spoken to Mr. Granger for days because he was the one who prevented her from going to Sherlock's house. Hermione, even if Uncle Granger had agreed to let you come, it wasn't necessarily a coincidence that you'd run into Sherlock's brother that day. Harry, seeing Sherlock's indifference, decided to reason with Hermione. His silence only made things worse. Hermione immediately sneered and turned to him, saying, "You're right, but why didn't you call me that day?" "I already told you last time, Harry." I wasted my breath saying that. Ron, standing nearby, chuckled inwardly. "Brother, you already learned your lesson last time, why won't you learn from it?" Having 5 older brothers and a younger sister, he knew all too well that throwing tantrums was a woman's prerogative, and being unreasonable was a woman's privilege. He was secretly gloating when Hermione glared at him the next moment. "And you, Ronald? I clearly told you last time, why didn't you remind Harry to call me? Did you think he made a mistake and that made you look good?" "Ron, are you Hermione Granger or Severus Snape?" Sherlock had been using the magic magnifying glass Harry had given him to examine the direction of the cracks and the ice crystals on the car windows since he got in the car, as if the argument was just background noise. Seeing Sherlock's expression, Hermione, who had left Harry and Ron speechless, grew even angrier and simply asked him directly, "Sherlock, aren't you going to say anything?" Sherlock put away his magnifying glass and said quietly, "Hermione, you've never asked me before." Where Hermione couldn't see, Harry and Ron secretly gave him a thumbs up. Typical Sherlock. Although she was somewhat prepared, Hermione hadn't expected Sherlock to kill the conversation with just one sentence. "Even so, you could have asked me to come along," Hermione said, somewhat disappointed. "We're friends. I don't think meeting that guy's something to be encouraged, but he's your brother after all. He had Harry and Ron monitor you because he genuinely cared about you. It's just wishful thinking on his part." Sherlock put away his magnifying glass, leaned back slightly, and rested his chin on his hands. For someone who constantly worries their parents, it's better to solve your own problems before taking care of your brother. The conversation couldn't continue from there. Although Hermione found the brothers' conflict somewhat childish, seeing Sherlock's displeased expression, she could already imagine how disastrous Christmas dinner would be. Even though she was Sherlock's friend, it was ultimately their family matter, and she couldn't really say anything. Thinking this, she glared at Harry and Ron again. "This has nothing to do with us." In any case, as long as Mycroft wasn't mentioned, the 4 of them chatted smoothly. Harry even treated everyone, buying a huge pile of magical snacks. Except for Ron, the 3 of them collected quite a few wizarding cards. Ron was an exception because he had already collected nearly 500. So far, he was only missing the SSR level rare cards, Agrippa and Portalemy. However, he didn't care much. These 2 cards were extremely rare even among SSR level cards, and he had long since given up hope. He'd rather focus on the chocolate frog. Of course, the one that had rolled under the seat earlier hadn't escaped his clutches either. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, it was completely dark, and the heavy snowfall in the Scottish Highlands had stopped. Since not all the students had returned, the castle wasn't as noisy as usual. The Weasley twins rushed over as soon as they saw him. After greeting the 3 except Ron, they immediately pounced on him. "Little Ronnie, you've gotten so much rounder in just 2 weeks. Looks like the Holmes family's food is exceptionally good. It's heartbreaking that you accepted your friend's invitation and abandoned your dear brothers. This is utterly depraved, morally bankrupt, cold-hearted, and insane." Ron, being the only boy, was no match for the twins. Even his desperate struggles were futile. He was eventually dragged away by force. At that critical moment, he saw Percy Weasley passing by in the distance and immediately cried out for his older brother's help. To his utter surprise, Percy seemed not to see him and walked straight away. Even if Percy was the older of the twins, he wouldn't dare mess with him at a time like this. On Christmas Day, after receiving a special gift from the Weasleys, He was teased by the twins who said the P on his sweater wasn't Percy, but Prefect. Always serious, he naturally wouldn't stand for it. He'd intended to teach his two bratty brothers a lesson, but instead, he was carried out by them because he wasn't strong enough. Having learned his lesson, he naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble again. He was even secretly pleased when he saw Ron suffer the same fate. At least he wasn't the only one having bad luck. Not long after Ron was dragged away by the twins, Seamus, bored from arriving at school early in the next dormitory, dragged Harry to try out a new wizarding game. Need some refreshing air? When only Sherlock and Hermione were left, the latter suggested. Sherlock nodded casually, taking the opportunity to think about their plans for the evening. The two walked side by side out of the castle and into the Hogwarts campus. Hogwarts was beautiful on a snowy night. Moonlight traced silvery blue paths through the snow, and in the distance, the fir branches of the forbidden forest, heavy with snow, bent at a 45-degree angle, held snowflakes that seemed to have been levitated. The snow was over 3 inches deep, crunching underfoot with a pleasant, relaxing sound. When Hermione saw the 2 rows of neatly arranged footprints left by Sherlock and herself in the snow, a thought struck her. Oh, right, I did some research during the holidays and finally figured out the ins and outs of that incident. She stopped walking, only to find that Sherlock seemed not to have heard her and continued walking. Hermione, Sherlock, I'm talking to you. Sorry, what did you just say? Seeing Sherlock's innocent look, Hermione took a deep breath and got straight to the point. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and can also create an elixir of immortality, making the person who drinks it never die. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. As Professor Dumbledore's partner and friend, it would be most appropriate for him to ask the professor to look after the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, released the troll on Halloween to attract other people's attention so that he would go to the room where the Philosopher's Stone is kept. His attack on Harry in the Quidditch match was very likely also at Voldemort's behest, because Voldemort was worried that Harry would kill him as the prophecy foretold. After saying all this in one breath, Hermione looked at Sherlock. Hermione, you do have a talent for summarizing. After listening to Hermione's analysis, Sherlock gave his affirmation. Building a theory before having data is a serious mistake. People often unconsciously distort facts to fit the theory, instead of letting the theory fit the facts. So, to others, Snape always seems more suspicious than Quirrell. I'm glad you can extract key clues from the information and string them together into a logically sound whole, but you already explained everything to Hagrid, and I only just figured it out now. Despite Sherlock's approval, Hermione's voice was still somewhat muffled. My dear friend, in terms of initial reasoning, you're already 3 runs smarter than those goldfish at Scotland Yard. I've pointed out the difference between seeing and observing many times, but until now, he's only put it into practice in one situation. Although she was annoyed by Sherlock comparing her to Ron, Hermione still asked curiously, what situation? He never mistakes a sugar quill for a quill pen, even though they look very similar. Hermione, I'm going to do my homework now. See you tomorrow. Leaving those words behind, Hermione hurriedly ran back to the castle. She had already made a definitive deduction through observation. Sherlock definitely hadn't read the book she'd given him, The Charismatic Speaker. After Hermione left, Sherlock lingered briefly on campus before returning to the castle and heading to the Gryffindor common room. Harry and Seamus had already played several games of chess. During the holidays, he'd learned many tricks from Ron at Sherlock's house, and now he used them all on Seamus, causing the latter considerable trouble. This also made the chess pieces, who had previously been quite critical of him, much more obedient, which pleased both Harry and Seamus. Chess is only fun when played against opponents of similar skill. After Seamus left, Sherlock and Harry returned to their dormitory together. Ron, exhausted from the Weasley twins' antics, was already fast asleep in bed, while Neville and Dean's beds were still empty. They hadn't returned to school yet. Sherlock didn't say much, simply telling Harry to bring out the invisibility cloak. Harry knew exactly what this meant. It was clearly a prelude to a nighttime visit to Hogwarts. This made him both nervous and excited. He felt as if something inside him had been unlocked. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, besides breaking the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, we also welcome the God of Wealth, so, everyone probably won't have time to read, write, but this also means that half of the Spring Festival holiday is over, and the day we go back to work is getting closer and closer, Chapter 79 Leaving Tonight. "Shall we leave tonight?" Harry asked in a low voice. "The students won't all be here until tomorrow night, and Filch will be less vigilant tonight, which is a good opportunity for us," Harry readily agreed. Once he put on the invisibility cloak and saw his body completely disappear from sight, Harry was even more excited. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, then stretched the invisibility cloak a little wider. "Sherlock, why don't you come in too?" Harry's idea was simple. The invisibility cloak his father had left him was large enough to completely cover him and Sherlock. Although it might be a little inconvenient to walk in, the safety factor was high enough. To his shame, when Sherlock gave him the invisibility cloak, he had a bold idea, to wear it alone and walk around the campus. Because it was something his father had left him, he felt he should use it alone the first time. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. This was something Sherlock had fought for him. How could he do that? Without Sherlock, he might not even have gotten it. Although Sherlock said Dumbledore would give it to him as a Christmas present, who can say for sure what will happen before it even happens? His own thinking was really too much. Harry felt quite ashamed for a while. However, he never expected that when he offered to share the invisibility cloak with Sherlock, the latter would say, "From the moment I gave you the invisibility cloak, you should have worn it to explore the campus alone. If you had, it would have greatly helped our operation today." Harry looked up sharply. "Unfortunately, today is the first time you've used it, eh? As for now, just wear it and don't speak, just walk in front." Sherlock's voice was calm, but his tone was full of confidence. "Even without the invisibility cloak, I won't be detected." His refusal was so firm that Harry could only agree. But his mind was a mess. So, in Sherlock's eyes, his somewhat selfish idea was actually correct? How outrageous. He composed himself and asked again, "But, where are we going?" "Wherever you want to go. Don't worry, I'll follow you." This was Sherlock's real purpose. Tonight's walk around campus with Harry wasn't a specific destination. It was mainly to broaden his horizons and enrich his experience. Just as he had told Harry earlier, from the moment Harry decided to face Voldemort, Sherlock had decided to help Harry become stronger. Otherwise, relying solely on that ancient spell and a surge of passion, Harry's current immature abilities would be nothing short of suicide. Next, following Sherlock's instructions, Harry put on the invisibility cloak, tiptoed out of the dormitory, down the stairs, through the common room, and over the portrait hole. "Who is it?" the fat lady asked in a husky voice, unable to see anyone. At that moment, Harry's heart pounded. He remembered Sherlock's words, remaining silent and walking quickly down the corridor. He didn't even dare look back to see if Sherlock was following. Meanwhile, Sherlock, following behind Harry, couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If it weren't for the invisibility cloak, Harry would probably have been discovered the moment he left the common room. Even with the invisibility cloak, Harry's stealth was still full of flaws in Sherlock's eyes. Fortunately, they still had time. Reaching the end of the corridor, Harry finally had a moment to catch his breath. He stopped, preparing to choose his destination. However, just as he instinctively reached out to consult Sherlock, he was shocked to find that Sherlock was nowhere to be seen. This terrified Harry. He looked around again, confirming that Sherlock was indeed not there, and couldn't help but call out softly, "Sherlock? Sherlock?" There was no response. He was the only one in the entire corridor. Oh no, had I walked too fast and lost Sherlock? This thought immediately made Harry cry out in alarm. Yes, Sherlock was powerful, but he was currently invisible. He had been too hasty. He should have slowed down and waited for him. Thinking of this, Harry no longer hesitated and turned to walk back. He would never abandon his friend. However, he had just taken a step when a strong hand pressed down on his shoulder. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Good evening, Harry." "Sherlock." Harry turned around in surprise, only to find Sherlock right beside him. "Keep your voice down, my friend, if you don't want to attract the attention of others. I thought you were with..." Harry was too embarrassed to finish the sentence. He was the one wearing the invisibility cloak, yet not only had he failed to keep an eye on Sherlock, he had even thought Sherlock had lost him. "Where were you just now?" Sherlock took 2 steps back to the side, leaning against the shadow of a huge stone pillar. Tracking and concealment are, after all, skills. Wearing an invisibility cloak makes you invisible, but it doesn't mean you've truly disappeared. He held a shimmering shard of glass between his fingers. "A minute ago you stood in front of the knight's armor, causing the temperature of your knee pads to rise. Judging from the height, it was exactly where you were breathing. The invisibility cloak doesn't block heat conduction. Only then did Harry notice that there was a prism embedded in the collar of Holmes's robe, the refracted light subtly shrouding this area of the corridor. You've mastered a disillusionment charm? That's an advanced spell. Harry was incredulous. You certainly overestimate my abilities, dear Harry. It's actually much simpler than that, Sherlock said, raising his right hand. Look, the thin threads hanging between his fingers gleamed pearlily in the moonlight. This is spider silk I bought from Diagon Alley last time. If used properly, it can change the direction of light refraction, and it makes a special sound when the invisibility cloak brushes against it. After saying this, he took a half step forward. Your breathing rate is faster than normal. Although I don't think anyone else can detect it, I still suggest you try to relax. Well, my friend, if you still can't make a decision, then I suggest you go to the library first. It's a good distance away, spacious, and you're relatively familiar with the environment. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid our days are numbered. Harry accepted Sherlock's suggestion without hesitation. The library was pitch black at night. Harry didn't know if it was just his imagination, but it felt particularly eerie and terrifying compared to the daytime. In this situation, Harry had to light a lamp and carry it past rows of bookshelves. The lamp looked as if it were floating in midair, and although Harry felt himself carrying it, the sight still sent chills down his spine. This feeling reached its peak when he reached the restricted section at the back of the library. Harry carefully stepped over the rope separating these books from the rest of the collection, and was just wondering whether to take one out to look at it when he heard Sherlock's voice beside him. If I were you, I wouldn't walk in areas where footprints are easily left. Harry paused, looked down at his feet, and then awkwardly chose another path. During the rest of the nighttime walk, Sherlock gave Harry a good lesson. Just like in the corridors before, Sherlock, with his agility and some simple spells, made his way through without any trouble. On the contrary, Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, was almost discovered several times by Filch, who was on night patrol. Fortunately, Filch was much more relaxed than usual today, just as Sherlock had said. In addition, Sherlock covered for him at crucial moments, and they managed to get away with it. What frustrated Harry even more was that several times when Sherlock was the one to lead the way, he almost lost him. Losing someone while wearing an invisibility cloak, how embarrassing. On the other hand, Sherlock, even though Harry was invisible, always found him accurately. Absolutely brilliant. Sherlock led Harry around for a while longer, reminding him of some stealth precautions, and seeing that it was almost time, prepared to return to the dormitory. On the way back, Sherlock deliberately chose a different route than the one they had taken. And Harry didn't disappoint at all. He got lost. Watching Harry go into every door and turn every corner, Sherlock couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Raising a savior was a long and arduous task. Maybe he should do it himself? Just as Sherlock was pondering this question, he suddenly heard Harry's voice beside him. Sherlock, are you there? Sherlock sighed and rushed into Harry's room. Sherlock, look, what's that? Sherlock didn't immediately look at where Harry was pointing, but first scanned the entire room. Many desks and chairs were piled against the wall, casting large, dark shadows in the moonlight. Add to that an upside-down wastebasket, and it was clear this was an abandoned classroom. Then, Sherlock's gaze fell upon the object that had caught Harry's attention, a very imposing mirror, reaching to the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame and two claw-shaped legs. Sherlock quickly concluded, this mirror was only recently moved here, no more than 3 days ago, and it will soon be moved elsewhere. Tell me, Sherlock, how did you figure that out? The Harry of today was no longer the Harry who had first met Sherlock. His tendency to give up in situations like this stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he knew that no matter how hard he thought, he was unlikely to reach the correct conclusion. Secondly, he felt pleased whenever Sherlock explained his reasoning. Especially when he heard genuine praise, his pride was undeniable. So, praise was the right thing to do. Chapter 80 Sherlock and the Magic Mirror of Erased. A very simple deduction. When Harry asked, Sherlock explained quickly as always, there's no accumulated dust here, and no other footprints. Those fresh scratches are obviously from moving heavy objects. The original dust distribution around the mirror's location has been disrupted, forming a clearer area that matches the mirror's outline, but other areas are still evenly covered in dust. The choice of such an abandoned classroom and the casual way it's placed there are enough to show that this is just a temporary storage point and will soon be moved elsewhere. Although he was somewhat prepared, Harry still exclaimed in admiration after Sherlock explained everything. "Sherlock, it's always like this. When you explain your reasoning, everything is so obvious. But before you explained, I just couldn't understand it." Sherlock laughed. "Thank you for your praise, my friend, but I'm afraid I have to remind you to keep an eye on the time, if you plan to stay here." To Sherlock's surprise, Harry shook his head. "Sherlock, shall we go?" "Let's go. Don't you want to take a look?" Sherlock looked at him with interest. Harry shook his head. "It's too late, and I have a bad feeling about this." He had a vague sense that the mirror's appearance was eerie. It was as if someone had deliberately placed it here, waiting for Sherlock and him. "Deductive reasoning is contagious, my dear friend." Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock couldn't help but burst into laughter, making Harry worry that his laughter might attract Filch's attention. "Look, now you're using it to study problems too." Harry only had a vague feeling, but Sherlock was certain that someone had deliberately placed the mirror here, waiting for them to discover it. There were only a handful of people in all of Hogwarts with a motive and the ability to do this. Sherlock almost instantly deduced who it was and the purpose. "Unfortunately, neither of us can leave here." "What did you say?" "I'll bet you a galleon that if we go out now, we'll most likely run into Filch or someone else, forcing us back into this room." Sherlock's words startled both Harry and the person hidden in the shadows. "If you don't believe me, you can try it now." Harry hesitated for a long time, but curiosity ultimately prevailed. It wasn't that he didn't believe Sherlock, he just wanted to see for himself. Sherlock, on the other hand, watched with a smile as Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, walked towards the door. He was also curious to know what method the person behind the scenes would use to stop them. Harry reached the door and had just pushed it open a crack when Mrs. Norris's bright eyes appeared in his field of vision. "Harry," Cyrillic lettered at, "meow." Harry stood motionless, unsure if the invisibility cloak worked on cats, and could only stand there motionless, Cyrillic lettered there. Fortunately, Mrs. Norris didn't stay long. Once she turned and left, Harry immediately closed the door and let out a long sigh of relief. "This time I was wrong, I didn't expect it to be a cat," Sherlock said with a self-deprecating tone, and walked straight towards the mirror. The previous encounter had undoubtedly proven Sherlock's deduction, and Harry was unwilling to try again at the door. So, seeing Sherlock go, he followed. Sherlock stood before the mirror, his gaze sweeping over the top, where a line of text was engraved: "Erised straw eroidu becafroid on wosi, erised straw eroidu becafroid on wosi." It seemed like a meaningless sentence. In less than 3 seconds, Sherlock understood the correct pronunciation. A look of surprise flashed across his face, then turned into faint mockery. At this moment, he understood why this mirror was here today. That old man. Very well. If he wanted excitement, he might as well go all the way. He took 2 more steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of the mirror. His long, slender fingers pressed against his chin, his gray pupils shrinking to pinpoints in the cold light of the mirror. To Sherlock's surprise, the mirror didn't reflect a labyrinth of galleons, nor the streets of Elizabethan London. Instead, it displayed a chillingly detailed scene. Countless silver threads wove a web in the void, each thread connecting a suspended pocket watch, a blood-stained dagger, and yellowed case files. A parchment covered in unknown symbols slowly unfurled, ink meandering across its surface into magical equations he'd never seen before. Hogwarts Castle collapsed into a suspended dodecahedron, each facet twisted into the same Gothic letter, the final problem. After staring at it silently for a few seconds, Sherlock sneered at the image in the mirror, a boring emotional projection trick. "You should show me the only possibility that doesn't hold true." Like the moment I stopped thinking, Harry, who had also come to the mirror, heard Sherlock's words and asked, puzzled, "Sherlock, what are you talking about?" Sherlock pointed to the line of text at the top of the mirror. Harry glanced at it, then glanced again, and then glanced once more. Then a thought popped into his head: what the heck is this? Before Harry could even ask, Sherlock had already given the answer: "Erised straw eroidu becafroid on wosi," a very simple riddle. Just read it backwards and punctuate it again. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry didn't quite grasp Sherlock's train of thought and asked, confused, "What does that mean?" "I'm not showing your face, but the desire revealed in your heart," Sherlock said calmly. "This mirror can reflect everyone's deepest, most urgent, and strongest desires, so magical? Sherlock, what did you see? Harry asked curiously. Sherlock didn't answer but stood aside. Sherlock, Harry looked at Sherlock, puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Haven't you always wanted to see your parents? Sherlock said, pointing to where he had just been standing, gesturing for Harry to come forward. Harry trembled instantly. My mom and dad. His gaze turned to the mirror, and he slowly walked forward. As Harry drew closer to the mirror, his anxiety grew until, when he saw a large group of people reflected in it, he nearly screamed. Fortunately, half a semester with Sherlock had improved his composure, preventing him from letting out a scream. He glanced back, then back again. Confirming no one was behind him, he stared intently at the mirror, a fascinated smile spreading across his face. Sherlock noticed Harry's unusual behavior and frowned. At that moment, Harry's hands were pressed tightly against the mirror frame, his entire body almost pressed against it. Mama, Harry whispered. Papa. Just then, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, forcefully turning him around. Forced to look away from the mirror, Harry panicked. What are you doing? Ouch! Sherlock's strong hands pressed down on Harry, who struggled desperately, but only felt pain. Dear Harry. You need to calm down. I think you saw your parents in the mirror, not just my parents, but also my grandparents, so many people. You know, Sherlock, they all have the same green eyes as me, the same noses, and Grandpa even has the same uneven knees as me, Harry stammered. It seems your longing for family is stronger than I thought, Sherlock said thoughtfully. Sherlock, Harry's gaze remained fixed on the mirror, and realizing he couldn't get rid of Sherlock, he could only look at him pleadingly. Sherlock frowned, but finally released his grip. Let him feast his eyes for now. Freed, Harry rushed to the mirror. This time, he plopped down on the floor. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives whose names he didn't know. At least a dozen people stood behind him in the mirror, smiling and waving. At this moment, Harry just wanted to stay here all night with his family, and nothing could stop him. Not even Sherlock. Sherlock was unaware that he had become Harry's biggest obstacle. He watched with interest as Harry stared longingly into the mirror, wishing he could rush in and be with his loved ones. He was waiting. Waiting for that person to appear. That person didn't keep him waiting long. So, just as Harry was almost lost in his own world, a calm voice came from behind. Harry instantly felt his insides freeze. He stiffly turned his head and saw Dumbledore's figure appear in the doorway. Sherlock, unsurprised, calmly greeted Dumbledore. Professor, I must say, Sherlock, at your age I didn't possess such keen observation skills, Dumbledore said with a smile. As you said, this mirror truly allows one to see their deepest, most pressing desires. It's called the Mirror of Eris. Harry, seeing the smile on Dumbledore's face, breathed a sigh of relief. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore, still smiling, looked at Sherlock. So, now can you tell me what your deepest desire is? Sherlock had already deduced that Dumbledore had placed the mirror there, and upon hearing the question, he immediately replied without hesitation, an overly poetic clockmaker's advertisement. I suggest Mr. Filch strengthen the castle's pest control efforts. Dumbledore, degree. Not only Dumbledore, but Harry also looked at Sherlock with some surprise. What was he saying? Before the two could react, Sherlock continued, reality and fantasy are sometimes hard to distinguish, especially in a magical world, so I don't think it's a good idea to put this mirror here. Dumbledore paused slightly. He had originally intended to say this to Harry, but Sherlock had beaten him to it. Seeing that Sherlock seemed to have more to say, he immediately coughed and looked at Harry. Harry, headmaster, called by Dumbledore. Harry tense up. I prefer you to call me Mr. Professor. Yes, Mr. Your friend is right. This mirror neither teaches us knowledge nor tells us the truth. People waste their days in front of it, obsessed with what they see, even driven mad. Because they don't know if everything in the mirror is real, or even possible, Harry lowered his head and remained silent. He recalled how Sherlock had just stopped him from looking into the mirror. It's pointless to indulge in illusory dreams and forget about real life. Harry glanced at Sherlock again. Sherlock, however, was staring at Dumbledore. I suppose this mirror will be taken away soon. Surprisingly perceptive, just as you deduced, Sherlock. I'll have it moved elsewhere later. And I hope you won't go looking for it again, although he said you. Dumbledore was looking at Harry. Clearly, in his view, Only Harry was bewitched by the mirror of East. "I'll advise Harry," Sherlock asked again. "Sir, what did you see in the mirror?" Harry also looked at Dumbledore curiously. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Me? I saw myself in the mirror, holding a pair of thick white wool socks." "Sherlock, Harry?" Dumbledore ignored their gazes. "All right, why don't you put on that wonderful invisibility cloak and go back to sleep?" Harry nodded, while Sherlock slowly said, "You don't necessarily need the invisibility cloak to be invisible, right?" Dumbledore didn't speak, only giving them a kind smile. On the way back, Sherlock still didn't wear the invisibility cloak. Under his guidance, Harry's pace was much faster than before. When the two arrived at the Gryffindor common room, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I thought the professor would deduct points from our record." "He won't," Sherlock said confidently. Harry asked curiously, "How do you know?" "Because he's not Professor Snape," Sherlock said, his voice suddenly becoming serious. "My friend, your performance tonight wasn't good." Harry felt somewhat ashamed. After seeing the magic mirror tonight, he had put everything else out of his mind. Now, looking back, he felt as if he had been bewitched. He even had an abnormal feeling that as long as I'm with my family, everything will be fine. Who cares about Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, or Voldemort? Even if Quirrell really took the Philosopher's Stone, so what? He even overlooked something important. Voldemort was the enemy who killed his parents. I originally thought 2 chapters would be enough for today, but I didn't expect the average daily subscription to exceed 10 million. Cyrillic lettered XW. Here's the 3rd chapter. Although not many people read novels during the spring festival, I will still maintain a minimum of 2 chapters per day after it goes on sale, at the same time as before. Chapter 81. Faster, higher, stronger. Sherlock, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my imagination run wild. Harry was embarrassed. He didn't know what had gotten into him. If Voldemort had really gotten the Philosopher's Stone and regained his powers, he would definitely cause chaos. Leaving aside whether Voldemort would regain his rule over the British wizarding world, just because of that prophecy, he would never have let himself off the hook. How could he have thought it was okay back then? He was truly bewitched. The difference between fantasy and reality isn't that clear. Not everyone can distinguish between them, especially for someone your age. Harry, oh, just as he was wondering, Sherlock said something that excited him. There are many ways to remember family, but indulging in fantasy is the most foolish. This summer, we'll go to where your parents live. Hearing Sherlock say this, Harry was instantly energized. Before that, you have to learn stealth and fencing from me. Okay, Harry agreed confidently. As long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything. After being tamed by Sherlock and Dumbledore, Harry was finally persuaded to stop thinking about the Mirror of Erised and quickly fell asleep. Sherlock, however, was still deep in thought. Clearly, Dumbledore had deliberately placed the Mirror of Erised in that abandoned classroom to lure him and Harry there. Of course, he meant no harm, he simply wanted to observe their character. It could be said that he genuinely wanted to cultivate a savior himself. As for himself, well, while the old man meant him no harm, he was accustomed to having everything under his control. This was evident in his earlier attempt to force Harry to face Voldemort alone. If he were a child, he would most likely see a sailing ship in the mirror. But now, the eternal mystery, the endless deduction, he relished it all. Indeed, he wasn't a normal person. As for whether Dumbledore could understand his answer, so be it. After school resumed, Harry completely forgot about the Mirror of Erised and trained with Sherlock every day. Although Sherlock wanted to teach Harry boxing and fencing, given Harry's current physical condition, he needed to first strengthen his body, that is, master the basics. First, Sherlock began to intensify their daily morning exercises. They would get up early and briskly walk and jog around the Black Lake. The area around the Black Lake was beautiful and the air was fresh. Walking and running around the lake would improve coordination and endurance. After aerobic exercise, they would do some simple stretching exercises on the flat grass by the lake to improve flexibility. This was perfect for Harry, who was malnourished and lacked exercise. After a day of classes, once his roommates were asleep, Sherlock would quietly lead Harry out of the common room and wander among Filch, Mrs. Norris, and Peeves, continuing their nighttime exploration of Hogwarts. To ensure sufficient sleep, their nighttime explorations were short, but thrilling and exciting. With the help of the invisibility cloak and Sherlock's guidance, Harry improved rapidly and became increasingly adept. At the same time, He grew to admire Sherlock even more. It's important to understand that Sherlock accompanied Harry on his nighttime exploration of Hogwarts without the invisibility cloak being worn. Even so, he nearly escaped discovery by Madame Norris several times. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained impeccably composed, leaving no trace. Perhaps this was talent, Harry thought. And so, aside from the Forbidden Forest and the corridor in the room Dumbledore had specifically warned him about, Sherlock had undetected Harry's comprehensive exploration of Hogwarts. Of course, comprehensive exploration was only a macro-level assessment. After all, the school held countless secrets, with many hidden passageways beyond the visible paths. These were known only to the Filch and Weasley twins. In any case, after training with Sherlock for a while, Harry's entire demeanor began to change. His previously thin frame became more proportionate, and he was no longer the smallest among his peers. He became faster, taller, and stronger. During this time, the professors who received Christmas gifts returned them. Professor Snape deserves special mention. He gave Harry a bottle of expensive and practical high-grade potion. This changed Harry's opinion of Snape once again. However, in potions class, Snape continued to deduct points from Harry at any time, just as usual. He didn't stop because of Harry's Christmas present. But this time, not only Harry, but even the little lions were used to it. Everyone knew that as long as there was potions class, Gryffindor would become Gryffindor. Time passed quietly without anyone noticing. Just as Sherlock was preparing to continue intensive training for Harry, Quidditch training started again. This plan had to be postponed. The main reason was Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He was very strict with all the team members, even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snow. The Weasley twins even complained that Wood was becoming a training maniac. Harry, however, firmly stood by Wood's side. On the one hand, if they could win the next match against Hufflepuff, they could defeat Slytherin in the House Cup. This meant Gryffindor would achieve their first victory in 7 years. On the other hand, after getting used to Sherlock's intensive training, he suddenly realized that Quidditch training wasn't so bad after all. This made Wood full of praise for Harry. In contrast, the Weasley twins were furious. Watching the two constantly diving and bombarding each other, and frequently pretending to fall off their flying brooms, Wood said angrily, "If you keep messing around like this, we'll definitely lose the game. Snape is the referee this time, and he'll definitely find every excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor." Upon hearing this, the twins' faces changed drastically, and they actually fell off their flying brooms, landing face first in the dirt. The news of Snape becoming the Quidditch referee sparked heated discussion among the Gryffindor teams. As soon as training ended, the team members immediately began discussing it enthusiastically. Harry, without a word, took off running. He wanted to share this with his friends as soon as possible. Arriving at the Gryffindor common room, he wasn't surprised to see Ron playing chess with Hermione. Only under these circumstances would Hermione lose to Ron. Both were thoroughly enjoying themselves. One wanted to win. The other wanted to see the other lose. Harry leaned close to them and whispered about Snape's desire to be the Quidditch referee. "Don't participate," Hermione immediately said, looking up. "Pretend to break your leg." Ron was even more ruthless. "Really break your leg? I can't do that. There's no substitute seeker in the team. If I quit, Gryffindor can't play." Harry shook his head as he spoke. "Sherlock said last time that Professor Snape is actually a good person. He protected me at the Quidditch match, and he even reciprocated." Wait, where's Sherlock? He then realized Sherlock wasn't in the common room. Since starting Quidditch training, Sherlock had temporarily suspended his nightly Hogwarts excursions. Otherwise, with Harry's current stamina, sleeping too late every day wouldn't allow him the energy for other activities. Of course, his morning aerobics continued, albeit at a slightly lower intensity. While Harry went to Quidditch training, Sherlock would often do his magic homework in the common room. Hermione had reprimanded Sherlock for this more than once. After Sherlock finished his homework, Ron would put it in the common room for the other lion cubs to read. Sherlock didn't object. Hermione, however, felt Sherlock was too lenient with others. If it weren't for the troll incident, she probably would have publicly expressed her dissatisfaction. Even so, many lion cubs secretly grumbled, "Mind your own business, how can you call it copying when it's a scholar's business?" However, sometimes Sherlock's homework couldn't be copied, because for subjects he wasn't interested in, he wouldn't write anything at all, or would just leave an answer. In these situations, Harry and Ron could only rely on Hermione. Unlike Sherlock, she resolutely refused to let others copy her homework. However, she would help them check their homework, and after her check, they would find the correct answers. Watson sent a letter, Ron explained when Harry asked about Sherlock. Hagrid wants to discuss something with him at the hut. We were just about to discuss whether we should go over to after you arrived, Hermione added. Harry paused, taken aback. What did Hagrid want with Sherlock? Could some magical creature have gone missing and he needed Sherlock's help to find it? Just then, Neville Longbottom stumbled into the common room. Seeing that even as he lay on the floor, his legs were firmly stuck together, Harry jumped to his feet and rushed over. That's a leg-locking curse, Hermione whispered, then went to undo the curse on Neville, who had already been helped up by Harry. Ron, Dean, Seamus, and several other young wizards who were close to Neville immediately crowded around, asking, "Holy crap, what happened?" Sherlock was completely unaware of what had happened in the Gryffindor common room. He was currently drinking the strong tea that Hagrid had specially brewed for him. In the cold winter, this stuff was even more effective than a warming charm. Not only does it keep you warm, but it also relieves fatigue and boosts your spirits. The downside is that drinking too much makes you need to use the restroom frequently. Thank you, Hagrid. Sherlock looked at the somewhat awkward giant in front of him, who seemed unsure how to begin, and sighed. I'll be frank. There are 3 ways to resolve your predicament. It's the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, 2 days before the holiday ends. I'll still try my best to update twice a day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Why Can't I Control My Mouth? Mr. Holmes, thank you so much. Hagrid instinctively thanked him when Sherlock pointed out that there was more than one way to solve Hagrid's predicament. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was amiss. Wait. I haven't said anything yet. What was going on? He had only sent a message to Sherlock via owl, saying he had something to discuss with him. As for Sherlock, he had only just arrived at his hut for a cup of tea. How did he know he was in trouble? Sherlock was speechless. If other people's secrets required observation and analysis, then Rupert Hagrid simply wore his thoughts on his sleeve. Not to mention himself, even Hermione. Oh no, it should be Harry, or rather, Ron. Ron could get information out of Hagrid. Because this man simply couldn't keep a secret. Aren't you racking your brains over how to deal with this dragon egg? I have 3 options. First, tell Headmaster Dumbledore about it. With his abilities, he'll obviously handle it. Second, contact Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley. He studies dragons in Romania and can handle it reliably. Third, wait, just a minute. Hagrid interrupted Sherlock again before he could finish his third solution. He stared at Sherlock with utter horror. Merlin's beard, you? How did you know? What did you say? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to deal with the dragon egg? I do. But you have to tell me first how you knew I had a dragon egg. I didn't tell you anything. Hagrid's eyes were wide. He couldn't understand how Sherlock knew everything when he hadn't said anything. All right, Sherlock knew from Hagrid's gaze that he wouldn't calm down unless he explained himself. So he had no choice but to repeat what he considered obvious. If you don't want anyone to know about this, you should put these books away, or at least not display them so conspicuously. The types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from Egg to Nirvana, the Dragon Raising Guide, raising dragons for recreation and profit. Otherwise, I think anyone would find it strange to see them. Also, all the curtains in the room are drawn, the fireplace flames are burning brighter than at the coldest time of day, and the temperature inside is unbearable. Of course, most importantly, from my angle, I can see the egg in the fireplace. As far as I know, only dragon eggs need to be incubated this way. Sherlock finished speaking at breakneck speed, and Hagrid hadn't even put away the books about dragons yet. Sherlock, the scene was incredibly awkward. Well, I didn't expect you to see through me. That's quite remarkable, Sherlock, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, even changing his form of address. Sherlock, all right, what's your third idea? Hagrid rubbed his hands together excitedly. To be honest, I don't think the first 2 ideas are very good. Just by looking at him, Sherlock knew this guy wanted to raise a dragon himself. However, in the magical world, this was a clear violation of the law. As early as the Wizarding Convention of 1709, the keeping of dragons by individuals was already prohibited. Professor Binns had mentioned it on a whim during a history of magic class. Let's talk about how this dragon egg came about first. Are you interested in the dragon egg too? Hagrid immediately became excited. To be precise, I'm interested in the person who gave you the dragon egg. Hagrid's expression suddenly became confused. What? No wonder you said there was something wrong with the egg. No, the problem is with you. Sherlock's eyes sparkled, and he clasped his hands together to support his chin. Now, tell me in detail what happened that night. Hearing Sherlock ask about the dragon egg, Hagrid was very confused, but he still cooperated and recounted what happened that day. In short, he went to the Hogshead pub in Hogsmeade as usual for a drink, and happened to run into a stranger who challenged him to a card game. The stranger was a poor player, losing several galleons to Hagrid. Desperate, the gambler immediately wagered a dragon egg, but unfortunately, he still lost to Hagrid. Hagrid's explanation wasn't very detailed, but it was enough for Sherlock. So you didn't get a good look at him? Yes, that guy wouldn't take off his cloak. Hagrid chuckled at this. Sherlock, you're being a bit too sensitive. The Hogshead is always frequented by all sorts of strange characters, and there are plenty like him. That's true, but it's pointless. Sherlock looked at Hagrid and said, but there aren't many people who are interested in magical creatures and carry around dragon eggs, and yet this is the kind of person who found you. Oh, Sherlock, could you be a little clearer? Hagrid scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassed. You know, I'm not very good at thinking. Sherlock sighed deeply. So, besides the Hound of the Baskervilles, what else did you set up near the Philosopher's Stone? Not the Hound, it's Moose. Hearing Sherlock slander his beloved dog, Hagrid retorted first before continuing, although it looks fierce, I have it under my thumb. Just play some music for it, and it falls asleep immediately. Dumbledore borrowed fuzz from me, and then asked several other teachers to cast spells, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself cast a spell too. Wait a minute, I forgot one person. Oh, right, Professor Snape. At this point, Hagrid's face suddenly contorted with horror, and he slapped himself hard. Why can't I control my mouth? Sherlock, why can't you control it? Don't you know the answer yourself? To be honest, Sherlock felt absolutely no satisfaction facing Hagrid. He didn't even need to deduce anything. Hagrid had already explained everything perfectly. Hagrid, calm down. Dumbledore has already told me all this, Sherlock said calmly and composedly. Now it seems that the person who gave you the dragon egg was Quirrell. How could it be him? He was among those who set up the mechanisms to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Hagrid hadn't remembered what Sherlock had said in the hut last time. Sherlock wasn't surprised at all, and too lazy to say more. He once again passed the matter on to Dumbledore. I've already confirmed this with Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes widened again. What was going on? He'd had this feeling before, and this time it was even stronger. Why was Dumbledore telling Sherlock everything? I was here first. Let's get back to the dragon egg. Hearing about the dragon egg, Hagrid's attention was immediately drawn to it. Everything, the Pokémon, the Philosopher's Stone, was thrown to the back of his mind. But Sherlock's first word startled him. The third option is to give me the dragon egg. Give it to you. Hagrid looked at Sherlock in bewilderment. Had he been left behind by the times? No wonder they said that in the wizarding world today, even 12-year-old wizards could handle dangerous creatures like dragons. If that were true, had he wasted his life? Yes, Sherlock's eyes flashed with a sly glint. I happened to see a potion recipe in a forbidden book, and it requires a dragon egg. Wait, you mean, just what you think, I'm going to use a dragon egg to make a potion. After saying this, he took another deep look at the large, dark egg that Hagrid had placed in the fireplace. Noticing the burning gaze Sherlock held on the dragon egg, Hagrid couldn't help but shudder. No, that's alive. It hasn't hatched, so it's not alive. Sherlock waved his hand. I suggest you reconsider. I can pay you some galleons as a reward? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hagrid jumped to his feet, knocking over his chair with a crash. I'd rather tell Dumbledore that I accidentally let slip about the dragon egg than let you use it to make a potion, Holmes. He waved his thick arms, his face flushed with excitement. He then addressed Sherlock as Holmes. Really? That's such a pity. Sherlock shook his head, looking regretful. Seeing his expression, Hagrid became even more frightened. What kind of person had Gryffindor recruited this year? PFFT, ha 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 ha. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron laughed so hard he was doubled over. My hellish mother. Sherlock, you're so wicked, using this method to force Hagrid to hand over the dragon egg. I must say, although it's a bit despicable, it's certainly very effective, Hermione commented. That's true. Dragons are too dangerous, even Hagrid would have a hard time taming them. Speaking of which, he should really see the burns on Charlie's body. Those were left by a wild dragon from Romania, Harry asked with some concern. Sherlock, what if Hagrid changes his mind? No, Sherlock said calmly. Wizards always like to compromise. If you directly ask Hagrid to give away the dragon egg, he definitely won't allow it. But if you insist on giving the dragon egg to me to make potions, he will compromise and be willing to give it away. The three friends looked at Sherlock in surprise, then thought about it carefully and realized that it really made sense. Okay, you've convinced me. So, what about the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff? Hermione and I both advised Harry not to participate. Why not? Sherlock countered. I heard Snape, contrary to his usual behavior, wants to be the referee for this competition. That gluttonous monster, Droopy, you know, he's never done anything like this before. He's clearly doing this for Harry. Sherlock nodded. You're right, he really is doing this for Harry. Ron, now emboldened by Sherlock's approval, immediately puffed out his chest and looked at Harry confidently, saying, see? Now even Sherlock thinks I'm right. If you ask me, you should just deliberately break your leg and not participate. Right, Harry, Cyrillic lettered X. Dude, please have some decency. Sherlock ignored Ron and turned to Harry, saying, since there's such a good thing, you only need to think about how to win the competition. Huh? Ron was immediately shocked. What kind of operation is this? Chapter 83, Snape had many more things to consider. Harry naturally agreed with Sherlock's statement. Winning the game was his duty. But, Wood said Snape. Professor Snape will do everything he can to find an excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor. That's right, Sherlock agreed with Wood's opinion and immediately offered a solution. Just catch the golden snitch before the gap widens to 150 points. Seeing Harry nodding repeatedly, Ron couldn't hold back any longer. Wait, do you know what you're saying? Snape becoming the Quidditch referee is clearly a disadvantageous thing, so why do Sherlock and Harry seem so reassured? It's ridiculous. Hermione also spoke up. Ron is right. Even if Professor Snape won't hurt Harry, he definitely doesn't want Gryffindor to win. Sherlock chuckled. That's how Quidditch is. The seeker, Harry, only needs to focus on the game and catch the golden snitch, but Snape, as the referee, has many more things to consider. Cyrillic lettered X. This time, not only Ron, but Hermione couldn't hold back either. Even after Sherlock's repeated insistence, she had come to believe that Snape wouldn't harm Harry and would even protect him. But Sherlock's words still puzzled her. Was he being sarcastic? In fact, Sherlock genuinely thought so. After all, once Snape became the referee, besides ensuring Harry's safety, he also had to find ways to deduct points from Gryffindor. This was indeed a significant challenge for him. Shortly after Professor Severus Snape was confirmed as the referee for the second Quidditch match, the game began, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. Compared to the first match, the Lion Cubs had mixed feelings, the Snake Cubs were gloating, and the Eagle Cubs were watching intently. The Badger Cubs, on the other hand, seemed carefree and indifferent. This time, Sherlock didn't go to the dressing room to find Harry before the match. But Wood pulled Harry aside for a private discussion. Potter, I don't want to put pressure on you, but we need to catch the golden snitch as quickly as possible today. More than ever, Wood's brows furrowed deeply. We must be swift. We absolutely cannot give Snape any time to show excessive favoritism towards Hufflepuff. Harry nodded. This was the only point on which everyone agreed. Even Sherlock, who had always believed Snape would protect him, said the same. Because of Harry's outstanding performance in the previous match, the audience was even larger this time, with almost the entire school's faculty and students present. It's a pity Professor Dumbledore isn't here. Harry looked at the bustling stands, a hint of disappointment in his voice. If Dumbledore were here, Quirrell would never have dared to harm him. Although Sherlock said Snape would protect him, Sherlock had also said that with Voldemort's help, Snape was slightly weaker than Quirrell. Quirrell had almost succeeded last time. However, this time Snape had specifically requested to be the referee and could intervene at any time, so there shouldn't be any problems. As the referee blew the whistle to start the match, 15 brooms soared into the air. Every Quidditch match began, Lee Jordan would unleash his talent, launching into passionate and rhythmic commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff match has officially begun. If Gryffindor can defeat their opponents in this match, then with 2 consecutive wins, they have a very good chance of snatching the House Cup from Slytherin. Personally, I think this match is still a contest between seekers, provided the referee makes fair calls. Jordan, sorry, Professor, Jordan obediently admitted his mistake to Professor McGonagall. However, he still managed to express his opinion. Just like the last match, Harry would first hide far away. Partly to wait for the snitch to appear, and partly to avoid being targeted too early. The Hufflepuff team's moral character was far superior to Slytherin's. None of them committed a malicious foul like Marcus Flint. Clearly, none of these players had Korean ancestry. Just then, Snape looked at Harry. Harry returned what he thought was a friendly smile. Snape immediately turned away and awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, the reason being that George had hied a running ball at him. Harry, he had a feeling this penalty had something to do with him. His guess was quickly confirmed. Just a minute later, Snape awarded Hufflepuff another penalty. This time the reason was even more outrageous. Gryffindor's chaser Angelina Johnson's flight path was a straight line, constituting a deliberate collision with the referee. So, after that clearly biased call just now, Jordan, Professor McGonagall growled in a low voice. After that controversial call just now, Jordan, I'm warning you, okay, after that free throw, Hufflepuff's lead has widened to 20 points, although I believe anyone would encounter this situation. Gryffindor still has the ball, and I think they can only hope that their seeker, Harry Potter, can find the golden snitch soon, otherwise they're in for a rough time. To be honest, Lee Jordan felt it was difficult to remain impartial with Snape's actions. The Gryffindor students booed loudly. This biased refereeing was too obvious. However, they were helpless. That's how Quidditch is. Many calls are in a gray area between giving and not giving a penalty. Snape simply gave Hufflepuff's free throws even when they could have. Gryffindor did the opposite, not giving any free throws. Back and forth, the score gradually widened. It started to rain. At first, it was a light drizzle, but as time went on, the rain became heavier. For the players flying above the field, the rain was beginning to have an effect. However, Snape didn't stop the game. A little drizzle, nothing to worry about. Oliver Wood was loudly encouraging his teammates, "It's just a little rain, guys. The weather during our practice is much worse." Yeah, even if a forbidden spell fell from the sky, you wouldn't stop practicing. George Weasley rushed to the goal, slammed a running ball at the opposing seeker, and muttered a sarcastic remark. The match was in full swing, and the stands were equally lively. Before the match officially started, Sherlock said he had something to do and left the stands amidst Hermione and Ron's puzzled looks. Malfoy, who had been far away, was overjoyed to see this and rushed over with Crabbe and Goyle. Once the match officially started, Malfoy began to mock Harry, while Ron, along with Neville, Dean, Seamus, and others, retorted. Hermione didn't participate in the verbal sparring. She clasped her hands together on her knees, muttering, "Harry, hurry up." Although Quirrell hadn't done anything unusual so far, Hermione was worried he might do the opposite. As Snape's rulings became increasingly outrageous, the tension between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in the stands grew increasingly palpable. After Malfoy mocked Gryffindor again, Ron couldn't help but yell, "Damn it, you bastard, you're only acting so arrogant because Sherlock isn't here." Ron's words immediately embarrassed Malfoy. "Afraid of him? You're kidding. He's just a Muggle-born guy who got favored by the professors because of his cleverness." Ron didn't take his eyes off the field, but his mouth wouldn't let up. "If Sherlock were still here, Malfoy, you wouldn't dare utter a sound. Weasley, is all you can do to scare me with other people's names? If brains are gold, you're a pauper." Ron's ears turned red instantly. "Malfoy, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth." "Ron, don't get provoked by him. Oh my God, look at Harry." Hermione, who had been trying to calm Ron down, suddenly screamed. On the field, Harry, who had been detached from the crowd, suddenly changed direction and made a rapid dive. At this moment, the seeker of Hufflepuff hadn't realized what was happening. "You're lucky, Weasley." Scarface obviously saw money on the ground. Malfoy mocked again. This time, Ron finally couldn't hold back. But before he could even exert himself, Malfoy had already fallen. Seeing a familiar figure appear in the stands, Hermione and Ron cheered together. "Sherlock, you're lucky too, Chrome." Sherlock withdrew his fist and turned to Crabbe and Goyle. "Why don't you two go for it too?" Facing Sherlock, Crabbe and Goyle's fate wasn't much better than when they were on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of the school year. In just a glance, they followed in Malfoy's footsteps and collapsed to the side. At the same time, Harry, riding his Nimbus 2000, whizzed past Snape high in the air. The gust of wind made a corner of Snape's black robe flutter. This made the latter frown deeply. But before he could find an excuse to call a penalty, Harry had already stopped just inches away from him. The next moment, Harry raised his right hand high, just like in the last match. The golden snitch, completely under control. The match was over. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in cheers. This was a new record, the fastest golden snitch caught in the history of the House Cup. "We won. We won. Gryffindor has won," Hermione screamed from the stands, jumping up and down on her chair and giving Sherlock a tight hug. Harry, meanwhile, jumped a foot off his Nimbus 2000. Snape landed beside Harry, his lips tightly pressed together and his face tense. Clearly, the result didn't make him happy at all. Looking at his sour face, and remembering his calls during the Quidditch match, Harry initially didn't want to talk to him. But remembering Sherlock's explanation of the meaning of flowers and the special Christmas gift, Harry sincerely said, "Thank you, Professor. It's the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the last day of the holiday. Everyone should be back to work by now, right?" Chapter 84 Stop Fighting. Harry thanked Snape. Snape's face instantly darkened. "Ugh, it's disgusting to hear that word from a Gryffindor." Snape looked at Harry and said in an extremely unpleasant tone, "Potter, did a troll knock your head out, or did someone stuff dung stones in it? I don't think you should thank me for what you just did, Harry." No wonder Snape made himself so unpopular. He just had the quality of being able to infuriate people with his words. Harry took a deep breath and silently repeated, "He was protecting me," several times in his mind, before suppressing the strong urge to retort. Snape was somewhat surprised that Harry didn't refute him. However, he then glanced towards the stands and said gloatingly, "Too bad, your little detective and his troll friend seem to be in trouble." Harry quickly looked in the direction Snape was looking. The Quidditch match on the field was over, but the battle in the stands was just beginning. The rain continued to fall. The atmosphere was far from harmonious. Malfoy huddled in a muddy corner of the stands, his lips still swollen from Sherlock's punch. Goyle and Crabbe lay slumped against the railing like idiots, too exhausted to fight. Sherlock had moved too fast. Before the three could even draw their wands, they were swiftly and decisively brought down. Gryffindor barbarians, seeing Malfoy's miserable state, Slytherin's first-year pansy Parkinson's shrill voice pierced the air. The next moment, with a swing of her wand, a beam of red light shot from its tip. "Watch out!" Hermione cried out in alarm. Sherlock, however, seemed oblivious. He slowly drew his wand and said to the poised Parkinson, "You struck first, Petrify." Parkinson's attack was poorly aimed, only hitting a nearby seat. Just as she was about to strike again, Sherlock cast a full-body binding charm on her. Her arms and legs instantly pressed together, her body stiffening like a plank as she fell to the ground. Rescue Malfoy, defeat Holmes, avenge Parkinson. With Sherlock having taken down 4 Slytherin students in succession, the other Slytherins could no longer contain themselves. Someone raised their arm in a shout, and the group swarmed forward. "Do you think we're dead?" Ron, who had long been unable to hold back, saw Sherlock about to be ganged up on and immediately drew his wand. "Brothers, let's fight side by side." Seamus and Dean followed immediately, and Neville hesitated for a moment before charging in as well. The two young wizards drew their wands and began exchanging spells. However, they quickly discovered that this was inefficient, as first-year students hadn't learned many offensive spells. Hand-to-hand combat was far more effective. So, most simply abandoned their wands and switched to melee combat. Only the young wizards who couldn't squeeze to the front were still sporadically casting spells. In the dense crowd, their accuracy improved considerably. Poor Neville, caught in someone's leg-locking curse, suffered a silent loss. Hermione quickly intervened, dispelling the spell in time. She was about to help when Seamus threw some kind of spell, which exploded in the crowd. While damaging the Slytherin students, it also severely injured her teammates. Hermione had to cast a healing spell to aid her allies. "Seamus, put your wand away." "Put it away," Ron yelled in the chaos. "Just go up there and punch them." As the leader of Griffin, Sherlock naturally took the lead, attracting the most aggro. Almost all the Griffin wands wanted to rush at him. Unfortunately, as the main tank, he also dealt the highest damage in the entire match. When a group of ferocious-looking Griffin wands swarmed him, Sherlock remained unaffected, maintaining his rationality and composure. First, he needed to distract his opponents. Facing the first snake that charged at him, Sherlock casually tossed Neville's pet toad, Raffer. He had just found it for Neville not long ago and hadn't had a chance to return it yet. It came in handy now. Raffer, levitated, flew through the air, croaking incoherently. Taking advantage of the moment the toad blocked the target's view, Sherlock delivered a right hook to the right cheek of the leading wizard. KO. Despicable, Hermione's warning came from behind. But Sherlock was faster. Before Hermione could speak, he had already extended his left elbow, just in time to block another Slytherin wizard's sneak attack. Sherlock didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In a fight, there's only winning and losing, no such thing as despicable. Besides, in Sherlock's eyes, this punch was full of flaws. The only commendable thing about it was its force. After blocking the punch, Sherlock followed up with a right punch, knocking his opponent to the ground. The second one. Stepping to the left, he delivered a backhand elbow strike to the right chin of a restless Slytherin. Bang! The third. An attack on the right ribs. The fourth. A cut down the middle. The fifth. A knee strike to the diaphragm. The sixth. Sherlock's punches landed with deadly force, fast and brutal. No one could withstand a single blow from him and remain standing. No one, male or female. Led by such a powerful teammate, the young lions roared excitedly. Almost instantly, the situation became a one-sided rout. At this point, some of the older Slytherins couldn't stand it anymore and began to stir. Percy Weasley's cold voice rang out, "Keep your men in check, Gemma Farley, or you'll be in big trouble, I guarantee it." Although it was currently a brawl between students from two houses, so far, all those who had intervened were first-year students. Because they hadn't learned many offensive spells, although it looked exciting, it didn't cause much damage. But once the older students joined in, the situation changed. Percy Weasley, Slytherin hasn't fallen that low. Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect, gave Percy a cold look, then her gaze swept over the young wizards on her side. Her eyes were full of disappointment. It was one thing to lose to someone of the same age, but to think of bullying the younger ones? Shameless. The rain was pouring down. Seeing that the fight was about to end, Hermione was about to draw her wand to teach those who had ambushed Sherlock from the back a lesson. However, when she caught sight of Professor McGonagall rushing over, she immediately put her wand away. Not only that, she shouted anxiously, "Stop, stop fighting, stop fighting." The rain poured down. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students looked at her in surprise. Was this person crazy? Or had the rain gotten so heavy that water got into her brain? Enough. Just then, Professor McGonagall's roar, accompanied by the freezing sound of the wooden planks of the stands, rang out, and all the offensive spells vanished in an instant. Sherlock's fist also stopped. It was less than a foot from the face of a little witch. Millicent Burstall retreated in horror. This Holmes. He actually hired a woman. No, he had just hired a woman. Professor McGonagall, who arrived just in time, had a serious expression, exuding authority without anger. Her gaze swept over the messy stands, the bruised and battered Slytherin students, the cheering Gryffindor students, Hermione Granger trying to break up the fight. Finally, it settled on the composed Sherlock. "Can someone tell me what happened?" Prefects Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley stepped forward simultaneously, recounting what had happened from their perspectives. Assaulting a classmate is egregious. Gryffindor loses 50 points. Insulting a classmate and deliberately provoking his Slytherin loses 10 points. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, as prefects, allowed the situation to escalate without stopping it. Both sides lose 10 points each. You are the worst class I've ever taught." Professor McGonagall's voice was like tempered steel, making everyone present feel a surge of heat, which even the heavy rain couldn't extinguish. "But Professor, it was Malfoy and the others who provoked first." "Shut up, Miss Granger, it was Holmes who struck first." Hermione, Mr. Holmes, as punishment for your egregious behavior, I hereby declare you to be placed in solitary confinement. Go to Mr. Filch in the foyer at 11 p.m. tomorrow. Sherlock didn't defend himself. He was indeed the one who struck first, and Professor McGonagall's judgment was correct. Besides, this was originally part of his plan. Not only Sherlock, but almost all the little lions in the stands were immersed in excitement. Even the double punishment of points deduction and confinement didn't discourage them. Only Hermione was still struggling. "Professor, please, you can't. Miss Granger, it's not your place to tell me what I can and can't do." "Alright, prefects, take your houses back to your dormitories immediately." Hermione looked dejected and worried. Harry helped Gryffindor defeat Hufflepuff, but Sherlock single-handedly caused Gryffindor to lose a full 60 points. 60 points. It's safe to say that with such a deduction, Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup are virtually non-existent. After the troll incident, Hermione didn't care much about grades anymore. She was worried about Sherlock. With so many points deducted, he would most likely face ostracism from his classmates. Although Sherlock himself wouldn't care, she was all too familiar with that feeling. It was unpleasant. Originally, she had thought she could salvage some points through her performance. Now it seemed she had been too naive. To Hermione's utter surprise, when they returned, a grand party was being held in the Gryffindor common room. Sherlock, far from being ostracized by his classmates, was treated like a triumphant hero. Harry, who had just broken records and secured victory in the Quidditch match, was also adored. Ron, who had delivered a verbal blow to the Slytherin students, represented by Malfoy, was also receiving rave reviews. The Weasley twins, somehow, had managed to procure a huge amount of delicious food. Their friend Lily Jordan gave Sherlock a thumbs up. "Holmes, Potter, Weasley, as expected of us Gryffindor students, you didn't let us down. Well done. Yes, really well done. This concludes the last update of the holiday. I didn't take any leave during the entire spring festival, so I'd say it's passable." Chapter 85 The Birth of a King. Hermione was bewildered by the scene in the Gryffindor common room. Sherlock had just deducted 60 points from Gryffindor and was supposed to be put in detention. Why did everyone seem so unconcerned? She even spotted Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students in the crowd. Now she understood where the Weasley brothers had gotten their food. With the Hufflepuffs here, there was no shortage of good food. Slytherins are so despicable, they're always pulling dirty tricks behind the referee's back. In the last match, they committed a malicious foul. Our chaser almost got knocked down. Exactly. I heard Marcus Flint has Korean ancestry. Really? No wonder. At this moment, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were united in their rage, hurling insults at Slytherin. A tall, handsome Hufflepuff student even raised his butterbeer high. That's right. Cheers to Sherlock Holmes defeating the despicable Slytherins. What? You guys want to drink? Hermione was even more surprised. Come on, Miss Granger. You grew up in Muggle society, George Weasley said with a laugh. Fred Weasley immediately followed up. It's just alcohol. Why are you so shocked, Hermione? Greek letter Omega? The Weasley twins had a reason for saying that. Although the legal drinking age in the UK is 18, the law also stipulates that children over the age of 5 can legally drink alcohol under parental guidance. So for a young wizard like Sherlock who grew up in the Muggle world, it's almost certain that he has already been exposed to alcohol. But Hermione wanted to say something more, but George Weasley had already shouted, "Gentlemen, Sherlock Holmes is our king. Hooray for the Lion King." Fred Weasley immediately joined in. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and roared, "Lion King Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock Holmes is our king." Neville, Seamus, Dean, and others naturally followed suit. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students also joined in the commotion. The young wizards who usually consulted Sherlock were unusually loud. Hermione was completely dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. She had been worried about it before. Not only Hermione, but even Sherlock himself was somewhat surprised. In fact, before the match began today, he and Hagrid were still in the headmaster's office. Under the shadow of Sherlock's turning the dragon egg into a potion, Hagrid finally confessed to Dumbledore how he obtained the dragon egg. Once the truth was out, Quirrell was naturally exposed as well. As Sherlock said, dealing with a dragon egg was nothing to someone like Dumbledore. But Quirrell's deliberate approach to Hagrid and his attempts to extract information from him caught Dumbledore's attention. Besides this matter, Hagrid had another reason for coming to Dumbledore. The Forbidden Forest had been somewhat turbulent lately. So Hagrid came to report to Dumbledore immediately. When Dumbledore asked for Hagrid's opinion, he unhesitatingly recommended Sherlock. "Sir, you might not believe it. Oh, Merlin's beard. Every time I think about it, I find it amazing. Do you know what that little feller did? He knew my past the moment he saw me, and he even knew I retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts for you. And this time, before I said anything, he knew I had a dragon egg. It's incredible. I even suspect he can read minds like you, Dumbledore. Cyrillic letter D. Calm down, Rubius. I've never had that ability. And neither has Sherlock. Dumbledore looked at the excited Hagrid and felt somewhat embarrassed. Even a wise elder like him didn't know if he should tell Hagrid the truth now. Not to mention Sherlock, even that little Weasley wizard could easily get the truth out of him with a little thought. In the end, Dumbledore said nothing. The truth was too hurtful. However, Dumbledore was quite interested in Hagrid's strong recommendation to have Sherlock investigate the Forbidden Forest and decided to hear Sherlock's opinion. When Sherlock arrived at the headmaster's office and saw Hagrid there, he immediately understood what had happened. Mr. Sherlock, Rupert has told me about the dragon eggs. Dumbledore gave Sherlock a warm smile. It seems Voldemort can't hold back any longer, obviously. Sherlock clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, his eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. So, Headmaster, when do you plan to make your move? Not yet. Dumbledore met Sherlock's gaze. I need your help, my help, or Harry's help, to be precise, your help. Dumbledore paused, then said with considerable emotion, Sherlock, you know, every time I see you, I can't help but think of someone I know. This remark immediately reminded Sherlock of something, the thick white wool socks and the mirror of Erased. Combining this with Dumbledore's expression, Sherlock answered without hesitation, I imagine this old friend must have had a deep connection with you, someone you've been entangled with for most of your life. Right, Dumbledore, he was right after all. This little wizard was incredibly perceptive. I need you to go to the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore consciously avoided the topic and directly stated his request. With your abilities, you're sure to find out the truth. Sherlock didn't press the matter. He was more interested in Dumbledore's choice of words. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The truth, Hagrid will tell you what happened. Dumbledore shook his head, but Quidditch is about to start, and you still need to watch Harry's match, right? I'll find a way to arrange for you to be put in solitary confinement as soon as possible, so Hagrid can take you with him on his patrol of the Forbidden Forest. That's too deliberate. What? I said your arrangement is too deliberate. Sherlock sighed. I'll find a way to be put in solitary confinement myself. Looking at Dumbledore, Sherlock silently added to his mind, and while he's at it, he can openly beat up his classmates. Sherlock, having finished his recollection, looked at his jubilant classmates and couldn't help but shake his head. Even with his talent for deduction, this scene surprised him somewhat. However, upon reflection, while the result was unexpected, it was also quite reasonable. After all, for the Gryffindor students, not winning the House Cup wasn't a serious matter. They were already used to being at the bottom of the House Cup. Even without these events, they had lost points frequently. Since they were always last, as long as they didn't lose 0 points, the number of points didn't really matter. It was just that Slytherin had won 6 consecutive House Cups, which was somewhat unbearable. But now, Sherlock had led the first-year students to beat up Slytherin in public. And they had won. This was incredibly exciting. Even Percy, who was usually strict and, like Hermione, took violations of school rules very seriously, was all smiles. Holmes did a really good job this time, but I think he could have done it better. Weasley Prefect, don't worry about the process at times like this. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, the tall, handsome Hufflepuff grabbed Percy and said with a bright smile, this is an honor greater than the House Cup. Cedric, you? Percy had just frowned when the Weasley twins led a stretcher team onto the field and carried him aside. George Weasley even took advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, grabbing his head and shaking it from side to side. Never mind Percy, don't say such jarring things at a time like this. Exactly, even Granger didn't say anything. Hermione, she felt like she had been offended. That night, the party in the Gryffindor common room lasted until very late. However, the aftermath of this incident was far from over. Over there, look, where, between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy, the tall one, did you see his face? Did you see his big nose? The whispers followed Sherlock relentlessly after he left his dormitory the next day. Students lined up outside the classroom, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. In the hallway, they walked past Sherlock, then turned back, staring intently at him. This scene seems familiar, Ron couldn't help but mutter. Harry was overjoyed. Especially when he heard between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy, he almost burst out laughing. He remembered being surrounded like this at the beginning of the semester, and how annoyed he'd been. Now, Sherlock was finally getting the same treatment. He could finally be the background. Unlike him, Ron pouted, "Why are you Harry, and I'm just the red-haired boy, Harry, so, it's my fault?" Harry and Ron were engrossed in their discussion, while Sherlock, the object of their attention and discussion, remained completely oblivious. Harry and Ron were unaware that Sherlock had already endured this kind of intense scrutiny when he attended Muggle school. Students at that age were much more lively. Soon after school started, Sherlock displayed his talent. Everyone became fascinated by the students who could know what you'd done with just one look. Of course, interest aside, it didn't mean they'd get along with him peacefully, let alone be friends. This was mainly because this student was incredibly sharp-tongued. Everyone treated him like a freak, and the intense scrutiny, besides curiosity, was mostly malicious. If Sherlock hadn't been so capable, he probably would have been bullied constantly. So, in this respect, Harry was actually much happier than Sherlock. He had Sherlock, Ron, and Hermione by his side. Sherlock, however, was all alone. But that's all in the past. The current Sherlock is no longer alone. The holidays are over, back to work. Hope everyone got a good rest? Thank you 03141043WLW for the 1,500 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 86. You don't want to be Mrs. Loris. Horizontal ellipsis. In the evenings, astronomy lessons continued with observing the night sky through telescopes. Lately, the young wizard's main task was to observe astronomical charts of Jupiter to familiarize themselves with the movements of this largest planet in the solar system and its moons. Of all the courses at Hogwarts, if Sherlock least wanted to attend Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts, then astronomy would rank second. Even less desirable than Professor Bin's history of magic. Although Professor Aurora Sinister repeatedly emphasized the importance of this course, for example, cultivating scientific thinking and literacy, improving observation and concentration, stimulating curiosity and a desire for exploration, and supplementing other magical subjects like divination, Sherlock felt that, apart from the last point, the preceding aspects were meaningless to him. Even the last point was of little significance. Divination was an elective course, formally offered in the third year. Although he hadn't formally taken the course yet, based on Sherlock's current knowledge, predicting the future using it was less accurate than his own deductive reasoning. Therefore, Sherlock was prepared to only get a barely passing grade in the exam for this course. During class, he often seemed lost in thought, not paying much attention. Just before the end of get out of class, Sherlock suddenly whispered a few words to Harry beside him. Harry's eyes narrowed sharply, a flash of excitement crossing them. Because everyone was whispering amongst themselves, no one noticed this get out of class ended normally, and everyone returned to their dormitories. Around 11 o'clock, Sherlock finished preparing and went to the foyer. There he saw Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus standing in a row. Sherlock glanced at them and immediately deduced what had happened. Harry gave Sherlock a helpless look. Hermione stepped forward, looking quite worried, and said, "Sherlock, we'll take you there." Sherlock shook his head. "No need, I can manage on my own." "Absolutely not. I've heard Filch is a perverted old man." Seamus added fuel to the fire. "He used to hang students from the rafters in solitary confinement and spank them." "Oh, Seamus, while Filch is indeed awful, I think if he really wanted to do that to Sherlock, Filch should be the one worrying about his own backside." Hermione sneered. "Ronald, your friend is about to be put in solitary confinement, and you're still joking." Ron muttered, "I'm just telling the truth, but Sherlock is a good man, he wouldn't do that," Neville muttered under his breath. Just then, Filch, whom they were discussing, walked over. "How, quite a few people, huh? So you're scared now?" Too late, he lit a lamp as he spoke. "I think you'll have to think twice before breaking school rules again, right?" Everyone stared at him in silence. Filch glanced at them and said something that made everyone angry. "Oh, yeah, if you ask me, I'd say hard work and suffering are the best teachers. It's a shame they abolished those old-fashioned punishments, hanging you by the wrists, suspending you from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office, I oil them regularly, they might come in handy someday." At this point, everyone couldn't help but remember Ron's earlier words and glanced at his backside. Even Hermione couldn't resist giving him a quick look. Filch. Being stared at like that by everyone made Filch feel uneasy, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Alright, let's go. Don't even think about running away, or you'll be in even worse shape. And you guys, aren't you hurrying back to your dorms? Do you want to be locked up with him? The others exchanged bewildered glances. Sherlock frowned. Go back. This time, everyone finally obeyed and left. As soon as they returned to the castle, Dean, the little black guy, started cursing. That jerk Filch is really infuriating. He's always causing trouble for people, never showing any mercy. This resentment will never subside. For some reason, whenever Dean spoke quickly, it sounded like he was rapping. Ron spoke up again. Hey, Dean, don't worry too much, Sherlock will be fine. Yeah, after all, it wasn't you who went to the Forbidden Forest, Hermione retorted again. Ron, however, felt that she didn't trust Sherlock enough. Just as the two were arguing, Harry said he wasn't feeling well, clutched his stomach, and ran off. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Probably caught a chill. Yeah, it's so cold. Only Hermione frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. But she was quickly annoyed by Ron's childish remark. Did I not trust Sherlock? Ronald, shut up. I know Sherlock better than you. But you don't know what's in the Forbidden Forest. Harry left the group, quickly found a secluded corner, and skillfully donned his invisibility cloak. Thanks to Sherlock's training, his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities had visibly improved, and with the invisibility cloak, he was even more adept. Bypassing Hermione, who had already intimidated the others, Harry caught up with Sherlock and Filch in no time. However, Sherlock and Filch's interaction was somewhat unexpected. Sherlock was speaking, while Filch listened intently. Harry hesitated for a moment, worried about being discovered by Filch, and dared not get too close, so he circled around to the two of them. He saw Sherlock holding a cat. Harry recognized the cat as Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris, who many people wanted to kick. However, he was confused about the situation. He tried to imitate Sherlock's usual methods to deduce what had happened based on the scene. But he came to a surprising conclusion. Sherlock was scolding Filch, who was listening attentively. This was absurd. Filch himself found it absurd. He was being reprimanded by a student who was about to be put in detention for violating school rules? But that was the truth. Just now, when he and Mrs. Norris were leading Sherlock through the dark area, Sherlock suddenly pointed at Mrs. Norris on the ground and blurted out, "Mr. Filch, do you usually like to abuse cats?" "What did you say?" Filch stopped abruptly, glaring angrily at Sherlock. "How dare you? Who didn't know how much they doted on Lady Loris? Abuse? What was he saying? How dare he say such a thing? Unfortunately, in the magical world, even a look can't kill. Besides, Filch didn't know magic." Meeting Filch's angry gaze, Sherlock remained unmoved. He calmly said, "Excuse my bluntness, but you don't really think Lady Loris's current state has nothing to do with you, do you?" At this moment, the moonlight was bright. But the constantly drifting clouds would occasionally obscure the moon, plunging them into darkness. Filch's heart skipped a beat. "You're lying. I didn't abuse her. How could I abuse her? She's just a picky eater, she eats very little." Although he said these words, Filch's voice trembled, making him seem less confident. "It's a stomach ailment." Sherlock's voice was calm, yet undeniably firm. For cats, eating too quickly, food intolerance or spoilage, environmental changes, and stress can all cause bloating. Over time, Mrs. Loris will suffer from loss of appetite, leading to vomiting, emaciation, and even intestinal obstruction. "Stop." Filch suddenly raised his head, as if summoning great courage, and looked at Sherlock. "Stop talking." What should I do?" "It's simple." To Filch's surprise, Sherlock swiftly grabbed Mrs. Loris by the scruff of her neck and lifted her up. "What are you doing?" "Let go of my cat." Filch's face changed, and he was about to pounce on Sherlock. "Filch, you don't want Mrs. Loris to become skin and bones because of bloating, do you?" Sherlock said, reaching out to touch Mrs. Loris. Skin and bones, bloated abdomen, it was indeed a stomach ailment. In fact, he had already had this thought months ago when he noticed that Filch's pet cat was emaciated and had dull gray fur. However, he was too busy with other things to attend to later. This time, being confined was a chance. Hearing Sherlock's words, Filch stopped abruptly. He watched as Sherlock took a small piece of green plant from his pocket and offered it to Mrs. Norris's mouth. The latter was initially wary, and even with Sherlock grabbing her by the scruff of her neck, she still tried to struggle. But now, she was attracted by the scent of the green plant. The next moment, as if she had made a decision, she immediately opened her mouth and bit the plant, chewing it vigorously. The speed was so fast that Filch had no time to react. What did you give Mrs. Norris? Nepeta cateria, what is that? A perennial plant of the genus Nepeta in the Lamiaceae family, Sherlock said without looking up. Muggles usually call it catnip. Catnip. Upon hearing this, Filch's eyes lit up. Compared to Nepeta cateria, this name was undoubtedly more stimulating to him. Can catnip cure Mrs. Loris's illness? Nepeta cateria doesn't directly treat bloating in cats. This sentence immediately dimmed Filch's eyes, but Sherlock's next words gave him hope. However, it does help indirectly to some extent. Nepeta cateria can stimulate cats to produce pleasurable behavioral responses, relaxing their emotions, which is why it's called catnip. In addition, cats usually become more active after being exposed to Nepeta cateria, such as rolling, jumping, and chasing imaginary prey. These activities can encourage the cat's body to move, thus indirectly promoting intestinal peristalsis to some extent. However, to completely cure bloating, other methods are needed. What methods? Filch tensed up again. The first workday after a long holiday was predictably difficult to readjust to. By the way, I did use the Wooby input method, and you guys noticed. Chapter 87. He was freed from his pain. Adjust diet, promote exercise, and medication. When Filch asked how he would explain Mrs. Loris's problem, Sherlock didn't keep him in suspense and gave a straightforward answer. Temporarily reduce food intake and adopt a small, frequent meal approach to ease the burden on the stomach. Choose more easily digestible foods, such as canned cat food with higher water content. You can also use probiotics and anti-bloating medications, such as simethicone, etc. Filch, Greek letter phi, what? What is all this about? He had been listening very attentively, but at this moment, Filch still felt as if he was trying to learn magic. Canned cat food, probiotics, simethicone. He dared to swear that even the most complex spells he had ever seen were not as difficult to understand as Sherlock's words. But seeing Mrs. Loris, who had been listless lately, snuggling in Sherlock's arms, looking comfortable and happy, Filch could only suppress his doubts and listen carefully like a diligent student in class. And so, Sherlock carried Lady Norris forward, Filch following closely beside him. One spoke, the other listened, until they were nearing the edge of the forbidden forest. Only then did Filch realize, wait a minute, shouldn't I be the one leading the way? How does he know where I'm going? Before Filch could even voice his questions, Hagrid's voice came from nearby. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm leaving, here you go. Hearing Hagrid's voice, Sherlock handed Lady Norris to Filch. Noticing that Lady Norris, who usually only clung to him and never gave anyone else a friendly look, was now clinging tightly to Sherlock, unwilling to leave his embrace, Filch's face darkened. He felt as if he had lost something important. The question from earlier, of course, remained buried in his heart. Do as I said first. In the meantime, I'll have my family send some more suitable cat food and anti-bloating medication for it, Sherlock said in his usual calm tone. A conflicted look appeared on Filch's face. He wanted to say he didn't need it. But seeing Mrs. Loris's eyes sparkling as she looked at him hopefully, he finally relented. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Heaven knows how much resolve it took for him to say those words. Just then, Hagrid walked up to Sherlock and Filch. Looking at the two getting along so well, he was somewhat surprised. Knowing Filch as he did, shouldn't the guy be lecturing Holmes at a time like this? The two were surprisingly getting along. Could it be that Holmes was so capable that he could even handle this eccentric old fool, Filch? If that were the case, it would be a good thing. The more capable Holmes was, the more beneficial it would be for investigating the Forbidden Forest. Filch, from now on, I'm in charge here, okay? Filch glanced at Sherlock, nodded, and left decisively. Even after Filch's figure disappeared, Hagrid still found it hard to believe. He scratched the back of his head and couldn't help but ask, Holmes, how did you do that? Why was that old idiot so nice to you? Did you tell him you deliberately got locked up? In his opinion, only if Sherlock told Filch he was working for Dumbledore would the other party be so polite. No, I gave him some thorns. I see. Hagrid suddenly understood and grinned. That guy may be annoying, but he's quite nice to his cat. Obviously, Hagrid, who was familiar with magical creatures, also knew the purpose of thorns. The two walked forward, talking as they went, and soon reached the edge of the forbidden forest. A gust of cold wind blew by, and even the strong Hagrid couldn't help but shrink his neck. Sherlock, on the other hand, had cast a warming spell on himself earlier, so he didn't feel anything. Hagrid, of course, paid no attention to these details. He held up his lamp high, pointing to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the dark forest, and said to Sherlock, "Holmes, look over there, that silvery white thing is unicorn blood." Sherlock stared intently and indeed saw the silvery white reflective substance Hagrid had described. This was another difference between the magical world and the Muggle world. In the detective experience of the Muggle world, there was a saying, black mud, white stones, reflective water. This meant that at night or in poor lighting, black areas were likely mud, white areas were hard objects like stones, and reflective parts were likely water. This saying helped people avoid stepping into mud or water while walking, thus making it safer to navigate complex outdoor environments. But in the magical world, this experience obviously didn't apply. Hagrid continued, "Here's the thing, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was badly injured by something. Actually, I found one dead last week. The other creatures in the Forbidden Forest don't harm them, so I think poachers must have infiltrated. Even if we can't find out the cause, it would be best to find the poor unicorn and relieve its suffering." Hagrid was clearly very troubled. All the animals in the Forbidden Forest were his friends, and the injury or death of a sacred and noble creature like a unicorn seemed completely abnormal. Hagrid had been investigating for 2 weeks without success. When he reported the dragon egg to Dumbledore, he suddenly remembered Sherlock's unique abilities and, on a whim, asked Sherlock to help investigate. To his surprise, Dumbledore readily agreed. The rest was straightforward. Hagrid rambled on for a long time, also describing the characteristics of the unicorn to Sherlock. Sherlock listened attentively, without asking any questions at first. After Hagrid finished speaking, he posed a few questions, to which Hagrid answered in detail. Relieving the unicorn from its suffering, Sherlock shook his head. "Forgive my bluntness, Hagrid, but your idea is wrong." "What did you say?" Hagrid's eyes widened. "Relieving the unicorn from its suffering is pointless. If this was truly the work of poachers, then we should relieve him suffering." Hagrid was startled. He carefully examined Sherlock by the moonlight and realized he wasn't joking. He immediately regretted suggesting to Dumbledore that Sherlock participate in the investigation. Sherlock Holmes, indeed a grave finder. While this was somewhat reassuring, some things needed to be made clear beforehand. "Listen, Holmes, I admit you're very capable, even able to see through people like Dumbledore. But if a poacher really does sneak into the Forbidden Forest, seriously injure, and kill a unicorn, then he's a dangerous individual, definitely not someone a first-year student like you can handle." Hagrid paused here, then added, "The Forbidden Forest is dangerous, especially at night. But as long as you're within an tooth, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you." Sherlock, oh, what does that mean?" "It means I understand. I was just suggesting something." The oblivious Hagrid nodded. Good, Harry." Lurking nearby in his invisibility cloak, almost burst out laughing. Not long ago in astronomy class, Sherlock had told him the inside story of his solitary confinement and had asked him to put on his invisibility cloak and come with him. In effect, it was a test of the results of his special training. Harry, whose adventurous spirit had already been awakened, was naturally extremely excited. He hadn't expected to witness so many exciting scenes before the special training even officially began. Filch puzzled him, while Hagrid made him chuckle. It was also interesting. Much more interesting than a nighttime visit to Hogwarts. Only after Sherlock's assurance did Hagrid lead him into the Forbidden Forest, a place feared by all. As they walked, Hagrid observed Sherlock, growing increasingly puzzled. Although Sherlock was indeed a grave finder, he was only an 11-year-old wizard, yet he showed no sign of nervousness. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sherlock was indeed filled with anticipation for the Forbidden Forest. If such an area existed in the Muggle world, he would probably have explored it within a month of entering the school. It was precisely because this was the magical world that Sherlock, initially knowing nothing about magic, had endured so long. Heaven knows how difficult it was for someone with his inherently adventurous nature to hold back. 5 months, do you know how he got through those 5 months? But since he had waited 5 months, there was no rush. Sherlock subtly gestured behind him, signaling Harry not to fall behind, then asked directly, "By the way, Hagrid, the Christmas present you gave us, that flute, was it made of some special material? A horn of a venomous beast? A horn beast? Or a Motra rat's tentacle, huh?" "Sherlock, I didn't expect you to know so much." Hagrid's form of address for Sherlock changed once again. "But you were wrong from the start. That thing isn't a magical creature's horn." "Really?" Sherlock looked surprised. "I thought it was an animal's tentacle because it was so hard." "That's a worldly view," Hagrid laughed happily. "Actually, I made it from the shell of a chameleon snail. You know chameleon snails, right? They're a kind of giant snail. Besides being used to make vixen exterminators, their hard shells have many uses. Because they change color every hour, I thought making them into a flute would be quite nice." "Indeed, very good," Sherlock praised, then asked again, "Hagrid, you've been at Hogwarts for so long, you must know a lot about the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, right?" Getting information from Hagrid was easy. Just find a pretext, and he'd spill everything you wanted to know. This even made Sherlock wonder if Hagrid's saliva was a key ingredient in Snape's Veritaserum. If not, adding it would certainly enhance the effect. Sure enough, Hagrid perked up at Sherlock's words and began to speak at length. Chapter 88 Mars is very bright tonight. Sherlock followed Hagrid deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, holding Tooth's hand, scanned the surroundings as he explained the forest to Sherlock. "Don't let its mystery fool you. The Forbidden Forest is teeming with countless magical creatures, but I'm good friends with them all. Take Aragog, for example. Though it's terrifyingly large, and its bite can leave you numb for ages, it's actually a little cutie I adopted when I was in school. If today weren't so inconvenient, I would definitely take you to meet this old friend. Those holy and beautiful unicorns, pure white with gleaming silver horns, usually love to quietly graze and stroll by the forest springs. Their natures are incredibly gentle. But now, Alice, they've suffered this misfortune. The centaurs have also settled here. They're incredibly intelligent, knowing more about astronomy and geography than we do, though their temperaments are a bit unpredictable. But if you accidentally run into them, as long as you understand the purpose, it won't be a big problem." Further in, there are 2 horned beasts, spotted ground squirrels, thestrals, clowns, bowbellies, swarms, and oh yes, werewolves. Although they're not commonly seen, on certain days, like the night of the full moon, we still need to be careful. In short, the Forbidden Forest is far more dangerous than you imagine. You must stay close to me." Before he finished speaking, Hagrid suddenly pulled Sherlock behind a tall oak tree. At the same time, he quickly drew an arrow, knocked it to his stone bow, and aimed at the path they had been on. "Damn it, something's coming." Sherlock noticed the anomaly even before Hagrid. He keenly heard what sounded like a cloak dragging something across the ground, but it was drowned out by Hagrid's loud voice, even though he had already lowered his voice. However, Hagrid reacted quickly. Just as Sherlock was about to warn him, Hagrid had already taken action. Sherlock even sensed that Hagrid's aura was different now. "Who's there? Come out," Hagrid shouted, his eyes fixed on the path to the side. "Come out now, I'm armed." Seeing Hagrid's forceful stance, Tooth began running back and forth at their feet. Not only that, it bared its teeth in the direction of the voice, its fierce appearance giving it a truly emboldened look. The creature lurking in the darkness didn't keep Sherlock and Hagrid waiting long. Soon, a strange creature came into their view. This creature had a human upper body with red hair and a beard. However, its lower body, including its waist, was a shiny, reddish-brown horse's body, with a long red tail trailing behind. Its tail was swishing back and forth, indicating some restlessness. With such distinctive features, Sherlock recognized it at a glance. Centaurs, or centaurs. Represented by the constellations Centaurus and Sagittarius, they were originally creatures existing only in Greek mythology. But as the gates of the magical world officially opened to Sherlock, he learned that such magical creatures truly existed. It's worth noting that centaurs are a single species, not some hybrid half-human, half-beast, as some poorly written literature portrays them. "Oh, it's you, Ronan." Hagrid clearly recognized the centaur who had suddenly appeared. He breathed a long sigh of relief and greeted him. "How are you?" "Not well, Hagrid." However, the centaur whom Hagrid called Ronan didn't seem very happy. His voice was low and sorrowful. "You actually wanted to shoot me." "Hey, don't be like that." Hagrid ignored Ronan's change in mood, stepped forward, and forcefully shook his hand. We have to be more vigilant, Ronan." As if to reinforce his point, he patted his quiver. "Look, there's a bad guy roaming around this forest." After saying this, he introduced Sherlock and Ronan to each other. The centaur named Ronan wasn't interested in Sherlock. After a brief greeting, he looked up and said, "Mars is very bright tonight." Hagrid glanced at the sky and echoed, "Yes, it is indeed very bright. By the way, Ronan, there's an injured unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Did you see anything?" Even though Sherlock wasn't interested in astronomy, he was certain Hagrid hadn't found Mars in the sky. Ronan didn't answer, but continued to stare intently at the sky, sighing after a long while. The innocent are always the first to suffer. It's been like this for centuries, and it's still like this now. Yes, Hagrid was now somewhat perfunctory. "I mean, have you noticed anything unusual lately?" "Mars is very bright tonight," Ronan repeated. "Hagrid, I know, it is indeed unusually bright. But I mean, has anything unusual happened near our area? Or rather, haven't you noticed any strange noises?" Hagrid was clearly losing patience. However, Ronan still didn't answer. Just then, there was movement in the bushes behind Ronan. Hagrid had just raised his stone bow when a second centaur appeared. This one had black hair and a beard, and looked even more rugged than Ronan. "Hello, Bane." Hagrid clearly recognized him and greeted him before asking, "I was just asking Ronan about the injured unicorn. Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" "Good evening, Hagrid." Bane walked over and stood beside Ronan, looking up at the sky. After a moment, he said, "Mars is very bright tonight, Hagrid." "We've heard that before." Hagrid was now quite impatient. "If either of you see anything, come and tell me right now." "Okay." However, Ronan and Bane continued to look up at the sky, completely ignoring him. A moment later, the two centaurs spoke simultaneously. "Mars is very bright tonight, Hagrid, let's go." Realizing he could only rage helplessly, Hagrid finally gave up. Leaving the two centaurs there, Hagrid led Sherlock around them and continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest. "I knew it, there was no way we could get any clues from them. I mean, we never get straightforward answers from centaurs," Hagrid complained as he walked, his tone revealing he was still fuming. "They always like to look up at the stars, it's so annoying. They're not interested in anything except things around the moon, and they never say what they mean." Sherlock had already noticed this without Hagrid saying it. "Yes, they don't speak human language properly, understandable. After all, centaurs aren't human." Hearing Sherlock's assessment, Hagrid nodded repeatedly. Yes, he just doesn't speak properly." "Sherlock, you're quite the talker." Sherlock couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time he'd received such a compliment. Just then, the two reached a fork in the road. The ground shimmered with silver light, the very unicorn blood Hagrid had pointed out to Sherlock. Sherlock bent down to examine it for a moment, quickly concluding, "The blood is fresh, proving it just left. If we're fast enough, we should be able to relieve its suffering. I mean, that poor unicorn." Hagrid hadn't noticed the difference between he and it, and was simply perplexed by the two forks in the road. "Sherlock, can you tell which way it went?" "Unfortunately, no." Sherlock shook his head. "My suggestion is that we split up." "What? That won't work." Hagrid immediately shook his head vehemently. The Forbidden Forest was so dangerous, how could he let Sherlock act alone? Before even saying that, Sherlock had already anticipated Hagrid's response, so he had prepared his reasons. "Don't worry, Hagrid. If anything happens, I'll unleash a flame with my wand, like this," Sherlock said, waving his wand, and a purple firework burst from its tip. It was the same spell Dumbledore had used on the night the trolls appeared. He'd also used it to warn Hermione during the Quidditch match. Hagrid was still hesitant. He deeply loved the Forbidden Forest, and the magical creatures within, and couldn't bear to see the sacred and noble unicorns persecuted. But on the other hand, he worried that Sherlock might be in danger without him. Sherlock noticed his struggle and added fuel to the fire. "Hagrid, you don't want to see another unicorn die because it can't call for help, do you, Hagrid?" Alright, then I'll have a wand and come with you." Sherlock's words finally made Hagrid's decision. "But I have to tell you beforehand, it's a coward, but thankfully it's alert enough to warn you of danger. Remember, no matter what happens, always send a signal immediately." Sherlock knew Hagrid wouldn't be at ease if he didn't accept. Smiling, he took toothpick and added, "Hagrid, you don't have much time left, Hagrid. Greek letter epsilon equals Greek letter epsilon equals Greek letter epsilon equals." As Hagrid left along another path, a voice sounded in Sherlock's ear. "Sherlock, what do we do now? Put on your invisibility cloak and keep following me," Sherlock said without turning around. Toothpick also noticed Harry at this moment. Facing someone it couldn't see, it suddenly became nervous. However, when Sherlock patted its head and said that the invisible man wasn't an enemy, it calmed down. Next, Sherlock led Toothpick, along with Harry who was still invisible, towards the center of the Forbidden Forest. After walking for about half an hour, Sherlock suddenly said, "Looks like we're in luck." "What is it?" Harry couldn't help but ask. The truth has come to light. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 The Crawler. Look closely. These silvery white liquids are irregularly shaped, almost elliptical. Here, and here, Sherlock squatted down, pointing them out to Harry one by one. They're all obvious trails and splashes. This means the unicorn ran, jumped, or did other vigorous things around here. Clearly, it was left behind when it was startled or provoked and fled. Sherlock looked up, his gray eyes shining. Although Hagrid didn't provide much information, the unicorn left us with important clues. "I think we'll be able to meet him soon." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry tensed up immediately. What if we really encounter him? Sherlock gave the standard answer, "Use your wand to unleash fire immediately, then strike decisively." Understood. Hearing his leader say this, Harry became resolute. Wasn't this the very reason Sherlock brought him to the Forbidden Forest? That ancient spell. As the two of them and their dog ventured deeper into the forest, the trees became extremely dense, and even the paths were almost impassable. In contrast, the bloodstains on the ground became increasingly dense. Sherlock even discovered a tree root almost entirely stained silver. He crouched down to examine the bloodstains, then frowned in thought. Toothpick grew increasingly agitated. It even tried to grab Sherlock's robes, trying to get him back the way he came. Sherlock, of course, wouldn't turn back. After calming Toothpick, he stood up again. "Harry, stay hidden." He stepped over the tree root and took a few more steps before stopping. The silvery bloodstains crossed an ancient oak tree, leading to a clearing. A painful, pitiful sound came from behind, and a pure white object gleamed on the ground. It was the unicorn Hagrid had been desperately searching for. But its condition was dire. Its forelegs remained in the position it had fallen in, its pristine white mane spread across the dark fallen leaves, and a hint of pleading could still be seen in its hazy eyes. Clearly, although the unicorn was still alive, it was on the verge of death. Sherlock didn't act rashly, and gestured for Harry and Tooth to stay put and observe. Just as he expected, the bushes at the edge of the clearing began to tremble. Sherlock's attention sharpened, and he immediately turned to them. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows and began crawling towards the fallen unicorn. Although it was a human, its crawling motion resembled that of a dark, ferocious beast, sending chills down one's spine. Harry and Tooth were stunned by what they saw. The two of them stood frozen in place, as if they had lost the ability to move. Sherlock, who was prepared, certainly wouldn't react like them. He slowly raised his wand, aiming it at the cloaked figure. Although his fists were effective, Sherlock hadn't forgotten that he was now a wizard. The figure that had emerged from the shadows finally reached the unicorn's side and slowly lowered its head. Shockingly, it began to drink blood from the unicorn's wound. The unicorn, its eyes previously glazed over, seemed to sense its impending death, letting out a mournful howl. Even with its legs broken, it struggled relentlessly, its horn blazing with a dazzling white light, as if hoping to dispel the shadow of death that loomed over it. Unfortunately, even the brightest light couldn't stop what was happening before its eyes. At that moment, Sherlock, without hesitation, unleashed a spell he had prepared beforehand. Aimed directly at the figure. Petrify. Caught off guard, the reptile who had been persecuting the unicorn was completely unprepared for the ambush. He was struck by Sherlock's binding charm and fell backward into the bushes. Seeing his spell hit his opponent, Sherlock didn't lower his guard. At this moment, Harry and Fangs finally regained their mobility. Fangs yelled and ran away. Just as Hagrid had said, it was truly a coward. Harry, overcoming his fear, prepared to launch a firework as Sherlock had instructed. However, at this crucial moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, as if his scar had suddenly caught fire. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even when he had locked eyes with Snape, or rather, Quirrell, it hadn't hurt this much. Harry's vision blurred, and he staggered backward. Sherlock glanced at him and immediately, without hesitation, cast another spell in the direction the shadow had fallen. Explosive Strike. A completed explosive strike spell is very powerful, equivalent to several kilograms of TNT. However, it bounces aimlessly after hitting an object. If the caster is too close, they are very likely to injure themselves. Fortunately, Sherlock only had a general target at this moment, and the distance was far enough, making it the perfect time to cast the explosive strike spell. However, Sherlock didn't think his second spell would work. Sure enough, with a cold snort, a magical barrier appeared out of thin air, directly deflecting Sherlock's spell. At the same time, a sinister voice roared, "You ruined my plans, die!" After deflecting the explosion charm with an ironclad charm, the opponent flicked his wrist and shouted, "Shatter to pieces!" A black wave, like a raging sea, surged from the front of the spell, rushing towards Sherlock with an aura of annihilation. When did the shatter charm acquire such power? How could a perfectly normal offensive spell be used like dark magic? Because Sherlock had anticipated a counterattack before casting the spell, he had already dodged to the side before the opponent even raised his hand. Taking advantage of the gap in the opponent's preparation for the next attack, he chanted this spell again. Obstacles. Sherlock's observation skills were extremely sharp, especially after entering the battle. From the moment the opponent began absorbing the unicorn's blood, he realized something was wrong with this guy. Especially after casting the shatter charm, his breathing became heavy, and even his movements became somewhat sluggish. Hagrid's description, combined with his own knowledge of magical creatures, made Sherlock's mind clear. For this guy, desperate to maintain his life force and magic, nothing was more important than killing a unicorn and drinking its blood. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to delay. Forget Dumbledore, even Hagrid, who was nearby, would be in serious trouble if he arrived. So, after casting a barrier charm, Sherlock sped towards his opponent. He was indeed a wizard, but close combat was his strength. By the time his opponent reacted, Sherlock was already behind him. Even with a barrier charm, the black-robed wizard reacted quickly, silently casting an armor charm. However, he never expected that the attack wasn't a spell. A sharp longsword, already drawn, pierced his opponent's ribs at a tricky angle. The blade gleamed coldly, flashing a resolute light in the dim light, echoing the wand in his right hand. Bleeding. Unfortunately, the magical shield created by the armor charm could not only deflect spells but also affect physical entities. So, the sword ultimately penetrated too shallowly and missed its vitals. At the same time, a brilliant red flame shot into the sky. Harry, enduring the intense pain in his forehead, covered his scar with one hand and pointed his wand at the sky with the other, casting the agreed-upon signal. "Damn it!" the black-robed wizard roared, preparing to flee. Once Dumbledore saw the signal and rushed over, he wouldn't be able to escape now. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his kidneys. Sherlock had drawn his longsword, intending to try again. He was immediately shocked. An 11-year-old wizard was actually trying to score twice against him? Were Gryffindors really that brave? Outrageous. After the initial shock came extreme anger. Obstacles. It was the same obstacles charm, but the black-robed wizard, under its spell, still had the strength to cast the armor charm to protect himself, while Sherlock's second sword could not be thrust out. At the same time, the figure retreated swiftly like an arrow released from a bow. Sherlock's movements returned to normal, but he did not let his guard down. He put away his wand and took out the round shield he had prepared beforehand. Crushing heart, a piercing scream echoed from the direction the black-robed wizard had fled, the crimson glow of the crucifixion curse even changing the color of the dark forest. Being cautious, Sherlock didn't raise his shield to block, but instead threw it away, simultaneously dodging to the side. Boom! The crucifixion curse struck the shield squarely, the shockwave from the impact sending up a cloud of dirt. But the curse was ultimately stopped by the shield. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was truly gone. If he hadn't left now, it would have been too late. At that moment, Harry ran to Sherlock's side and helped him up. "Sherlock, I'm so sorry about my scar." With Harry's help, Sherlock stood up. Even though he couldn't see her, he patted her shoulder and said, "Dear Harry, the intense pain made it hard for you to concentrate. It's not your fault. How did you know? Harry hesitated, then, thinking of Sherlock's special abilities, said regretfully, but I didn't help you. We came together, and in the end, you had to fight him alone. If you hadn't successfully sent the signal, he wouldn't have left so quickly. After saying this, Sherlock pointed to the ground beside him and said, Harry, can you pick this up for me? Harry picked up the shield that had just blocked the crucifixion curse. But when Harry held it in his hand, he was surprised to find that it wasn't a shield at all. It was clearly a rock bread that Sherlock had brought from Hagrid's hut. However, this rock bread had obviously been processed, layered together, with a handle added to one side. Harry was stunned. Sherlock, you actually used it as armor. The shock of this revelation made Harry forget even his guilt. He couldn't help but recall what Sherlock had once told him and Ron, if you don't use it as food, but as a weapon and armor, it will become very useful. He actually did it. Sherlock seemed to read Harry's mind and said with a smile, it is indeed very useful, isn't it, Harry? What else could he say? He could only admire him to the point of prostration. Chapter 90. A madman suddenly sharpens his knife at night. A massive creature is rapidly approaching. If I'm not mistaken, it's Hagrid. Sherlock sheathed his longsword and rock-bread shield, turning to Harry. Dear Harry, if possible, I hope you can remain invisible. Harry nodded. For various reasons, he didn't want Hagrid to know he was also in the Forbidden Forest tonight. Sherlock. Good heavens, what on earth happened here? When Hagrid arrived, he was almost speechless at the sight of the battlefield and the dying unicorn, only able to frantically tug at his beard. Hey, stop for a second. See if it can be saved. Sherlock pointed to the unicorn, whose legs had been broken. Oh, Merlin's beard. Who could have injured it like this? Wait, as he said this, he suddenly noticed the unicorn's teeth marks. Someone's drinking its blood. Hagrid's eyes widened in shock. Hagrid, I think you understand what this means. Even on the verge of death, unicorn blood can prolong life, but only if it is given voluntarily. If someone forcibly obtains blood to save their own life, from the moment that blood touches their lips, they will possess a half-dead life, a cursed life, Sherlock said slowly, seemingly stating a fact, but actually explaining to Harry, who stood beside him wearing the invisibility cloak. This time, Harry understood completely. He had just faced none other than the murderer of his parents, the Dark Lord who made the entire wizarding world tremble, Voldemort. But he didn't seem that strong. Harry understood, but Hagrid didn't. Sherlock didn't expect him to understand. His main task was to examine the severely wounded unicorn. Fortunately, although the unicorn was badly injured, it could still be saved thanks to Sherlock's timely intervention. With that, the investigation into the unicorn attack in the Forbidden Forest was considered complete. Hagrid thought Sherlock was very lucky, figuring everything out on the very first night. Sherlock, however, knew perfectly well that it was because the other party couldn't wait any longer. His earlier outburst of anger only confirmed this. The next step was to tell Dumbledore everything and let him handle the problem. As a leader, that was his job. In any case, after today's events, the other party certainly wouldn't come to the Forbidden Forest again. On the way back, Hagrid also found Toothpick, who had already run off, and a centaur. However, this centaur wasn't Ronan Ordain. From his appearance, this centaur looked younger and more handsome. He had platinum blonde hair, a silver-maned horse's body, and pale blue eyes, resembling a prince from a fairy tale. Firenzel, it's a pleasure to meet you. Clearly, the other party was an acquaintance of Hagrid's. Hagrid, hello, what's that? A unicorn. Is it alright? When he saw Hagrid carrying a unicorn with broken legs, the centaur named Firenzel panicked. It was that guy lurking in our forest who did it, wasn't it? Calm down, Firenz. Hagrid patted the unicorn he was carrying. Thank goodness Sherlock arrived in time. It's not dead, and the poacher was chased away. Thank God. Firenz breathed a long sigh of relief upon receiving this answer. He then turned his gaze to Sherlock. Thank you for saving that poor unicorn. Firenz's attitude towards Sherlock was much warmer, a stark contrast to Ronan and Bane's previous perfunctory attitude. Your name is Sherlock Holmes? I've heard of you. You're a very remarkable child. Hagrid slapped Firenz on the shoulder upon hearing this. Ha, I didn't expect you to be so famous among centaurs. Before this, I thought only Harry could achieve that. Just then, more hoofbeats came from the other side of the clearing. It was Ronan and Bane, whom he had seen before. Sherlock's gaze swept over them, Noticing the violent heaving of their bellies and flanks, beads of sweat dripping down their backs, clearly indicating they had just engaged in strenuous exercise. "Frenzer," Bane called out Frenzer's name as soon as he arrived. "Bane, I'm not deaf, you don't need to raise your voice so loudly." Frenzer's tone was rude. "What did you say to him?" Bane said angrily. "Remember, Frenzer, we swore an oath never to defy the will of heaven." "Did we see the omens shown by the planetary movements?" Ronan, somewhat awkwardly pawing the ground, continued to explain for Frenzer in his sorrowful voice. "I believe Frenzer thought he did it entirely out of good intentions." "Out of good intentions? What does that have to do with us?" However, Bane was unmoved, his anger continuing to erupt. "The centaurs care about the prophecies of the stars. We don't need to follow behind lost humans in our forest like donkeys." This immediately enraged Hagrid. Before he could even react, Ferenz had already stood upright on its hind legs. This was a gesture centaurs made when extremely angry. "Did you see that unicorn?" Along with this movement, Ferenz began to roar at Bane. "Don't you understand why it was killed? Or did the planet not reveal this secret to you? Listen, I will fight that lurking creature in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I will stand with the humans." Having said this, it ignored Bane and Ronan, lowered its two raised front legs, and gestured for Sherlock and Hagrid to leave with it. Sherlock and Hagrid naturally had no objections. After all, they both hated the Riddler. Once Bane and Ronan were completely out of sight, Ferenz stopped and turned to Sherlock, asking, "Holmes, do you know why Bane was so angry just now?" Hagrid chuckled. "Ferenz, you two never say what you mean directly." Even Sherlock couldn't possibly guess. "Right, Sherlock, I can probably deduce something." Hagrid paused, while Ferenz's eyes lit up. "Tell me." "It's simple. It just doesn't want you to tell us what you've learned from observing the stars." Ferenz's blue eyes brightened even more. "Good. Do you know the result?" Sherlock sighed. Obviously, it was Voldemort who harmed the unicorn. When Sherlock uttered that name, Hagrid involuntarily gasped. Harry, still invisible, instinctively tightened his invisibility cloak, feeling as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hagrid shook his massive head violently. "With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, there's no way the mysterious man could get in." Ferenz's reaction to the name Voldemort was far less intense than Hagrid's. He simply looked at Sherlock with considerable approval. "Holmes, you're exactly as I've heard. I think you should learn divination." "Divination?" Sherlock shook his head. "This is the result I derived through scientific methods. It has nothing to do with divination. The stars told me the prophecy, but you say you derived it through science." Ferenz's expression became somewhat subtle when he mentioned that word. After all, discussing science in the magical world always felt a little strange. Actually, deriving these things is quite simple. Seeing Sherlock's expression, Harry, still invisible, smiled knowingly. He knew his friend was about to start again. Unicorn blood comes with a curse when given under duress. For a normal person, living a life of half-death curse is worse than a clean death. Unless the purpose is simply to prolong life, giving the cursed person time to obtain something that can fully restore their energy and magic. And coincidentally, the school has the Philosopher's Stone, which can be used to make an elixir of immortality. For Voldemort, who has been lying low for years and is eager to make a comeback, I think he wouldn't let this opportunity pass. This time, Ferenz was completely stunned. "Sherlock, you already told me this." Just as Ferenz was in shock, Hagrid exclaimed as if suddenly realizing something. "So you already thought of that back then?" Harry, who was invisible, almost tripped over his own feet. His giant friend was far too slow. Even after belatedly understanding Sherlock's reasoning, Hagrid still muttered, "Sherlock, while you're very capable, I think you're wrong this time. As long as Dumbledore is still at the school, the man from darkness won't succeed." It was clear his trust in Dumbledore had reached the point of blind worship. Sherlock didn't refute, but Ferenz simply said, "This isn't just reasoning, it's also centaur divination. Hagrid, you know we rarely make mistakes, but you're wrong this time." "Sherlock, so are you." Seeing that Hagrid had entered a state of indiscriminate attack, Ferenz didn't say anything more. Mainly, it understood Hagrid's personality and knew there was no point in arguing with him in this situation. Soon, the three of them, a centaur, a unicorn, and a dog, reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Let's part ways here." Ferenz stopped and looked at Sherlock and Hagrid. "I believe in the divination methods of the centaurs, but even so, they are not immune to making mistakes. The fate star has been misunderstood before, I hope it will be the same this time. So, good luck to you. Chapter 91 Go and Kill Voldemort and His Servant. Ferenz held a deep reverence for destiny, a trait he shared with other centaurs. However, unlike the general aversion among centaurs to wizards, he was less prejudiced against humans and readily offered assistance when they were in danger. This made him an outlier among the centaurs. Ronan and Bane's attitude tonight was the best illustration of this. Those who frequently practice divination know that Mars is always associated with war, conflict, and violence. Ronan's repeated warnings to Sherlock and Hagrid that Mars was bright were essentially hinting at a potential crisis and upheaval in the magical world. After 10 years of peace, war might be imminent. Dark forces were rising, potentially triggering conflict and disaster. All of this was closely related to Voldemort's resurrection and his ambition for the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, centaurs rarely spoke plainly, so they could only express their views through repeated phrases. Ferenz, however, hadn't anticipated that Sherlock could deduce the results they needed through divination without actually doing so, which piqued his interest in the young wizard. On the other hand, on their way back to Hogwarts Castle, Hagrid quickly tended to the injured unicorn and rushed to the headmaster's office with Sherlock. Dumbledore, seeing the two, seemed somewhat exasperated. "Can't you be a little more understanding of this, old man? What could be so important that we couldn't wait until tomorrow?" Dumbledore was wearing a set of star-patterned pajamas, clearly intending to go to sleep. "Sir, you know me." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid felt a little embarrassed. "If it's not something important, my dear Rubius, of course I know you." "It seems there's been some progress on the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore asked understandingly. Hagrid nodded emphatically, "Yes. Although we rescued the unicorn, the poacher escaped, and Sherlock even ran into him." "And," Sherlock said he is, seeing Hagrid's lips tremble, unable to utter the name, Dumbledore wasn't surprised, but simply turned his gaze to Sherlock. "It's Voldemort," Hagrid shuddered, gasping for breath. He didn't notice the slight, unnatural tremor in the space around him. Dumbledore's glasses flashed, and he turned to Hagrid again, speaking gently. "Hagrid, could you please leave for a moment?" "Hagrid, degree." After the dejected Hagrid left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore glanced at Sherlock and said with a smile, "I thought you would try to persuade me to let Hagrid stay. There's no need." "What we're about to discuss is indeed not suitable for him to know," Sherlock said calmly. "He's like he was born on truth serum." "That's a very apt and vivid analogy." Dumbledore paused for a moment, then smiled again. "Well, but I think your other friend can show himself now, right?" Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, remained motionless. Having spent so much time with Sherlock, Harry was no longer as naive as he had been when he first entered school. Who knew if Dumbledore was bluffing him? "Show yourself." "You were spotted the moment you entered the office." As soon as Sherlock said this, Harry immediately and without hesitation removed his invisibility cloak. He looked at Dumbledore somewhat awkwardly. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to spot me." "Strange, you've actually become more confident after becoming invisible." Noticing that Dumbledore still had a smile on his face, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Dumbledore wasn't angry. "So, Sherlock, how did you know I spotted Harry?" "It's simple. A keen observer, if they observe the things they encounter precisely and systematically, can deduce a person's innermost thoughts from a fleeting expression, every muscle movement, and every glance. When Hagrid and I entered, your gaze, besides focusing on us, lingered for 3 seconds beside me, where Harry was. Also, when Hagrid mentioned Voldemort, your gaze shifted to his location again. 2 confirmations are enough to explain." Dumbledore's gaze was thoughtful. A moment later, he waved his wand, conjuring 2 glasses of lemonade and offering them to Sherlock and Harry. "Have one first." Sherlock didn't touch it. Harry, however, said thank you and then grabbed it, downing it in one gulp. Although he hadn't directly participated in the battle tonight, following Sherlock in and out of the Forbidden Forest had taken a toll on his energy, and he definitely needed to replenish his fluids. Then he regretted it. It was freaking sweet. Heaven knows how much sugar Dumbledore had added to this water. He couldn't taste the lemon sourness at all. Only then did he notice that Sherlock hadn't touched it, and he couldn't help but secretly admire his friend's foresight. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to this, asked in a calm voice, "So, the people who actually participated in the battle today weren't 1, but 2, right?" Harry felt a pang of shame. "Sir, this time it was all thanks to Sherlock." I just managed to set off fireworks in the sky. No, Harry, if you hadn't done that, Voldemort wouldn't have left so quickly. But, don't worry about the details. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. You did very well tonight, and I'm sure your friends think so too. Well said, Sherlock echoed Dumbledore's statement. In fact, I made a mistake in tonight's operation. A mistake? What mistake? Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore immediately became interested. His curiosity about this genius, whom he considered to have surpassed that person, was particularly strong. Sherlock didn't answer, but instead drew his wand and waved it. Purple fireworks burst from the tip of the wand. A very good warning charm. I used it on Halloween. I didn't expect you to put it into practice so quickly. Dumbledore nodded approvingly, then changed the subject. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we were talking about. Harry fired a red spark after encountering Voldemort, Sherlock said calmly. Dumbledore understood immediately. Harry, however, was stunned for a moment before reacting. I didn't think of that at all. Rupert didn't think of it either, did he? Dumbledore laughed. Believe me, Harry, he'll forget about it soon. But not everyone is Hagrid, Sherlock said with a stern face. I should have told Harry this before the battle. All right, Sherlock, you've done enough today. If I had been there when I first entered Hogwarts, I wouldn't have done as well as you. Yes, after all, you don't have a powerful headmaster supporting you in fighting the Dark Lord. Dumbledore, having once again experienced Sherlock's sharp tongue, Dumbledore decisively decided to steer clear of the topic. In fact, Voldemort's thirst for unicorn blood far exceeds your imagination. Your ability to stop him today is already a great victory. Sherlock frowned, disagreeing with Dumbledore. Unicorn blood only prolongs his life by carrying a curse. The Philosopher's Stone is his true goal. That's because you don't know that unicorn blood, besides prolonging life, has another function that few people know about. Sherlock looked at Dumbledore with some surprise. Dumbledore calmly said, that is, creating a temporary body cursed by dark magic. As if a lightning bolt struck his mind, Sherlock instantly connected all the clues. If that was the case, then the gains from today's encounter with Voldemort were far greater than imagined. No wonder Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, didn't drink the blood after killing the unicorn. Because what he needed was for the unicorn to watch its life slowly slip away helplessly, so that the unicorn would maintain its greatest resentment before dying. At this moment, Harry had already recounted everything that had happened that night to Dumbledore. During this process, Sherlock didn't add anything. He had discovered that Harry indeed possessed a talent for description and summarization. Voldemort is quite weak now. Judging from his hasty actions and tonight's battle, his control over Quirrell isn't as perfect as I imagined. So, after listening to Harry's words, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then said in a gentle voice, I hope you can defeat him again. Me. Harry looked incredulous. He pointed to his nose and couldn't help but ask, Sir, I'm just a first-year student. I haven't even learned many offensive spells. You want me to deal with Voldemort, and Quirrell too? One is influenced by one's company. If there were no Sherlock in this world, when Dumbledore entrusted this task to him, he might have thought it was a great responsibility bestowed upon him. Bearing a special mission and fueled by the hatred for his parents, he would have been driven by passion to confront Voldemort head-on even without Dumbledore's prompting. But after spending so much time with Sherlock, Harry had developed a brain. Dumbledore's old tricks were no longer effective. Hearing Harry's question, Dumbledore was somewhat surprised. Harry shouldn't be that kind of person. But he quickly realized the problem. His gaze turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, Cyrillic letter there. Chapter 92. This is a pure and innocent friendship. Seeing Sherlock's indifferent attitude, Dumbledore had no choice but to speak up. Sherlock, our agreement, does it have to be this way? What did you say? I mean, does Harry have to face Voldemort directly? Sherlock met Dumbledore's gaze without backing down, saying each word clearly. To send a first-year student to face Voldemort again and again, your idea is genius-level stupidity. Do you think Harry will thank you? Or do you just want him to thank you in the graveyard? Tonight's battle has proven that Harry can't even maintain a normal state when facing Voldemort. Dumbledore coughed. Regarding that scar, I actually have an idea. Before he could finish, Sherlock interrupted him rudely. Do you really see Harry as a savior? Or do you just want him to become Voldemort's sacrifice? Headmaster, you can't expect a group of first-year students to protect the Philosopher's Stone. If the magical world is truly this weak, I suggest we just destroy it. Sherlock's blunt words not only surprised Dumbledore but also stunned Harry. Good heavens, this was Dumbledore. Although he usually appeared kind and approachable, even the Hogwarts students feared Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape more than this smiling old man. But President of the International Wizarding Federation, Archmage Merlin, Head Wizard of Wizengamora, current Headmaster of Hogwarts. This long list of titles wasn't just for show, he was the greatest wizard of his time, and widely considered the only person Voldemort feared. Sherlock's audacity was tantamount to insulting him. Not to mention, he was just a first-year student like himself. Yet, remembering that Dumbledore was acting entirely out of concern for him, Harry felt a surge of warmth. Sherlock's image in his heart grew incredibly tall. Just then, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Harry once more. Sherlock's eyes narrowed sharply. Dumbledore spoke to Harry in a gentle, almost pleading tone. "Harry, believe me, I only need you to face him one more time, just one last time." Clearly, Dumbledore intended to use Harry as a starting point. He hadn't expected Sherlock's influence on Harry to be so significant in less than a school year. Even with his extensive experience and knowledge, he still couldn't determine whether this was ultimately a good thing or a bad thing for Harry. His earlier placement of the Mirror of Eris, deliberately leading Sherlock and Harry there, was intended to reveal their true nature through the mirror. Harry's outcome was within his expectations. As for Sherlock, Dumbledore shook his head. Even though the other was only a 12-year-old boy, Dumbledore still couldn't guarantee he could see through him. Fortunately, one thing was certain, his friendship with Harry was pure and innocent. That was enough. That's why he was so humble when facing Harry. He felt Harry could understand him. This was for Harry's sake, and also for the future of the entire wizarding world. Harry looked at Sherlock with some difficulty. Sherlock couldn't help but rub his face. The kid was good, just a little slow to react. However, since it was Harry's own wish, Sherlock, as a friend, wouldn't interfere. Of course, he still made a request. "Headmaster, I've already solved things with my brain. I just hope you won't disappoint us when force is needed." Dumbledore's eyes lit up. "Of course. I assure you, no matter what method Voldemort uses to control Quirrell, he can't harm you." "I hope so." Sherlock's tone still wasn't exactly happy, but he had clearly relented. Harry and Dumbledore both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. "So when do you plan to leave?" Just then, Sherlock suddenly asked again. "What did you say?" Dumbledore didn't react immediately and asked instinctively. But after asking the question, he immediately knew something was wrong. Having dealt with Sherlock so many times, Dumbledore had gained a certain understanding of the young wizard. His kindness and wisdom were undeniable, but his sharp tongue was equally formidable, especially when he was angry. Clearly, Sherlock was in that state right now. Sure enough, Sherlock didn't hold back, launching into a tirade. "I'm really curious, did you drink water and fill your brain with sugar? Or is this just a sign of dementia? If you were at school, how could that guy possibly have laid a hand on the Philosopher's Stone?" Although he had somewhat anticipated this, Dumbledore still hadn't expected Sherlock's attack to be so powerful. It seemed that his insistence on Harry facing Voldemort after tonight's battle in the Forbidden Forest had truly angered Sherlock. While somewhat exasperated, he was also happy that Harry had such a considerate friend. "I'll make him think I've left the school. He was stabbed by me, so he should take some time off. I'll have Watson and Hedwig inform you then." "What about Harry's scar?" "I don't know yet. I only have a guess, but it should be confirmed after this incident. I need the detailed layout of the mechanisms protecting the Philosopher's Stone. I'll send you a letter, or have Watson deliver it." The two of them, back and forth, finalized several key points for the battle between Harry and Voldemort, leaving Harry completely bewildered. Harry tried to speak, but Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go, Harry. There's no point in staying here, but leave with your friends." Dumbledore saw Harry looking at him and smiled, nodding at him. "Also, Sherlock, aren't you sure you don't want a glass of lemonade? Keep the syrup for yourself. By the way, I suggest you consider using your periodontal checkup and free teeth cleaning this year. Dr. Granger's clinic will definitely welcome you." Dumbledore, Sherlock and Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, returned to their dormitory. Ron, Neville, and Dean were already asleep. The next morning, Sherlock took Harry to morning exercise as usual. The battle in the Forbidden Forest made Harry realize his shortcomings, so he practiced even harder. After morning exercise, the two returned to the Great Hall. Seeing that no one was around, Harry finally couldn't help but ask, "Sherlock, Why can Hagrid's rock bread block the spell? Sherlock couldn't help but laugh at this. My dear friend, I thought you would have asked me sooner. Harry was a little embarrassed. He had indeed been holding back for a long time. Dear Harry, if you think about it carefully, you'll find that it's not difficult to deduce this. First, consider the nature of spells. It's about mobilizing magical power to achieve effects that ordinary people cannot. Looking at the direction of an offensive spell's energy projection, it's often accompanied by physical phenomena like sound and light, so it's possible for it to miss, be dodged, or be blocked. Even the powerful heart-piercing curse wasn't invincible. It could still be blocked by hard materials. Just like in the Muggle world, physical attacks are blocked by sturdy shields. Magical spells also have similar defensive mechanisms. Harry nodded. This point had been covered in Charms class, but most young wizards had only jotted down notes hastily without thinking deeply about it. Sherlock touched his fingertips together, looking at Harry as he continued, let's look at the maker of this rock-skin bread, Hagrid. As a giant, this special identity plays a crucial role. You should know that giants are born with a certain level of magical resistance. However, people often overlook the fact that this resistance isn't just limited to themselves, even the items they create possess similar properties. So, when Voldemort's heart-rending curse struck, the special properties of the rock-skin bread, endowed by Hagrid's giant nature, combined with its relatively hard texture, successfully withstood the deadly curse. This seemingly accidental miracle actually has a clear logical thread. Of course, I wasn't confident when facing the unforgivable curse the first time, which is why I threw the shield away directly. But now, it seems that the rock-skin bread Hagrid carefully crafted has indeed inherited this quality. In the next battle, the shield will play a much greater role. Now, please hand me the teacup. I need to consider your training plan before our next encounter with him and Dumbledore's actions after leaving the school. For the next 2 weeks, just as Sherlock had predicted, Professor Quirrell did not appear in his defense against the dark arts class. This further proved that the caller from that night was Quirrell. Whether Voldemort controlled Quirrell through dark magic or somehow possessed him remained unknown. However, Professor Snape stated that Quirrell was unwell and therefore absent. Indeed, Quirrell's absence was replaced by none other than Potions Professor Snape. His absence naturally meant Gryffindor would lose a significant number of points. Besides Harry Potter, who routinely lost points for various inexplicable reasons, Neville, who constantly failed to cast spells, and Seamus, who inexplicably caused explosions, became the focus of attention. Gryffindor, already ranked low due to Sherlock's public assault on a classmate, saw their scores plummet even further in the past 2 weeks. With Professor Snape issuing double penalties, they finally became Gryffindor. Not only were they at the bottom of the rankings, but the gap between them and Slytherin, who were ranked first, was widening. This caused the Lion Cubs great distress. Of course, there were exceptions. Sherlock was quite pleased with this. Chapter 93 Because he was stabbed by me. Compared to Quirrell, who had a good teaching attitude, Snape, who temporarily filled in, was rude, but he was genuinely good at teaching practical skills. It's hard to imagine that it wasn't until the second half of the semester that the freshmen encountered the disarming charm for the first time in a practical class. The spell's incantation is Expelliarmus, and as the name suggests, its effect is exactly as the incantation states, it removes the opponent's wand from their hand. Most wizards usually rely on wands to accurately guide and control magic. This is because wands can enhance and focus a wizard's magic, making magic more accurate and effective. Wandless spellcasting is much more difficult and unstable, prone to unexpected consequences, and even dangerous. Therefore, Expelliarmus naturally becomes the most basic and very practical offensive spell. Its power varies depending on the caster's magical ability. Sherlock and Harry both showed exceptional talent in this course, especially Harry. It could be said that this was the first time outside of Quidditch that he displayed qualities befitting his role as the savior of the wizarding world. Even Hermione, widely recognized as a top student, couldn't match this. Snape's gaze was fixed on Harry's green eyes. After a moment, he said in his usual deep voice, a very standard disarming charm, Mr. Potter. Harry was utterly flattered by Snape's affirmation. Although he had received a high-grade potion from Snape at Christmas and learned from Sherlock about the professor's past with his mother, he dared not let his guard down. Because Sherlock had made it clear that Snape's love had always been for his mother, Lily. The reason he was being protected was solely because he was Lily's child. Nothing more. Sure enough, Snape, who had been praising Harry just a moment ago, suddenly changed his tone. "But since your disarming charm was so perfect, why didn't you instruct your classmates? Finnegan was right next to you just now, and he used the disarming charm with the effect of an explosion charm. Should I call him a genius or a fool? Potter, because of your inaction, Gryffindor has lost another 5 points." "Yes, that's the normal Professor Snape." Harry couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Apart from Harry himself, everyone else was already used to Snape finding fault and deducting points from Gryffindor. Or rather, it would be strange if he didn't deduct points one day. So even though Seamus had just lost points once, and now he was unfairly throwing the same reason at Harry for the same thing, the little lions weren't surprised. They just silently thought to themselves, "Typical of you. I have to say, it's not surprising, but it's really unlucky to get points deducted twice for the same thing." After class, Seamus was the first to complain. "I wonder when Professor Quirrell will be back. Sherlock Holmes, can you give me a prediction?" Sherlock Holmes was the nickname the students gave him. Interestingly, the nickname originated from other houses. Before Christmas, Sherlock helped Anna Abbott, the first freshman to wear the sorting hat, solve a difficult problem. After that, Sherlock received several more requests, all of which he successfully resolved. Add to that flying lessons, Halloween, and other daily activities, and the nickname Sherlock Holmes gradually spread. Her Gryffindor house, where Sherlock himself was the last to know. After all, the little lions are reckless and usually don't consider the consequences, so there was no need for them to ask Sherlock for help. This was the opposite of Hermione. Hermione's initial nickname was Gryffindor Know-It-All, until her fame spread beyond the house, at which point she became Miss Know-It-All. Probably after Easter, Sherlock said confidently in response to Seamus's question. "But personally, I hope he never comes back." "Really?" Seamus's eyes widened in surprise. "You really want the old bat to continue teaching us?" The old bat was Snape's nickname. Because he always wandered around the school in a black robe, and would suddenly appear when it was time to deduct points, the Weasley brothers gave him this nickname. Once the nickname stuck, it quickly gained acceptance from all the students, including Slytherins. "He's a good teacher," Sherlock said earnestly. "His teaching level far surpasses Professor Quirrell's. To be precise, Professor Quirrell is not even worthy of being compared to him." Seamus looked at the others somewhat awkwardly. Neville and Dean looked to the left and right, respectively, pretending to look around at the scenery. "No, buddy," Ron, receiving Seamus's pleading look, cleared his throat and was about to speak. Hermione suddenly chimed in, "Sherlock's right. Even though Professor Snape likes to deduct points randomly, you can learn real skills from him." She then glared at Ron, who immediately fell silent. He had no choice, he was beholden to Hermione's generosity, and his homework still needed her to check it. Seeing that no one else objected, Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Sherlock and asked a question that had been overlooked. "How do you know Professor Quirrell will be back soon?" "Because I stabbed him. 2 weeks of rest, plus the Easter break, should be enough." The group of friends were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ron laughed the most, tears streaming down his face. "Hey buddy, I never thought you'd do this kind of dark humor. If this were true, I'd never find a girlfriend until I'm 20. Neville, Seamus, and Dean all laughed heartily, and Harry, looking around, cleverly joined in. The air was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Hermione frowned. That joke isn't funny at all. Clearly, she didn't believe it either. Sherlock didn't argue. Sometimes that's how it is. The truth is often the least believed. Before Easter, Sherlock first restarted the Hogwarts nighttime excursions with Harry, something Dumbledore had obviously approved. On the other hand, since the second Quidditch match was over, they simply resumed their morning training at normal intensity. Besides training, Sherlock also took Harry to the library on weekends. The original Sherlock-Hermione duo became the Sherlock-Hermione-Harry trio. Ron found this hard to understand, while Hermione was quite pleased. The savior, following the Lion King, had finally gotten back on the right path. However, Hermione and Ron didn't know Sherlock's real purpose in taking Harry to the library. Dumbledore had Watson send over detailed information about the Philosopher's Stone. Although the entrance to the Philosopher's Stone was on the 4th floor corridor, the main structure was in the basement of Hogwarts Castle. It consisted of a series of 7 secure rooms forming a suite. Several professors, including Dumbledore, each set up a contraption. Hagrid's 3-headed hound, Furry, which he bought from Baskerville, Professor Sprout's magical plant, Devil's Web, Professor Flitwick's transmuted flying key, Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array created using transfiguration, and Quirrell's troll. At the time the rooms were set up, the new students hadn't yet enrolled, and Dumbledore didn't suspect Quirrell. As he had initially told Sherlock, he still considered Quirrell a talented Ravenclaw. Furthermore, Quirrell's presence was also intended to increase the diversity of the defenses. Having different professors set up different types of magical contraptions was meant to enrich the defensive system and cope with various possible situations. Now it seems that this goal has at least been achieved. After Quirrell, it was Snape and Dumbledore's turn to set up their own challenges. Snape's room naturally featured potions. But according to Dumbledore, this would be the easiest challenge for Sherlock. As for Dumbledore himself, the old man didn't explicitly say so in the letter Watson delivered to Sherlock, only stating that he wouldn't disappoint him. Sherlock remained non-committal. Firstly, based on the current situation, simply getting Harry to the last room was enough. Whatever Dumbledore set up didn't matter. Secondly, knowing the questions already, solving the problems the professors had set in the previous rooms was as easy as an open-book exam for Sherlock. Sherlock was even starting to regret asking Dumbledore for the questions. What a waste. Of the known problems, the most difficult was the troll placed by Quirrell, that traitor. Sherlock himself had faced the largest mountain troll in the underground classrooms. Therefore, he knew very well that defeating a troll was no easy task. According to Bear Gryll's survival handbook, the author once single-handedly subdued a troll while extremely hungry. But Gryll's method was clearly unsuitable for him. That guy was no ordinary person. Fortunately, Sherlock's current objective is merely to get through the room guarded by the troll. He doesn't necessarily need to confront it head-on. This gives him more room to maneuver. Snape, who has been teaching in Quirrell's place for the past 2 weeks, has provided Sherlock with some ideas from the sidelines. He needs to properly train Harry's direct combat skills so that he can truly unleash his full potential in the upcoming Harry vs. Voldemort battle. Time always flies when you're focused on something. With the arrival of the first Sunday after the full moon following the spring equinox in 1992, Easter arrived. Like Christmas and Halloween, Easter originally had strong religious connotations. However, over time, it has gradually transformed into a primarily celebratory traditional holiday. The symbols of this holiday include Easter eggs and the Easter bunny, and the mainstream flower is the lily. Compared to Halloween and Valentine's Day, Easter's popularity among Hogwarts young wizards is second only to Christmas, because its arrival means another holiday. Chapter 94. Perhaps I came at the wrong time. Easter holidays run from late March to early April. Like Christmas, young wizards can choose to go home or stay at school during the holidays. Unlike the relaxed Christmas holidays, Hogwarts professors assign a large amount of homework every year during Easter. This year is no exception. Even a top student like Hermione has to spend several days in the library to finish her assignments on time. The average student's workload is even greater. Furthermore, the Quidditch teams from each house will use this time for intensive training to prepare for the final stage of the House Cup. Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, approached Harry early on. "Potter, you're not going home for the holidays, are you, Harry?" Great, I knew you wouldn't go home. I've already spoken to the rest of the team. The weather's great this holiday, we can fly every day, it's a perfect time for training, Harry. You know, we've already won 2 matches. If we beat Ravenclaw in the final match, we'll get the championship trophy. Wood's eyes gleamed with a wild light as he said this. He exuded an aura of unapproachability, which intimidated Seamus and Dean, who were about to strike up a conversation with Harry, so much so that they dared not approach. It's decided. 1 week of closed training, 1 week of intensive training. I'll let you know when it's over, Harry. Just as Wood left, the Weasley twins walked over, arms around each other's shoulders. Hey, don't worry about Potter, the training won't be as tough as he says. Oliver is in 5th year now, and he has to prepare for the OWL exams. What exams? Harry didn't immediately understand. The ordinary wizarding level, OWL, exams. Just then, Hermione appeared out of nowhere. This is a subject-specific exam that all 5th-year students must take, administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. A student's score in a particular OWL subject determines whether they can continue studying that course the following year. Hearing Hermione's words, the Weasley twins exclaimed in genuine admiration. As expected of Miss Know-It-All, She's already figured all this out in her first year, so don't worry, Potter, have a wonderful holiday. However, we have to go. Lee Jordan thinks he's discovered a new secret passage leading outside the school. I bet it's the one behind the Gregory statue, the bootlicker? We found it in our first week. Goodbye. After the twins staggered away, Hermione turned to Harry. Are you going home for the holidays? Harry shook his head. Although his relationship with the Dursleys had improved slightly with Sherlock's help, he still didn't want to return to Privet Drive. He couldn't possibly spend Easter at Sherlock's, could he? The professors have assigned so much homework, I'm not going back. Besides, Wood just told me to use the holidays to intensify my training. Hermione nodded. Me too. I just asked Ron, and he's not planning to go back either. By the way, do you know where Sherlock is? He didn't go to the library today. Harry shook his head again. Even though he shared a dormitory with Sherlock, he had never been able to track Sherlock's whereabouts. If he had to describe him in one word, it would be elusive. Sometimes Harry even suspected that Sherlock might have secretly slipped away wearing an invisibility cloak. So even if he had agreed to Mycroft's surveillance request as Sherlock had suggested, he simply couldn't do it. Unless Sherlock deliberately let slip a secret. Just as Harry and Hermione were scratching their heads, Dean and Seamus, who had been waiting nearby for a while, came over. I think I heard you talking about Sherlock Holmes. Yes, you know where he is. Hermione's eyes lit up. Yes, we saw him when we came over. Dean and Seamus then took Harry to play wizard chess, while Hermione followed the directions Dean and Seamus gave her to the Great Hall. She found Sherlock quickly, because he wasn't alone. Ravenclaw. Hermione pursed her lips at the sight of the two girls sitting next to Sherlock, then hurried over. Upon closer inspection, she recognized one of them as the girl who had approached Sherlock before Christmas. At the time, Hermione hadn't known her name. But now she knew that this girl was Cho Chang, one of the few Asian students at Hogwarts, a second-year Ravenclaw student. As for the other, Penelope Clearwater, Hermione exclaimed in surprise when she saw her face clearly. A fifth-year student, and also a Ravenclaw prefect. Her voice made all three of them turn around. Excuse me, Hermione naturally felt it was somewhat impolite to call her by her name so directly. By now, she had guessed that the two were most likely seeking Sherlock's advice, just like Hannah Abbott had done before. Perhaps. I've come at the wrong time. No, you've come at the perfect time. Sherlock looked at Hermione. I think Dean Thomas must have told you I was here, right? Yes, and Seamus too. Since Sherlock said so, Hermione readily sat down. Fortunately, she knew both Ravenclaw girls, so she didn't need Sherlock's introduction, saving her some trouble. Hermione had barely sat down when she asked curiously, how did you figure that out? Was it because I came from the same direction they left in? There's still time, Sherlock said, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. And the way you walk, I noticed you came straight from where I was, which means you have a strong purpose for coming here. Alright, enough of this nonsense, let's get down to business. Sherlock then turned to the two Ravenclaw witches. Ladies, please tell my friend everything you've told me, and please be as detailed as possible. Hearing the details again will be very helpful to me. Hermione, this case may or may not be very interesting. But I think you'll find it interesting. Now, I won't bother you any longer. Cho Chang and Penelope Clearwater exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. In fact, Cho Chang had only just begun to tell Sherlock the beginning before being stopped. The reason was that his friend would be arriving soon, and that friend would be of some help in this matter. Not long after, Hermione Granger arrived. If that were all, it wouldn't have been so surprising. But what truly astonished them was that, from Sherlock and Hermione's conversation, it was clear that Hermione herself knew nothing about the matter. Being assigned to Ravenclaw meant her logical thinking skills were undoubtedly strong. The two understood the implications almost instantly, their surprise deepening as they looked at Sherlock. Cho Chang glanced at Penelope Clearwater, then, encouraged by her, slowly began to speak. Actually, I didn't originally intend to trouble Mr. Holmes again, it's just a small matter, and I didn't want to cause trouble for the school. But Miss Penelope insisted that we should ask Mr. Holmes for help. Miss Granger. I'm not good at storytelling, so I can only describe everything I've encountered in the most straightforward language. Hearing this, Sherlock immediately leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands together to support his chin, indicating that he was beginning to concentrate. Please forgive my rambling, But this story must begin last Christmas. My father is often away on business trips, and even on such an important holiday, he couldn't come home to reunite with us. Although my mother and I were unhappy, we could understand my father because he was simply too busy. But we never expected that although he couldn't come home that day, he still specially brought me a gift. It was a 7-color eyeshadow from an old magic supplies shop in Hangzhou's old streets, housed in a sandalwood box carved with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. My mother was especially happy when she received this gift. She said it was the craftsmanship of that century-old shop in Qinghefang, using ancient mineral pigments for the eyeshadow, and even the white porcelain in which it was displayed was a replica of Lonquin Kill firing. Mr. Holmes, Miss Granger, to be honest, I was stunned when I opened the gift. It was indeed very exquisite. 7 porcelain dishes were inlaid in a sandalwood box with plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum reliefs, ranging from dark blue to pink, as if capturing the 4 seasons of Jiangnan within a small space. After returning to school, I kept it in my dressing case. My friends loved it too, and we had already made plans to go out together this Easter. Cho Chang took a deep breath. Sherlock and Hermione stared intently at her. Clearly, she was about to get to the heart of the matter. During the last potions class before Easter, my friends and I returned to our dorm as usual, only to find the vanity case still there, but the sandalwood box was gone. We searched the entire dorm thoroughly, but to no avail. After asking around, we confirmed that no one had been in the dorm. A wry smile appeared on Cho Chang's face. I think it's possible I put it somewhere and just forgot. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal, just a box of ordinary cosmetics. After Cho Chang finished speaking, Sherlock glanced at Hermione, then leaned back slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Excuse my bluntness, but most of your description was useless information, and there wasn't much of it that was actually useful for the case." Hearing Sherlock's undisguised and direct criticism, Cho Chang blushed slightly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, I don't know which information will be useful to you." Sherlock interrupted Cho Chang, asking directly, "Is there anything special about that eyeshadow palette? In terms of color alone, the 7 colors are indeed rich and unique. There's the auspicious golden red, which, when applied, gives the eyes a warm and bright glow. The mysterious deep blue represents the deep starry night sky, giving the eyes a mysterious and profound feel. The elegant pink is like peach blossoms blooming in spring, exuding gentleness and sweetness. These colors aren't made with ordinary pigments, but rather incorporate various rare magical plant and mineral powders. Therefore, these 7 eyeshadows aren't just for makeup, they also possess certain magical effects. When feeling tense, you can apply the light blue eyeshadow, representing tranquility, which can soothe the mind. The shimmering gold eyeshadow, used in social situations, can make the wearer more charming and attract attention. It can be said that each eyeshadow contains a unique magical charm. Sherlock listened patiently to Chiu Zhang's explanation of the 7-color eyeshadow, and then began to ask other questions. Chapter 95. Compared to Miss Zhang, your name is a bit hard to remember. After you brought the eyeshadow back to your dorm, did you show it to any other students besides your roommates? No, I only showed it to my roommates. Do you remember exactly where you put the eyeshadow in your dorm? I put it in my vanity case and placed it on the top shelf of my bedside table. Was the cabinet locked? No, we never do that. Let me confirm, was the last time you saw the eyeshadow before that potions class? Hearing this question, Cho Chang pondered for a moment before answering. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if the eyeshadow was still there before class that day. It was only after potions class ended and I returned to the dorm that a roommate said she also wanted a cosmetic like that as an Easter gift, and that's when I realized it was missing. Who asked to see the gift? It was Alicia. She's a witch from a Muggle family. At this point, Cho Chang suddenly looked surprised. No, Mr. Holmes, it couldn't have been her. Is that so? Sherlock smiled faintly. Why do you think so? From freshman year, my roommates and I have been very good friends. After my eyeshadow went missing, they were all very helpful. None of them, who were planning to go home, left. Did none of them go home? No. Alicia and Marietta stayed. Lucy went home, but that doesn't mean anything. She's just as good a friend as the other two. Ms. Zhang, I must remind you that if your description is mixed with too much subjectivity, it will be detrimental to the investigation. I'm sorry, it's all right. Just continue answering the questions. Mr. Holmes, what else would you like to know? Describe your 3 roommates objectively, and their family situations. Okay, this time, Cho Chang's statement took a little longer. After she finished, Sherlock looked at Penelope Clearwater. I have enough information, Prefect. We need your help now. Penelope Clearwater didn't ask why, but said directly, Mr. Holmes, please speak freely. We need access to Ravenclaw's common room, preferably to Miss Zhang's room. If you really want to get to the bottom of this. Sherlock stared intently at Penelope Clearwater, as if trying to read her expression. Prefect Penelope, Cho Zhang also looked at Penelope Clearwater, her eyes pleading. Allowing students from other houses into one's own house was against the rules. Otherwise, the common rooms of the 4 houses wouldn't have passwords. Ravenclaw was an exception. Its common room didn't need passwords, but answers. The real difficulty lay in getting Sherlock, a male, into the girls' room. In any house, when a boy tried to enter a girl's room, the girls' staircases would magically change, preventing him from entering. But girls could freely enter and exit the boys' room. It was said that this was because the school's founders unanimously believed that boys were less reliable than girls. Sherlock, too lazy to argue, simply passed the buck to the female prefect of Ravenclaw. Since they had come to him for help, they must have already considered this. Otherwise, they shouldn't be called Ravenclaw. If Mr. Holmes confirms acceptance of the commission, I will submit an application to Professor Flitwick, Penelope Clearwater said. Her words startled Hermione and Cho Chang. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? Hermione hesitated. Miss Chang has already given up on pursuing the matter. Cho Chang quickly said, yes, I think it is necessary. Penelope Clearwater looked intently at Cho Chang. Cho, I know your situation well. Father's gift has special meaning for you, and, at this point, Penelope Clearwater's gaze hardened. Ravenclaw's reputation cannot be tarnished. There was something they hadn't told Sherlock and Hermione. Cho Chang had just mentioned that her closet wasn't locked because Ravenclaw dormitories were considered secure. The loss of personal belongings naturally caused an uproar within Ravenclaw. In fact, Cho Chang hadn't made a fuss after discovering her eyeshadow was missing, fearing it would negatively impact the school. However, nothing stays hidden forever, and the news eventually leaked out. The Ravenclaws, known for their intelligence, easily deduced that it was most likely an inside job. Although the prevailing opinion was that Ravenclaw students would never steal, it was to no avail. Even after Cho Chang changed her story, claiming she'd left the eyeshadow somewhere, some Ravenclaw students had already begun locking their lockers and casting protective spells. Reports can lie, but the battle lines don't. This action undoubtedly sent a signal. Ravenclaw was no longer safe. Cho Chang's roommates and first-year students were particularly indignant. Although Cho Chang was a sophomore, to the first years, this beautiful and charming young woman was clearly on their side. Therefore, for various reasons, Penelope Clearwater decided to investigate this matter thoroughly. If conditions permit, it's necessary to go and investigate in person, Sherlock said, looking at Penelope Clearwater. However, I suggest that this prefect should restrain the Ravenclaw students from visiting Ms. Zhang's dormitory during this time. Otherwise, the few remaining clues could easily be completely destroyed. In fact, you should have come to me much earlier. Sherlock's words made Penelope Clearwater feel somewhat embarrassed. She had already conducted some investigation before seeking Sherlock's help. The results were unsatisfactory. In her discerning eye, everyone seemed like a criminal. Fortunately, Cho Chang had consulted Sherlock before Christmas. With this connection, Penelope Clearwater inquired further about Sherlock's deeds before finally deciding to seek outside help. So she avoided the question at this moment, instead explaining, about half of the people chose to go home for the Easter holiday. Really? That's good news for us. I'll go ask Professor Flitwick for permission right away. Cho, let's go. After the 2 Ravenclaw girls left, Sherlock leaned back slightly. Hermione, what do you think? I also think it was done by one of the Ravenclaws, but judging from Cho Chang's expression, she doesn't seem willing to continue investigating. Understandable, for someone like her, choosing between truth and friendship isn't easy. You already know who the culprit is. Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. It's just a guess. Cho Chang's description has provided some information, like this Easter egg I have, Sherlock said, picking up an egg from the table and turning the smiley face side towards Hermione. Until it's broken, no one knows who the final winner will be. Always remember, making inferences without sufficient evidence is always a dangerous thing. So you're going to the Ravenclaw common room? It's us, Sherlock said, looking at Hermione. "If you'd like to come with me, it would be my pleasure to travel with a great detective. Thank you, my friend, but before that, I need to leave for a moment. If our clients return, please ask them to wait a little longer." "You're leaving? Where to?" "You'll find out soon enough." Clearwater was quick. In less than 10 minutes, she and Cho Chang returned with Professor Flitwick's permission. "Where's Mr. Holmes?" Clearwater, in her haste, looked surprised to see Hermione alone in the great hall. "He'll be back soon." Hermione didn't know where Sherlock had gone, so this was the only answer she could give. While waiting for Sherlock, Hermione chatted with the two of them and learned of Professor Flitwick's attitude towards the matter. Strongly supportive. If it weren't for the fear of public backlash, he himself would have liked to go to the Ravenclaw common room to see what Sherlock would do. However, if Professor Flitwick really wanted to figure out the whole story, it wouldn't be difficult. It's just that once the professor gets involved, the nature of the matter changes. As Sherlock had said before, wizards always prefer compromise and don't want to push things too far unless absolutely necessary, especially when the thief might be a Ravenclaw student. Holmes didn't keep the three of them waiting long. But when he appeared before them carrying a cat, the girls were stunned. "This cat, could it be? It's Mrs. Norris. It seems you've already recognized it." Sherlock smiled and petted the cat, Mrs. Norris quickly jiggling in his arms. This scene left the three of them speechless. "Who wouldn't recognize it?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Sherlock, you're amazing. You managed to steal it from Filch." "To be precise, I borrowed it." "Borrowed?" Clearwater's eyes widened in doubt. "Filch would lend it to you." It wasn't that she didn't believe Sherlock. It was just that Filch's affection for Mrs. Norris was obvious to everyone, and it was hard to imagine him lending the cat to someone else. "Well, I solved the cat's stomach problem before, so he was willing to help." After that night in the Forbidden Forest, Sherlock wrote home and asked his family to send cat food and anti-bloating medication suitable for Norris. The right medicine worked wonders. Now, more than half a month had passed, and Filch's favorability towards Sherlock had increased significantly. To be precise, it was Mrs. Norris's favorability towards Sherlock that had increased significantly, which in turn boosted Filch's favorability towards Sherlock. Under these circumstances, solving the case with Mrs. Norris's help was a piece of cake. "It seems this prefect has already obtained Professor Flitwick's permission. I noticed a manuscript peeking out an inch or two from the right pocket of your robe, with Professor Flitwick's signature on it. Now that everything is ready, let's go." Clearwater was once again amazed by Sherlock's keen observation and deduction abilities. However, noticing Sherlock's form of address, she frowned and said, "It's not polite to address a lady like that, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry, compared to Miss Zhang, your name is rather difficult to remember." "Clearwater, Chu Zhang. Oh, my name is Penelope Clearwater, and I hope Mr. Holmes can simply call me by my name instead of calling me this prefect." "Yes, Miss Penelope." "Penelope? Shouldn't it usually be called Clearwater?" Hermione leaned close to Penelope and whispered, "I think it's because Penelope is shorter and easier to remember than Clearwater." She then briefly explained Sherlock's theory that the brain is the attic. Hearing Hermione's explanation, Penelope took a deep breath. "Well, at least he didn't call me Penny because it's easier to remember." Having figured this out, Penelope stopped worrying and began leading the way. Ravenclaw Tower was located on the west side of Hogwarts Castle. As they walked towards the tower, Cho Chang suddenly pointed at Mrs. Norris and Sherlock's arms and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't it a little fatter than before? I remember it used to be quite thin." "Not only has it gotten fatter, but its dark gray fur has also become much brighter." Hermione noticed this as well. She reached out to touch it, but Mrs. Norris shrank back into Sherlock's arms and bared her teeth at her. "Hermione, your observation skills have improved." "Hermione." Sherlock noticed Hermione's expression, but he didn't pay it any mind. "It's definitely healthier than before since its stomach ailment was cured. No wonder Filch was comfortable lending it to you." Penelope, who was walking ahead, turned around and said, "I didn't expect you to keep a cat. But how is it of any help to us, even in the magical world? Don't underestimate animals." Sherlock continued to pet the cat, which soon made Mrs. Norris jump again. Cats are experts in tracking. With their instincts and sense of smell, they might provide us with crucial clues to solve cases, but aren't cases usually solved by dogs? As a Muggle-born wizard, Hermione knew more about this. Their sense of smell is more sensitive, right? "I heard Scotland Yard keeps quite a few police dogs." "Actually, that's a misconception," Sherlock said calmly. A cat's sense of smell isn't less sensitive than a dog's, it's even more so. But compared to trained, obedient dogs, cats are less willing to submit to humans. They only fully utilize their sense of smell when it's highly advantageous to them. The three girls suddenly understood. They'd learned something strange again. The newbie didn't expect the average daily subscription to exceed 15 million. Third update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. This Gryffindor really doesn't know how to talk. Sherlock and his three companions chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the Ravenclaw Tower and ascending to the top floor. In the shadows of the spiral staircase, the bronze door knockers gleamed coldly in the morning light. Ravenclaw's common room had no password. Entry required correctly answering a question posed by the knocker. Each student had only one chance. A wrong answer meant forfeit. But that was alright. Ravenclaw, renowned for its intellect, always had someone who could find the correct answer. However, if everyone was stumped, things would get interesting. The three young witches were unaware that Sherlock was already very familiar with the place. However, this was his first time openly entering. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker emitted a deep, resonant sound. Today's question is logic a reflection of the moon or the essence of the lake? Penelope didn't answer, but turned to Sherlock and Hermione with interest. Partly out of curiosity, she wanted to see how Sherlock Holmes, famous for his intellect despite being a Gryffindor student, would answer the knocker's question. On one hand, it also subtly carried a test. If you can't even get into the common room, how can you expect to catch a thief? However, when she looked at Sherlock, she found him looking around, seemingly pretending to admire the scenery. But Penelope knew in her heart that Sherlock wasn't avoiding the question. He was genuinely uninterested. In this situation, Penelope couldn't force Sherlock to answer, so she could only turn her gaze to Hermione. Hermione didn't answer immediately. She had heard about the Ravenclaw door knocker before. Although she didn't realize Penelope's intention, the proud girl didn't want to lose face in front of Ravenclaw. So she pondered for a moment, and after figuring out the logic, she spoke. A reflection needs water to exist, but water doesn't need a reflection to prove its existence, just as wisdom doesn't need logic to prove its eternity. The next moment, the door knocker opened. Penelope and Cho Chang both looked surprised. They could also give the correct answer to this question, but they didn't expect Hermione to do it so quickly. Miss Granger, you really should come to Ravenclaw, Penelope exclaimed excitedly. Hermione shook her head. This question, how to put it? She now understood why Sherlock wasn't interested in this question. She also vaguely understood why Sherlock hadn't been sorted into Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's common room was similar to Gryffindor's, also a large, round room. But unlike the red and gold of Gryffindor's common room, this room was in cool colors like blue and bronze, and the interior decoration was more dreamlike. Not only were the walls adorned with silks of these two colors, but the arched windows were also covered with silk curtains. Even more striking was the star-studded ceiling and deep blue carpet. Walking to the window, one could fully appreciate the surrounding mountain scenery. Tables, chairs, and bookshelves were arranged on the floor, with all sorts of amenities. Sherlock looked up and noticed the star chart on the dome slowly rotating. Visually, it was much more interesting than observing the night sky through binoculars in astronomy class. After a moment, he looked away. There's nothing more to see here. Take us to Miss Zhang's room, Penelope nodded. She also felt that the common room was unlikely to hold any clues. And then led Sherlock and Hermione to Cho Zhang's room. Sherlock and Hermione entered the Ravenclaw common room without attracting anyone's attention. But as he followed Penelope toward the girls' dormitory, someone suddenly appeared. Prefect Clearwater, Michael Corner? Did you go home? Penelope looked at the dark-haired boy, thought for a moment, and called out his name. Michael Corner glanced at the girls and suddenly puffed out his chest. Yes, I plan to use this holiday to finish the assignments my professors gave me. Commendable spirit, worthy of encouragement. Alright, now move aside, we have things to do. But that's the girls' dormitory. Michael Corner suddenly became anxious, pointing at Sherlock. How can a boy go through? Penelope's eyes sharpened instantly. Michael Corner, are you questioning my decision? No, it's just that it's not entirely appropriate for a boy to go to the girls' dormitory, Mr. Holmes was able to come here with Professor Flitwick's and my permission. Now, move aside, don't make me say it a second time. Michael Corner was, after all, just a first-year student. Having mustered all his courage to stand up had already exhausted him. Faced with Penelope's imposing aura, he could only obediently stand aside. Sherlock and Hermione seemed oblivious to his predicament, continuing to follow Penelope. Cho Chang gave him an apologetic smile before hurrying after the three. Michael Corner stood there for a moment, then quickly left. He was going to tell the other Ravenclaw prefect about this. Because they possessed a manuscript of the spell written by Flitwick himself, Sherlock and his group easily reached the girls' dormitory area. Shortly after they left, Michael Corner arrived with another Ravenclaw prefect, Robert Hilliard. When they tried to enter the girls' dormitory, the stairs instantly transformed into a smooth stone slide. Clearly, they couldn't get through. Robert Hilliard's expression changed immediately. "Are you sure Penelope took the Gryffindor boy to the girls' dormitory? I saw it with my own eyes. It's the one known as Sherlock Holmes, I understand." Robert Hilliard's expression was uncertain before he finally turned and left. He was going to find Professor Flitwick and find out the whole story. Upon entering the girls' dormitory area, Sherlock and his group attracted even more attention. The main reason, of course, was that it was the first time a boy had appeared in the girls' dormitory. However, not everyone aggressively gathered around. Most Ravenclaw students merely glanced at Sherlock with curiosity before looking away and going about their business. A few approached Penelope to chat, inquiring about the matter, and left happily after receiving answers. Only a very few, like Michael Corner, questioned Penelope's actions. Even worse, some reacted even more strongly when they learned that Sherlock had been specifically invited by Penelope to resolve Cho Chang's lost cosmetics incident. Fortunately, Penelope, as a prefect, was influential, and with Professor Flitwick's endorsement, the four eventually managed to escape the entanglement of these people. "The resistance to this matter is greater than I imagined," Penelope said as she led the way. "Even first-year students dare to question me." The implication was that Sherlock was determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. "After all, we're Gryffindor," Hermione said with a touch of irony. "It's ironic that Ravenclaw, known for their wisdom, is now relying on brainless brutes for help." Penelope and Cho Chang gave Hermione a helpless look. This Gryffindor really doesn't know how to talk. The thought had barely formed when Sherlock chimed in. "Well said, my friend." Penelope and Cho Chang were even more speechless. Birds of a feather flock together, there's a reason these two are together. Finally, the four arrived at Cho Chang's dormitory. Just as Cho Chang had said, the girl named Lucy had already left Hogwarts to go home for the holidays. Only Marietta Edger and Alicia Keys remained in the dormitory. When they saw Sherlock appear, their reactions were almost identical to Michael Corner's. "Prefect Penelope, Cho, what brings a boy here? Wait, he's not a Ravenclaw student." "Mariette, Alicia, calm down." Having learned from her experience along the way, Penelope handled the situation with ease, explaining her purpose in just a few words. Hearing Penelope's expression, the two reacted differently. Marietta Ickmer frowned and remained silent, while Alicia Keys muttered, "Ravenclaw needs Gryffindor's help, really? Alright, enough talk." Penelope, afraid they would anger Sherlock, quickly interrupted, then turned to Sherlock and said, "Holmes, you can start." Before she could finish, she was surprised to find that Sherlock had already begun his work. She didn't need to remind him. On Halloween night, before Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived, Sherlock had used his magnifying glass and measuring tape to examine the scene and verify the blood-written message. Unexpectedly, he had done it again on Easter. The difference this time was that the location was the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory. His equipment had also been upgraded. The Christmas gift Harry gave Sherlock, besides functioning as a regular magnifying glass, could also detect magical traces, discovering special runes and magical fluctuations on magical items. His original ordinary measuring tape had been replaced with one from Ollivander's Wand Shop, capable of automatically measuring distances. Of course, in the magical world, these only provided basic functions. They would be ineffective against skilled spellcasters or powerful dark magic items. However, for Sherlock, they perfectly bridged the gap between the Muggle and magical worlds, allowing some detection techniques common in the Muggle world to be successfully applied in the magical world. Watching Sherlock walk around the room, sometimes standing, sometimes crouching, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, the Ravenclaw girls exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 97 Ravenclaw Girls' Dormitory. Miss Granger, has he always been like this? Penelope couldn't help but ask. He's like this once he's lost in his own world. Having witnessed Sherlock's behavior firsthand, Hermione's reaction was naturally much more normal than the other three. She had actually tried to find some clues like Sherlock, but she was rudely stopped by him as soon as she moved. In this situation, she could only stand there with the other three Ravenclaw girls, watching Sherlock busy himself. Even standing still, she could still get a clear look at the entire dormitory. This girl's dormitory was located at the top of the west tower of the castle, with a flowing star map embedded in the arched dome, and bronze and dark blue curtains, consistent with the common room, hanging from the dome. The layout of the dormitory was similar to the Gryffindor dormitories, with 4 poster beds and flannel curtains hanging down. However, the color was not dark red but light blue, and the faint starlight shone through the magical glass windows onto the 4 poster beds. The bedposts were carved with patterns of ravens and scrolls, and a copper wind chime hanging above the bed tinkled softly in the breeze. Noticing Hermione's attentive listening, Penelope explained, "This is a magical artifact that translates the Founder's maxims into musical notes." In the center of the room stood a round walnut table, its surface covered with doodles and magical formulas from generations of students, with several self-turning spellbooks and a steaming honey teapot piled around its edge. Cho Chang quietly told Hermione that a bed was the second one by the window. Hermione glanced at it and found the bed impeccably made. The light blue sheets were wrinkle-free, and while the blankets weren't folded into perfect squares, they were neatly arranged. On her bedside table was a small magical potted plant, its leaves glistening with dew and emitting a refreshing scent. That was all Hermione observed. She tried to analyze it like Sherlock Holmes. She deduced that Cho Chang was a clean, hygienic, and cheerful witch. And that was it. She sighed inwardly. Sure enough, although Sherlock always said it's common sense, it's obvious, and it's easy to deduce, those were only true for himself. He couldn't do it himself. Sherlock continued to meticulously examine every item in the room, not even missing the walnut table and the brass wind chimes. When it came to the beds in the dormitory, he unabashedly took out his magic magnifying glass to examine them closely. This action made Cho Chang and her 2 roommates blush. Strangely, Sherlock didn't ask them who the beds belonged to. Mr. Holmes, should we? Marietta Eckmer's question was interrupted by her own scream. Mrs. Loris had suddenly appeared at her feet. Where did it come from? Isn't it Mrs. Loris? Filch's cat. In fact, Mrs. Loris had entered the dormitory before Sherlock and his companions. While Penelope was explaining the situation to Cho Chang's 2 roommates, Sherlock had already used the 3 witches accompanying him to block their view and placed it inside the room. Doing so was effortless for him. Mrs. Loris did not disappoint Sherlock, it was only discovered at this moment. Sherlock's gaze lingered on Mrs. Loris for a few seconds before he looked away. Next, he opened Cho Chang's bedside table, carefully inspected it, and then turned his attention to the other 3's bedside tables. Marietta Eckhomer and Alicia Key's expressions immediately changed. However, at this moment, Sherlock withdrew his gaze. All right, the on-site investigation is over. Ladies, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Sherlock said, walking to Mrs. Loris's side and bending down to pick it up. Cho Chang's 2 roommates both looked at Penelope, and after she nodded, they began to answer Sherlock's questions. Their answers were largely the same as Cho Chang's. They both admitted to seeing Cho Chang use the eyeshadow, and that they, along with Lucy who had already returned home, had tried it. The time they discovered the eyeshadow was missing was the same as Cho Chang's, after returning to their dormitories from the last potions class during Easter. Nothing unusual had been observed recently. When Sherlock asked Alicia Keys why she suddenly wanted to check the eyeshadow after returning to her dormitory from potions class, her eyes suddenly sharpened. Mr. Holmes, are you suspecting me? If I really did it, why would I deliberately bring it up at that time? Would that just make me more conspicuous? Mr. Holmes, Ravenclaw students would never steal, especially not the people in this dormitory, Marietta Eckmer said with considerable sympathy. Alicia, Marietta, you shouldn't. Sherlock waved his hand, stopping Penelope from speaking. Ladies, I must say, you're being a bit too sensitive. Both of them snorted at Sherlock's words. In my opinion, your behavior might actually be a case of using reverse thinking, going against the grain, deliberately doing things contrary to the norm to clear yourselves of suspicion. Sherlock's words instantly stunned the girls present. You're really brave." To them, this was tantamount to pointing a finger at them and saying, "You're a criminal." Alicia Case, her chest heaving, pointed at Sherlock and said, "Holmes, you're insulting me. You're not just insulting us, you're insulting Ravenclaw," Marietta Eckmer said coldly, then turned to Penelope. "Prefect, we don't need this person's help, you've got it wrong." Facing the two girls' accusations, Sherlock calmly said, "The person who commissioned this case isn't you, or even Miss Zhang, but Prefect Penelope standing over there, Holmes, you." Sherlock ignored the two girls and beckoned to Hermione. "Dear Hermione, can you do me a favor?" A bewildered Hermione went to Sherlock's side, and he whispered a few words to her. Hermione immediately looked surprised. But after a moment's hesitation, she nodded and quickly ran out. Penelope couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Holmes, what's going on?" "Oh, never mind her, I just asked her to do me a little favor." Sherlock stroked the cat with practiced ease, then suddenly spoke, "Ladies, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to move to the common room." "Don't we need to check again?" Penelope couldn't help but ask. The three girls in the dormitory also showed surprised looks at the same time. Sherlock took in their expressions, then smiled and shook his head. "This case happened too long ago, and many key clues have disappeared. And you all failed to protect the scene. The entire dormitory, including Miss Zhang's locker, has been constantly used. As a result, many valuable clues have been covered up by new signs of use. Under these circumstances, reconstructing the entire crime is not an easy task." At this point, Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. "Fortunately, I still found some useful information that I hope will be helpful to you." The four girls looked at each other, and finally all turned their gazes to Penelope. Seeing this, Sherlock's lips curled into a slight smile. 10 minutes later, Sherlock and four girls arrived at the Ravenclaw common room. Sherlock sat in the middle, with Mrs. Norris comfortably reclining on his lap, swaying back and forth. The four girls sat opposite Sherlock, subtly surrounding him. An unsuspecting observer might have mistaken the scene for an interrogation. Sherlock, seemingly oblivious to their curious and scrutinizing gazes, calmly petted his cat and said, "Reconnaissance is indeed physically demanding, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world. However, I must thank Prefect Penelope for providing me with this opportunity, making my Easter holiday less boring." The moment Sherlock uttered these words, the four girls' expressions changed. Being Ravenclaws, they could understand this level of language. Penelope, the most impatient of them all, immediately asked, "Holmes, do you mean you've completed the mission?" "That depends on your definition of mission. Is it finding Miss Zhang's missing eyeshadow, catching the thief who took it, or both?" As he said this, Sherlock's gaze lingered briefly on someone's face. His words caused the four men's expressions to change again. The temperature in the already predominantly cool-toned Ravenclaw common room seemed to drop by 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. After a brief silence, Penelope was again the first to break the ice, her expression not pleasant. "So, it's confirmed that it was deliberate." Hearing this, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. "I thought there was no doubt about that. Surely Miss Zhang couldn't have really forgotten it somewhere." "Very well." Penelope took a deep breath. "Please tell us everything, Mr. Holmes." "Wait a minute, you just said many valuable clues had disappeared. How come you're so confident now?" Just then, Alicia Case suddenly interjected, looking at Sherlock with suspicion. "Are you just trying to confuse us?" Chapter 98 The criminal appears. "I never play games." Sherlock looked at the four Ravenclaw girls and said with a hint of regret, "Although many clues have indeed been erased, the thief overestimated his abilities. You have all provided enough information, and I have carefully examined the crime scene again. It would be strange if we still couldn't deduce what happened in this dormitory." At that moment, the three girls present simultaneously sensed Sherlock's unwavering confidence. First, Ravenclaw's common room is unique. Anyone who can correctly answer the questions posed by the doorknocker can freely enter and exit. On the surface, this seems less secure than the fixed passwords of other houses, but that's not the case. As far as I know, many wizards lack the ability of logical reasoning. Therefore, requiring an answer-based entry system effectively isolates Ravenclaw students to the greatest extent possible. Even if a student from another house could answer the questions correctly and enter Ravenclaw, they might still be recognized. Of course, this isn't absolute. But in this respect, it does indirectly strengthen the logic of any potential suspects. Secondly, before this incident, Ravenclaw students' lockers were never locked. When Sherlock said this, The girls' expressions turned somewhat grim. It was precisely because of this incident that the statement Ravenclaw is absolutely safe became less absolute. The fixed storage location, the unlocked cabinet, and Miss Zhang's regular schedule all provided ample convenience for the thief. My inspection just now also revealed no signs of forced entry, nor was there any need to. If I were Miss Zhang's roommate, I would have at least 7 ways to take the sandalwood box without her noticing. By the time Miss Zhang discovers the theft, there will have been enough time to exhaust all the clues. Even if another version of myself investigated, it would be useless. In fact, that's exactly what the thief did. Penelope couldn't help but interject. Mr. Holmes, are you saying the eyeshadow wasn't lost when you went to potions class? Of course not. Sherlock gave Alicia Case a half-smile. If that were the case, this young lady could be ruled out. What do you mean by that? Alicia Case stood up abruptly. You mean I took Cho's eyeshadow? Marietta Ekmer didn't stand up, but her gaze towards Sherlock was anything but polite. Of course, her words were even harsher. That's slander, blatant defamation. What great detective. Holmes, you're nothing but a fraud. I think you're just a charlatan. Miss Case, please calm down. Sherlock's tone remained as calm as ever. Although it had already left the owner's closet before you found the eyeshadow, it was your desire to examine it that caused trouble for the thief. After all, she originally thought Cho Chang would only discover it after returning to school for Easter. Upon hearing this, Alicia Case and Marietta Ekmer exchanged bewildered glances. Could she have known better? This made their earlier action seem incredibly awkward. Just then, Marietta Ekmer seemed to realize something. She murmured, could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mariette, what do you mean by impossible? Alicia Case asked quickly. It's nothing, I'm probably just overthinking it. Marietta Ekmer forced a smile. I overheard Lucy muttering before going home for the holidays, why does she get such good stuff? But I think she was referring to Gemma Farley's Felix Felicis. I heard she did exceptionally well in Professor Snape's potions class and received a small vial as a reward, which Lucy has always envied. Speaking of which, Professor Snape has always favored Slytherin students. Even if we did the same thing as her, we wouldn't get a reward. Penelope, Cho Chang, and Case all nodded. Ekmer was absolutely right. Apart from Slytherin students, no one else could expect a reward, no matter how well they performed in potions class. If it happened to be Gryffindor, not losing points would be considered a great favor from Professor Snape. Seeing that everyone agreed with her assessment, Ekmer smiled slightly. The seed of doubt had been quietly planted, waiting only for the right opportunity to take root, sprout, and grow into a towering tree. But she never expected that this seed, barely planted, would be uprooted along with the soil. Sherlock, Hermione's voice came from the common room doorway. She leaned heavily against the doorframe, panting heavily, her chest heaving with each breath, clearly exhausted, but her eyes gleamed with excitement. My dear friend, it seems you really need to work on your training. Sherlock glanced at Hermione, then smiled. Looks like you've found it. Hermione nodded emphatically, taking a deep breath. Just as you predicted. Excellent. Wonderful, Sherlock exclaimed, then turned to the 4 Ravenclaw girls and said, that's enough. All 4 looked surprised, and Marietta Ekmer's heart skipped a beat. Penelope asked, puzzled, Mr. Holmes? What did you say? Enough. Clumsy acting, pathetic motives, crude actions. I really didn't expect you to still be playing tricks. Sherlock sighed. Ravenclaw's wisdom can't ultimately overcome the thorns that grow wildly in their hearts. Am I right, Miss Marietta Ekmer? As soon as he said this, Penelope, Cho Chang, and Alicia Keys all gasped. The 3 of them looked at Marietta Ekmer with disbelief. Facing the gazes of her prefect, roommates, and friends, Marietta Ekmer looked bewildered. Mr. Holmes, I don't understand what you're talking about. Miss Ekmer, you don't need to put on this innocent act. Sherlock seemed impatient. As he had just said, he couldn't stand Marietta Ekmer's clumsy acting. Hermione's arrival completed the final piece of the puzzle, so he simply laid his cards on the table. The moment I saw you, I knew Miss Zhang's eyeshadow was in your hands. You're slandering me. Marietta Ekmer stood up abruptly. She was agitated, her eyes filled with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The 3 Ravenclaw girls looked at her with varying degrees of doubt. Only Hermione, who walked to Sherlock's side, looked at her with disdain. Through Sherlock's explanation, she knew what kind of person this girl truly was. Sherlock shook his head slightly. You might not believe it, but before I knew about the magical world, I could deduce a person's inner thoughts from a fleeting expression, including the twitch of their muscles and the movement of their eyes. I could tell a person was a software designer from their tie, and a commercial airline pilot from their left thumb. Fortunately, after coming to the magical world, I found that this ability still works. He chuckled lightly at the skeptical looks of the group, offering no further explanation, and continued looking at Ekmer. Even more fortunately, you're hardly a skilled imposter. So, the moment I saw you, I knew you were lying. And what my client was looking for was in your hands. Sherlock then turned to Penelope, his eyes gleaming. Miss Penelope, I can now officially report back to you, mission accomplished. The woman standing beside you, Marietta Ekmer, is the thief who stole Miss Zhang's eyeshadow. Silence. A long silence. Mr. Holmes. I really don't understand. Penelope finally spoke first. Even she, known for her wisdom and intelligence in Ravenclaw, was somewhat confused. This wasn't her fault, it was mainly because Sherlock had just presented a truly overwhelming amount of information. It's alright, this little case is closed. Now, I welcome any questions from you and everyone else. I will never refuse to answer them. Penelope glanced at the still bewildered Ekmer, then took a deep breath. You just said you knew Marietta had taken the eyeshadow the moment you saw her. That's right. How did you know? HMPH, that fake sympathy on her face was an insult to me, Sherlock scoffed. When I questioned her, she feigned composure, but her eyes darted around like a cat caught stealing cream, afraid of being discovered. When I questioned Miss Case, she repeatedly emphasized that Ravenclaw students would never steal. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would uphold the honor of the house. Just now, when I mentioned there were 7 ways to take the eyeshadow, her breathing suddenly quickened. This foolish physiological reaction was like announcing to the whole world that she was a criminal. She didn't even notice that, until now, her fingers were still unconsciously rubbing her cuffs, a typical sign of anxiety. The others followed Sherlock's gaze and saw Marietta quickly lower her right hand. Do you think I'm blind, or do you think you're so clever you can fool everyone? Sherlock leaned closer to Marietta, his voice low and cold. Your biggest mistake wasn't stealing, it was thinking you could fool me. From the moment you met me, you've been using your body language to tell me one thing: you're a clumsy thief, and a failed liar. After Sherlock finished speaking, Marietta Ekmer's face turned deathly pale. Under Sherlock's condescending gaze, Marietta Ekmer's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. After all, she was just a 13-year-old girl, completely unable to withstand the interrogation of this abnormal man. However, she quickly erupted hysterically. What expression, what eyes, what anxiety, it's all your speculation. You have no evidence whatsoever. How? Not slow on the uptake, of course. If I were to conclude it was you based solely on these things, even I would despise myself, Sherlock chuckled. Miss Zhang, please close the door to the common room. If anyone wants to come in, please ask them to wait a moment. Miss Penelope, please keep an eye on Miss Ekmer. If convenient, it would be best to use magic to control her movements. Miss Case, please stay with Miss Zhang and ensure we are not disturbed for now. Don't worry, I will finish this soon. After saying this, he returned to his seat, looked at the already exasperated Ekmer, and slowly said, in any case, this is my first real case since coming to the magical world, and it has special significance for me. In the case of Miss Abbott last time, it was actually the Ministry of Magic that truly played a role, even if they themselves didn't know it. However, although this case is simple, there are a few points worth learning from. Simple. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. The other girls, including Ekmer, looked at Sherlock with similar puzzled expressions. Clearly, they didn't agree with Sherlock's assessment. Yes, it's very simple. It's hard to describe it in any other way. Noticing their surprised looks, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. Think about it carefully. Aside from a little help from my friend, and just some ordinary deduction, I actually caught a criminal in a single day. This proves that the case is actually very simple. If you understand it that way, it makes sense, Hermione said thoughtfully. She had originally thought that Sherlock would take several days, even a week, to solve the case. Gentlemen, anything that looks or sounds unusual is generally not an obstacle. In my opinion, it's more of a clue. The key to solving these kinds of problems is the ability to use reasoning, to reason backward layer by layer. This is a very useful skill, and it's also easy to do. Unfortunately, people don't often use it in practice. In everyday life, whether in the Muggle world or the magical world, forward reasoning is more useful. So we often overlook backward reasoning. After coming to the magical world, I found that for wizards who aren't good at logical reasoning, if 50 people can reason comprehensively from all aspects of the matter, then probably less than 10 can reason using analytical methods. I'm not a criminal. As if fed up with Sherlock's self-aggrandizing boasting, Ekmore shouted again, "You have no evidence. You want evidence." Sherlock looked at Ekmore contemptuously. "I'll give it to you now. Thanks to Nitu for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update." Chapter 99. The truth has come to light. Watching Ekmore struggle but being restrained by Penelope, Sherlock paced back and forth in the Ravenclaw common room before slowly beginning his statement. "The second bed by the window in your room has a light blue canopy embroidered with Chinese cloud patterns and silver thread. Without a doubt, this bed belongs to Miss Zhang. There's a magical potted plant on the bedside table." I opened the cabinet and saw that the missing sandalwood box was originally on the third shelf. Although the cabinet wasn't locked, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the keyhole, mingling with the aroma of the herbal sachets scattered inside. For Mrs. Loris, this was as clear as a beacon in the darkness. Next to Miss Zhang's bed, on top of the cabinet, is a dressing mirror inlaid with malachite, the edges of which are engraved with AE. Clearly, this is Miss Ekmore's bed, because it's the initials of the Ekmore family. I think Miss Ekmore didn't notice that there's a tiny crack in the mirror, and the glints of light on it are silver flue powder. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. After all, your mother, Mrs. Ekmore, works at the Flying Network Management Bureau of the Department of Magical Transportation. But it was precisely that reminded me, and made me aware of your motive. Sherlock glanced at Ekmore, taking in her expression, and continued, "As for the other two beds, there's not much to say. They're neatly arranged to the point of being rigid, parchment scrolls are stacked by date, quills are always sharp. It seems to embody Ravenclaw's typical sense of order, but the corner of a crumpled copy of the Quibbler peeking out from under one of the beds seems somewhat absurd. No wonder you didn't ask who owned our beds," Cho Chang said with a look of sudden realization. "It's just basic reasoning, nothing to brag about." Sherlock waved his hand, holding up 3 fingers. "There are 3 pieces of evidence that truly convince me of the culprit." Everyone perked up their ears at that moment. "First, there's the magic. Using a magic magnifying glass, I discovered faint traces of magic on Miss Zhang's dressing case and the wind chime hanging above her bed. Normally, Miss Zhang, as the owner, wouldn't need to cast a spell when opening the dressing case, or even the sandalwood box containing the eyeshadow. As for the bronze wind chime, it goes without saying that as a magical tool translated into musical notes, I doubt anyone would use it for practice. So, there's only one possibility: the magic was left by the person who took the eyeshadow. But why would they use magic on someone else's belongings and the wind chime in their dormitory? I can think of many possibilities, but the most probable is undoubtedly to conceal the opening action and interfere with the sound of the wind chime. In this case, the most suitable spell is obviously the confusion charm. Although it's a very difficult spell, requiring complete concentration on a single target, and the slightest mistake will result in failure, the difficulty is greatly reduced if the target is a stationary object. Even so, it's still quite difficult for a second-year student. It probably requires multiple casts to succeed, which is why magical traces are left. Having said this, Sherlock leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his hands, and looked at Penelope with interest. "Miss Penelope, I think with your abilities, you should be able to easily cast the flashback charm, right?" Penelope nodded confidently. "Then please give Miss Ekmore's wand a shot." Ekmore's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Mariette, hand over your wand." "Prefect Penelope, would you rather trust an outsider than me?" "Hand over the wand." Keith, unable to bear it any longer, simply snatched Ekmore's wand and handed it to Penelope. Penelope didn't stand on ceremony, aiming at her wand and swinging it. Prior incantato, as Penelope chanted this spell, a shimmering golden thread appeared between the 2 wands. The next moment, the golden thread split, forming hundreds of arcs of light, eventually intertwining into a dome-shaped golden net. Watching Penelope skillfully cast the spell, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little envious. "When will I be able to be this skilled?" Soon, everything returned to calm. Penelope was silent for a moment before speaking. She did indeed cast the confusion charm, and, more than once, Mariette, upon hearing this, Cho Chang covered her mouth in surprise. "Chew, you have to believe me," Ekmore glared at Sherlock. "I did use the confusion charm, but that's because I've been practicing spells alone lately. A spell of this difficulty, like the confusion charm, is precisely what hones my finesse in controlling magic. Is that so wrong? Don't rush me, Miss Ekmore. This is only the first piece of evidence. Sherlock silenced Ekmore with a single sentence, continuing, secondly, the scent. The eyeshadow was kept near the herbal sachet on the bedside table for a long time, the sandalwood and its scent blending together, making it easy for Mrs. Loris to notice. Here I must add, your spellcasting skills are truly terrible. Even Mrs. Loris could detect the anomaly. Why do you think it appeared at your feet just now? Did it think it liked you? It easily spotted a small drop of shimmering liquid on the corner of the walnut wood table. According to Miss Zhang's description, that was the gold eyeshadow from the 7-color eyeshadow palette. Perhaps excited, perhaps nervous, after getting the eyeshadow, you couldn't wait to try it out in your dorm room. You know what? That cat thinks even less of you than I do. Seeing Sherlock shaking his head repeatedly, Ekmore was speechless. Of course, you can still argue that none of this concerns you. Unfortunately, Mrs. Norris could find the eyeshadow's hiding place with just her paws. That's the third piece of evidence. Sherlock stood up as he spoke. Miss Zhang, you can open the door now. Cho Cheng nodded and opened the common room door, where a number of Ravenclaw students had already gathered. However, as Penelope's gaze swept over them, they all scurried aside. Only one tall boy remained standing. He was Robert Hilliard, another Ravenclaw prefect. When he saw Penelope, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Penelope, however, he was immediately interrupted by Penelope. I don't want to talk to you right now. She then gestured for Sherlock and the others to leave first. Sherlock shrugged and led the way. Hermione followed closely behind. Cho Cheng and Kay stood on either side of Ekmore. Ekmore saw Robert Hilliard, his eyes darting around, about to speak. Penelope, quick as lightning, waved her wand, tongue lock. Ekmore still opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. Robert Hilliard's face immediately darkened. Penelope, it's not good to use offensive spells on younger students. You'll know the reason after this is over. Although the flashback spell in Ekmore's performance had basically confirmed Sherlock's deduction that Marietta Ekmore was the mastermind behind the case, only finding the missing eyeshadow would truly bring them to justice. Until then, she had no time to deal with Robert Hilliard. After saying this, she quickened her pace to catch up with Sherlock and the others. Walking at the back was naturally to prevent any accidents. After all, Ekmore had just intended to ask Robert Hilliard for help. Robert Hilliard stretched out his right arm, fingers spread, as if to call out to Penelope. But he ultimately gave up. Arriving at the girls' dormitory for the second time, Sherlock, walking ahead, casually asked, "Looks like Miss Penelope has gotten rid of your suitor." "Yes, wait, what's wrong?" Being a Ravenclaw student, Penelope reacted almost instantly. She looked at Sherlock in shock. Even in Ravenclaw, few knew about Robert Hilliard's pursuit of her, so how did Sherlock know? "Just look at his robes," Sherlock said quickly. "The collar is pressed so hard it could cut your finger, and the cuffs are sprayed with perfume. I don't recall a Ravenclaw prefect dressing like he's going to a wedding, unless he's trying to attract a specific audience." From the moment Miss Zhang opened the door to the common room, "He looked at you 27 times, and at me 0, even though I'm the key to solving the case. His pupils dilated when you turned away, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, typical courtship instincts. And then there was your attitude towards him. It was like you were avoiding a loba. You never looked him in the eye while you were talking to him." After saying this, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. "You should thank this case. It gave you the perfect excuse to avoid this infatuated prefect, Mr. Holmes. I'm starting to believe that you deduced she was the one who did it the moment you first saw her." Hearing Penelope's praise, Sherlock didn't speak, but the curve of his lips widened even more. Penelope took a deep breath. "Now, please show us the third piece of evidence." Stepping back into Cho Chang's bedroom, Sherlock released Mrs. Norris, who immediately ran to Ekmore's bedside table, pounding on the door with her paws. Everyone except Sherlock was slightly taken aback. Mrs. Norris could find the eyeshadow even with just her paws. They couldn't help but recall Sherlock's earlier words. Could Cho Chang's eyeshadow be hidden here? However, Sherlock didn't go over immediately. He first went to the walnut table and pointed out the solidified drop of gold eyeshadow to them. "It really is my gold eyeshadow," Cho Chang exclaimed. Hermione couldn't help but glance at Ekmore, finding her dazed and seemingly oblivious to the sight. Only then did Sherlock walk to Marietta's cabinet. As he had said before, Atop the bedside table sat a vanity mirror inlaid with malachite, the frame engraved with the initials AE of the Ekmore family. Upon closer inspection, a fine crack could be seen on the mirror's surface, its silvery sheen shimmering. Sherlock tapped it lightly with his wand, and Mrs. Norris swiftly leaped aside. The cabinet door opened, revealing several pieces of clothing at the bottom, and books, notebooks, and some simple cosmetics on the upper shelves. However, the sandalwood box that Cho Chang had lost was nowhere to be found. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Penelope hesitated for a moment, then cast a spell, instantly restoring Ekmore's ability to speak. "Where is it?" She stared into Ekmore's eyes. "Where did you hide it?" "How? Shouldn't that be a question for our great detective?" Ekmore seemed to come alive again, looking at Sherlock with a mocking expression. "Great Detective Holmes, didn't you say that Filch's cat could find it with just its paws? Now tell me, where's the thing I stole? Could it have been taken away by someone else using a confusion charm? Thanks to the generous reader for the 100 coins. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 100. You gave too much?" Faced with Marietta Ekmore's aggressive questioning, Cho Chang felt both relieved and worried. Relieved that Sherlock was likely mistaken and his friend hadn't done anything wrong. Worried that Sherlock's deduction was incorrect and he'd lose face. Alicia, on the other hand, was simply curious, a complete bystander who just wanted to see the spectacle. Only Hermione and Penelope were convinced the culprit was Ekmore. Hermione's trust in Sherlock was unquestionable, especially since she had just found corroborating evidence. Penelope, however, trusted her own eyes. Ekmore's previous unusual behavior was tantamount to an admission. But seeing her current confident demeanor, both frowned. What went wrong? Sherlock looked at Ekmore with an expression of utter disbelief. "If you had a little more patience, you wouldn't have asked such a stupid question." Following Sherlock's gaze, everyone noticed that Mrs. Loris was repeatedly slapping the bottom of Marietta's cabinet with her paws, making a hollow thump-thump sound. Could it be? The girls who saw this simultaneously realized something. Penelope strode to the bedside table and cast a spell directly at the spot where Mrs. Lawrence had patted. "Show yourself." As soon as the spell was cast, a new drawer popped open from the bottom of the table. "This is a hidden compartment with a stretching charm. Good heavens, it's my sandalwood box," Hermione and Cho Chang exclaimed simultaneously. Penelope frowned as she retrieved the sandalwood box from the hidden compartment, opened it, and handed it to Cho Chang. 7 porcelain dishes were inlaid in a sandalwood compartment adorned with reliefs of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Their colors ranged from dark blue to imperial pink, as if capturing the 4 seasons of Jiangnan within a small space. Just as Cho Chang had described. The amount of gold eyeshadow used is greater than the other colors, and the wear is more recent. Sherlock gave his assessment after a glance. Gold eyeshadow shimmering with subtle light, used in social situations, it can enhance the wearer's charm and attract attention. At that moment, Hermione also recalled Cho Chang's seemingly useless description of the 7-colored eyeshadow. "Mariette, why?" Cho Chang turned to Ekmore, her eyes filled with regret and sorrow. "We're best friends, you know. If you like it, I could easily ask my father to buy another one." Ekmore glanced at Cho Chang, her eyes now cold, devoid of the false sympathy Sherlock had previously called her. "It's come to this, I have nothing to say. Tell me, give me a reason. If I said I was just curious, so I took it to play with for a few days, would you believe me?" This, Cho Chang hesitated. "If that's really the case, you can just tell Cho." Case was furious upon hearing this. "But you not only secretly took the eyeshadow, you even went so far as to use a spell in a hidden compartment imbued with the spell." "Miss Case, if you want to know her motives, I can explain," Sherlock suddenly interjected. "Yes," Alicia immediately realized, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Sherlock. "You just said that." Sherlock looked at Hermione. "Hermione, could you please read aloud what I asked you to find?" Hermione nodded and then took out a stack of papers from her person. "The Daily Prophet, March 27th. Mrs. Ekmore has once again been commended for her reforms to the Flu Network. This time, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge personally presented her with the award. It is understood that this is the 7th time Mrs. Ekmore has been commended by the Ministry of Magic in the past year. The Department of Transportation and the Flu Network Administration have repeatedly praised Mrs. Ekmore highly, believing that she has made outstanding contributions to the monitoring and management of the Flu Network." The rest of the text that Hermione read was largely the same, all positive evaluations and commendations of Mrs. Ekmore from the Daily Prophet. After hearing Hermione's description, the girls vaguely understood what Sherlock meant. Hermione continued, aliens' potions grades, while not outstanding, were passable. But recently, however, they've dropped significantly. Coincidentally, Professor Snape's recent paper topic is about the fragility of magical contracts of kinship. Thank you, Hermione. Seeing Hermione put away her materials, Sherlock turned to Alien and said, Miss Zhang once told me that your mother works at the Ministry of Magic. She's very busy, even busier than Miss Zhang's father. You once unintentionally complained to her that not all parents remember to give their children gifts, and Miss Zhang only remembered that sentence without making any further connections. Combined with the Daily Prophet, it's not hard to see that she's a workaholic. So I suspect that you're psychologically unbalanced because Mrs. Alien has neglected her family for so long, and you're jealous of the fatherly love Miss Zhang receives, so you're venting your emotions by stealing her precious gifts. The drop in your potions grades provides further evidence. Mariette, is that really true? Cho Chang looked at Alien in shock, her hand holding the sandalwood box even trembling. Ekmore stared at Cho Chang without speaking. Jealousy is more pathetic than theft, because it can never be returned. When Sherlock uttered these words in a low voice, Ekmore finally broke down. Yes, I did it, Ekmore suddenly screamed, snatched the sandalwood box from Cho Chang's hand, and smashed it to the ground. Cho Chang didn't even have time to react, but fortunately, Penelope was faster and cast a binding spell. Ekmore's sobs woke the owl on the windowsill. Staring at her friend's contorted face, Cho Chang froze. At that moment, Cho Chang suddenly remembered Ekmore's trembling fingertips as she touched the eyeshadow, remembered her always saying, Cho will always get the best. Perhaps long before she discovered the eyeshadow was missing, this friendship had already faded. Let's go, Hermione, this is no longer our business, Prefect Penelope will handle everything. Sherlock, who had anticipated this outcome, repeated his usual line, Ravenclaw's wisdom, in the end, cannot overcome the thorns that grow wildly in their hearts. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. During dinner that evening, Harry and Ron couldn't help but exclaim in amazement after Hermione recounted Sherlock's solution to the theft of the 7 colors of eyeshadow. Harry, who had been almost completely drained by wood, looked at Hermione sitting beside Sherlock with envy. If he hadn't gone to training today, he would have been the one helping Sherlock solve the case, right? But he only thought about it. Ron, however, blurted it out, Sherlock, you're so unfair. Next time something like this happens, you have to call us. I bet your goal is the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, isn't it? Hermione said irritably. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? Ron grumbled, annoyed. But come to think of it, I've never actually been to the girls' dormitory. Hermione rolled her eyes helplessly. She was too lazy to argue with him anymore. Harry, on the other hand, asked a different question. What will Ravenclaw do with a girl who stole the things? Will they expel her? During the initial period after the start of the school year, he was constantly worried about being expelled for violating school rules. He even imagined Dumbledore making an exception and letting him become Hagrid's assistant. Several times he dreamed of carrying Hagrid's sack, dragging his heavy steps around the grounds, watching Sherlock and the others become wizards with longing. No, buddy, Ron looked at Harry with some surprise. Why would you think that? The punishment for stealing is just points deducted in time out. At most a parent-teacher meeting, Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. Seeing his good friend's expression, Ron couldn't help but find it a little funny. He was about to say something when he noticed Harry's gaze fixed on the entrance to the Great Hall, past Sherlock's shoulder. Ron curiously followed his gaze and immediately saw 2 figures walking towards them through the Ravenclaw blue-silver curtain. Harry and Ron's actions, of course, did not escape Sherlock's notice. He turned slightly and saw Cho Chang following Penelope. They're here faster than expected. Sherlock tapped his index finger twice on the oak table. It seems Ravenclaw has made its decision. Soon, Penelope and Cho Chang arrived at a table where Sherlock and his group of 4 were sitting. Harry and Ron didn't recognize Penelope, but the Ravenclaw class master badge, similar in style to Percy's, immediately gave them an idea of her identity. Undoubtedly, she was a young woman of both beauty and intelligence. However, they quickly turned their attention to the younger Cho Chang. Her long black hair was loosely tied up with a sandalwood hairpin, with a few stray strands falling beside her neck, swaying gently with her steps. Harry's fingers unconsciously tightened around the knife. He had seen Cho Chang before. Her smile before Christmas had left a deep impression on him. But she was different now. A few freckles on the tip of her nose, like stardust scattered on parchment, did not appear flawed but rather added a touch of youthful vibrancy to her porcelain white skin. Her beautiful eyes, however, carried a hint of melancholy. Merlin's mustache. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow and whispered, "Your ears are red." Penelope, preoccupied with her own thoughts, didn't notice Harry and Ron. She took out a galleon. Mr. Holmes, this is our fee for the commission. Seeing this, Ron immediately forgot about his good friend. His family's gold treasury only had 1 galleon. So, was accepting a commission this quick money-making scheme? Sherlock didn't accept immediately. "You're giving too much, Mr. Holmes. You've upheld Ravenclaw's reputation." Penelope sighed and looked at Cho Chang. The latter immediately pushed a silk package embroidered with the Li-Fang pagoda pattern in front of Sherlock. "Mr. Holmes, this is Westlake Longjing tea that my father brought from Hangzhou. Also, I hope you two won't disclose the details of the case." Penelope lowered her voice, then looked at Harry and Ron, "And the same goes for Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." This time, Sherlock accepted Penelope and Cho Chang's gifts, then scoffed. "Does Ravenclaw's pride need hush money to maintain?" Cho Chang hurriedly waved her hand. No. Marietta has already been punished. I just don't want her to be pointed at any more." Her voice was very soft, like a falling mistletoe leaf. Harry suddenly felt his ribs transform into a bunch of rampaging bowtrickles. "Thanks to 17's knife-cut noodles for the 1,000 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.